All right. Well, here we are once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to make sense of it all. It's been a goddamn week since we've seen each other last. We've had a myriad of problems I've been trying to deal with. Oh, I'm very stressed out about it. Hopefully we can get through a full stream here tonight, as not streaming is not a thing I can do without causing myself serious earthly problems. So buckle up those seatbelts, space fams. As always, safety first during these little flights of ours. Well, it's good to see everybody here. A lot of people, I'm sure, wishing that this stream was more consistent lately. I'm right there with you. People like Bob Carmody, who's here, Look Bovine, Snix Abaya, Good for Gabby, Captain Homer, Christopher Tablante, Michael Reich, Soul Life, Brandy Nuance, Bobby, Mewanoep, Icebreaker Gaming, or Broomer, PB, and Sue Fairy Dust B. Yeah. It's already been a terrible. I was really hoping that this month would go well, you know? This is my birthday weekend coming up here, folks. That's right. That's right. And it's not great that it would start off so bad. I've basically had an unwanted week off of streaming, and instead it's been entirely focused on me trying to solve software problems. Which means I've been making no money, and that's probably bad. Foreboding for the future. But must press on. Where should we start? Oh, I guess the United States, because we got a hell of a lot to talk about, space fams. Hell of a lot to talk about. America! Fuck yeah! Okay. Let's, we're gonna have to cover a bunch of stuff, alright? I have, like, there's no way I'm getting through the whole list today. It's just literally impossible. Because I've just been saving videos all week. But we are going to try and cover some things that maybe people haven't seen. We're going to start off talking about what's been going on at the Kennedy Center. Now, Donald Trump's apparently been attending an event there tonight. We'll get to that later. But earlier this week, one group of musicians was unwelcome at the Kennedy Center, even though they had originally planned, had been invited to come play there, but now it's become a completely political organization run by Donald Trump. You might be imagining in your mind's eye who it is that wasn't allowed. Well, here you go. You don't have to imagine. No, you wouldn't do this to me, would you? You bastard. You are a bitch. Do you know that? This is very rude.
How rude.
It's loud. There we go. Solved it. Here we go. The LGBTQ plus orchestra was not allowed at the Kennedy Center and decided to play instead in Maryland in lieu of being at the Kennedy Center.
As we face a rising tide of fascism, attacks on bodily autonomy, queer identity, and basic human rights, it is more important than ever to be visible, loud, and united in our resistance.
Honestly, this is beautiful. I don't. They seem perfectly competent at their instruments. I guess the only objection to these people are their identities. That's great.
We've made a lot of progress in this country, and if the Kennedy doesn't stand for freedom of expression, what does it stand for?
Great question. What does it stand for? There we go. The International Pride Orchestra disallowed from participating at the Kennedy Center by Donald Trump. Instead, opted to play at Maryland Concert Hall. They seemed perfectly competent to me. That music sounded glorious. But speaking of people Donald Trump is disallowing from this or that place, let's talk about the 19 different countries Donald Trump has announced are going to be included in a travel ban.
Illegal.
Omega Star with a sweet, sweet super chat. Happy Pride. Happy Pride to you. Oh, and I almost missed MIDI Doctors becoming a galactic individual. Congratulations. You've been, haven't you been a galactic individual in the past? Didn't you get, maybe you can't remember. No, you have a green star, which means that you've definitely been individually galactic.
President Donald Trump has signed a travel ban on 12 countries, primarily in Africa and the Middle East, from coming to America.
Well, don't do that. It's looking very orange in this
The travel
picture.
ban resurrects a hallmark policy of his first term that prevented large numbers of immigrants and visitors from entering the US. The ban, which goes into effect on Monday, bars travel to the US by citizens of Afghanistan.
I just realized something. Chat highlight not working. What's the problem there? There we go. Now it's working. Oh, but it looks fucked up. Why does it look like this? Fix yourself. There we go. We did it. We solved it. I was like, wait, why don't I see the messages on the screen? Why don't I see the super chat on the screen? There it is. Jesus.
How rude.
Very rude. Very, very rude.
Myanmar, Chad, the Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. The Republican president also imposed restrictions but stopped short of a full ban on travel from Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela.
So I don't know if you heard that whole list. We could bring it up on screen if you want to, but it's it's a little it's pretty clear who Donald Trump doesn't want in the country. Brown people, Africa, from Asia, a few from Latin and Southern America. But that's basically the full breakdown of the list. Just brown people. Best way to put it. People who probably deserve refugee status greatly more than, say South African Afrikaners are. But that's the upside down world that we're all living in. Now, Donald Trump had something to say about this travel ban after announcing it while in the White House. I think this was while German Chancellor Heinrich Merz, I think is the new guy.
Mr. President, on your new travel ban, why now? And if the Boulder attack was part of your reasoning, why not include Egypt on that list where the suspect is from?
Well, because Egypt has been a country that we deal with very closely. They have things under control. The countries that we have don't have things under control. And why now? I can say that it can't come soon enough, frankly. We want to.
Can't come soon enough. We need it immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
If not sooner. I did find that fascinating, though. He claimed that the reason he's doing the travel ban is because of the terrorist attack in Boulder, Colorado, but didn't ban people from the country where the guy actually came from. It's weird. It's just weird. It's more inconsistency from him that just fascinating levels of inconsistency coming from these guys. But let's see some of the reactions of some of the people from some of the countries that Donald Trump is now banning travel to and or from.
The travel ban that Donald Trump is implementing, it's a chain reaction. It's going to affect everyone. Most Haitians are what? Democrats. If most Haitians were Republicans, maybe that there might have been a different tone on this. Now you're going to accelerate all of the chaos and violence that is in Haiti right now.
But Haiti is listed among those countries.
So,
I don't think Haiti deserves
the little
this.
bit of people that was able to.
Yeah, Haiti definitely doesn't deserve this at all. This is ridiculous. Oh my God, what is that? I don't think we've ever seen a super chat at this. I know we've never seen a super chat at this level. This is above and beyond from Icebreaker Gaming. Wow. I am taken aback by your generosity. Jesus Christ, we got your back, GSL. Just let us know how we can help with you continuing to do your great work. I will do my best to let you know how you can. This is very helpful. Write that down. That's incredibly helpful. Oh, God. Oh, it's beautiful. It was Randy Nuance involved in that donation? Oh, my gosh. Much appreciated. All right. But yeah, people in Haiti deserve to be able to come to this country that has done a great deal of oppressing of Haitian people, caused a great deal of problems in the country. It is ridiculous that we would block Haitians from entering the nation. But there's more people who are also upset about this turn of events.
Immigrant communities across the United States are reacting in shock to the president's sweeping new travel ban. Starting Monday, citizens from 12 countries, including Somalia, Yemen and Haiti, are barred from entering the US, and there are partial restrictions on travellers from 7 others. Trump said the restrictions were needed to protect against foreign terrorists. For Abdi Nasir Kahin, a former Somali refugee turned American citizen who is part of Chicago's Somali American community, the reasoning rings hollow.
There's nowhere the Somali people or the government in any way, did any subversion or anything against this country.
And in New York City's Little Yemen neighborhood, residents also expressed concern over the ban.
What exactly what threat does Somalia or Somalians pose to the United States? It's ridiculous. Oh my God. You people are amazing. Look at all the love in chat. I didn't even start a goal. I'm just going to count the goal. We're just going to call this the goal done. I mean, feel free to continue, but holy cow. Oh, Megastar with the beautiful, you are amazing super sticker. Loving that. Or Broomer. Let's all tithe 10% or 1% of Icebreaker Gaming. Hey, I'm all about that. All about that. You're all beautiful. I'm overwhelmed with your generosity. But seriously, all the Somalian people I know are just hardworking, just, trying to make it type of folks that aren't doing anything of any real problems, It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. All of these are just ridiculous.
It's been in the US for about a year.
Myanmar? Really? People who are currently dealing with living under military rule and ethnic cleansing, like multiple war crimes happening all over the place. Those people don't deserve to come to this country. It's disgusting. Come on.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
And works at Dubai Wholesale. He says the travel ban on all Yemenis will especially hurt people with green cards. And they'll be afraid that if they go back to Yemen to visit their families, they won't be able to come back stateside again. In Miami, Florida, Paul Christian Namphy is a community organizer, working closely with Haitians in Miami's Little Haiti.
Our community is devastated by this news. And a similar ripple is going through 19 communities, not only in South Florida, but throughout the United States, because this is truly a cruel act. And the INA, when it was rolled out in the 1960s under President Johnson in 1965, was very specific in preventing this kind of discrimination. And now it's back.
Afghans who worked for the US or US-funded projects and were hoping to resettle stateside expressed fear that the travel ban would force them to return to their country, where they could face reprisal from...
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, this administration is still complaining about all sorts of shit about Afghanistan and the Taliban and the failure during the Biden administration to pull out without any casualties happening, leaving anything behind. And we're just going to send back the people who helped us during... I mean, I have a lot of problems with the Afghanistan war, but... that doesn't mean we turn back our backs on the people who we promised things to. There's a volume mismatch. Is my voice too quiet right now? I can turn down the clip volume level. I appreciate that. Thank you for letting me know, Bob. I appreciate that. I'm trying to acclimate to the new situation with our news stream software that we're using. So it's a learning curve, and those sorts of reminders are going to help me out a whole lot. So thank you for that.
Taliban. Fatima, a 57-year-old Afghan women's rights defender, spoke to Reuters and asked that only her first name be shared for security reasons. She said her dreams were shattered overnight after Trump's order. According to the Migration Policy Institute, in 2023, there were just under 162,000 immigrant visas and temporary work, study and travel visas given to nationals from countries in the now banned visa categories. Legal experts believe Donald Trump's new sweeping travel ban will likely face legal challenges. The order was
illegal.
Okay, you know what I'm going to do? Oh my god, PB. With a beautiful super sticker. Thank you. I know it says thank you, but thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to start a chat just goal. Don't feel just for the confetti of it all. Just because hopefully this can be our first stream back after all this time. And I feel like we deserve chat confetti if we're going to keep doing this. But you know what you deserve? Oh no. Oh, I just realized I forgot to add the confetti to the... This is one of the problems. It took me forever. It took me many days to migrate everything over from one stream software to the other. I forgot to add the confetti in. That's making me sad. It's making me very sad. Ay, 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 ay. Charlie Martini. Super sticker of, what is that, a weight? Yeah, we gotta work out. That's right. Gotta stay in shape. Jesus Christ. This makes me sad. I don't have confetti for you. I could... There's a way I could probably add it in while we're streaming, but it's just a lot. Okay. All right, let's talk about another group of people who are
similar to a travel ban Trump implemented in his first.
Actually, wait. You know, we don't need to do that one. It's fine. Where did this go? There it is. No, that one. Yeah. Okay. Now let's talk about, let's transition to talking about some people who are having some legal troubles. One specific guy is going to be going to trial here very soon. One Mike Lindell. That's right. The Trump advocate, the Stop the Steal guy.
Even among the great frontier towns of Alaska, Whittier is unique. Road access is through a one-way tunnel.
What are you doing? Please shut up. There we go. Sue Fairy Dust B. So glad you're back. I'm glad to be back. I'm very glad. It's been very stressful not being able to stream. You can't imagine just how much stress that's causing me. When I can't stream, it makes me very upset. I don't know how, how people feel when there is no... I would assume some people are maybe sad when we don't have the stream. Feel like something's missing in their life. Believe me, I feel like oh my god, a massive weight is on my shoulders when I can't stream. Drives me crazy. All right, we got to talk about Mike Lindell. What he's been up to.
In Denver today, opening statements in the defamation trial of MyPillow CEO and President Trump loyalist Mike Lindell. He's being sued by a former executive for Dominion Voting Systems who said he faced death threats after Lindell spread false conspiracy theories about the company in the 2020 election. CNN Tony Sullivan is at the courthouse, spoke with the defendant. Here's his report.
Pretty good, huh?
So you're going live on Bannon now?
Yeah.
Live on Bannon.
You guys, what we decided at MyPillow, because we really do need your help.
This is Mike Lindell, the MyPillow guy, doing a live promotion for his pillow company on the steps of a federal court.
You know, I know Mike Lindell was at one time a crackhead, and I think he replaced crack with just bothering the world on the internet. Like, that's basically... feel like that's generally what happened. Oh, I forgot. Oh, there was one thing I wanted to grab from this. I never did it. Oh, I gotta do it.
in Denver.
We put everything back up there. The my crosses, you save 50%. We're turning that into resources for this trial.
Lindell is here to stand trial in a defamation lawsuit brought against him by a former Dominion voting systems executive.
So even when you're fighting in court, you're still doing the day job, promoting pillows.
Yeah, well, I have to. That's my job.
Yeah.
You know, my pillow has been attacked. I got to do commercials every day.
Lindell, one of the country's best-known election conspiracy theorists, is being sued by Eric Coomer.
How dare him come and sue my pillow? He's a scumbag for doing that. Put that in there. Scumbag. S-C-U-M bag.
I'm sorry, but this is what I need. I need this. You need this for a sound shot. I don't know. Is that a word? Is that a letter? Key as a key. What is key? What is key? What letter is that? S-K-U-M bag. This guy is a S-K-U-M bag. Oh, come on. I need this program to open. Stop being a dick. Stop being such an S-K-U-M bag. All right, I guess I'll have to do this later. Oh, wait. Wait for it. Oh my God. I take it back. No, don't wait for it. We're not doing this. We cannot. This is taking way too long. I want that sound shot. I need it. I'm gonna get it later.
How dare him come and sue my pillow? He's a scumbag for doing that. Put that in there. Scumbag. S-C-U-M bag.
Coomer and his former employer Dominion Voting Systems have been the target of election conspiracy theories dating back to 2020.
I have been in hiding in a secure location. I have not been able to return to my normal life since all of these baseless accusations came out.
A right-wing podcaster made a baseless claim that he had heard Eric Coomer on a supposed Antifa call talking about rigging the 2020 election.
By the way, I just want to say thank you to Jules T for this super chat. Here's the defenseless vulnerable. We have your back. Yes, indeed. As best as we can, we are here for you. Oh, goddamn. How dare he? How dare you come after Mike? So yeah. Little Mike Lindell's defamation trial is going to be happening here in the future. Meanwhile, there is another lawsuit that is now started over the arrest of New York Mayor Ras Baraka. Let's go to Democracy Now! Talk about that real quick. Yes, I know some of this stuff is old. This is from like 4 or 5 days ago. But, you know, I'm trying to get us caught up. There's so many stories I want to cover that I pulled out of here just because it's been like over a week since I streamed last. It's insane.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This week, Immigration and Customs Enforcement reported since President Trump took office in January, CBS News reports new data it obtained shows ICE agents have arrested more than 100,000 people. Conditions at the ICE-run Chrome Detention Center in Miami are so crowded that on Thursday, news helicopters filmed about 100 people held there as they formed the letters SOS and the Spanish word for free, libre. This comes as Newark, New Jersey Mayor Ras Baraka on Tuesday sued President Trump's acting U.S. attorney for the state of New Jersey after ICE agents arrested him last month outside the newly opened ICE jail run by Geo Group called Delaney Hall in Newark. Mayor Baraka was there with 3 Democratic members of Congress from New Jersey for an oversight tour, their responsibility. The complaint also names a special agent with the Department of Homeland Security's Investigations Unit as a co-defendant, Ricky Patel. Trump's Justice Department is suing Newark over its sanctuary policies, along with 3 other New Jersey cities, including Jersey City, where the mayor, Steve Fulop, is also running for governor. Newark Mayor Ras Baraka is also running for governor. The primary is Tuesday, June 10th. Mayor Baraka joins us now in our studio for an update. Welcome back to Democracy Now! We spoke to you soon after your arrest, but we didn't speak to you after you filed suit. Talk about who the U.S. Attorney, Alina Habba, is and exactly what happened on that day that you were arrested, Mayor.
Right. Alina Habba is the U.S. Attorney. She's the interim U.S. Attorney, used to be Trump's personal lawyer. She's the U.S. Attorney now, for a few more months. She came into New Jersey threatening the governor, threatening the Attorney General, saying she's going to turn our state red.
Illegal.
All of these things that have nothing to do with the U.S. Attorney's job whatsoever. I went down there for a press event. I've been down there since and before that many times, to make sure that they were, in fact, in compliance with our local and state laws, uniform code construction laws, that they, in fact, had a certificate of occupancy. And we're still in court battling about that, in fact. But, ultimately, they made a decision to arrest me down there unlawfully.
And explain what happened, where the Congress members were. Ultimately, Congressmember MacGyver has now been charged. Right. But explain why you were there, how you'd gone from the was it private property of Geo Group over to the Newark side where you're mayor?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened. I mean, I was allowed in to the property by the Geo Group. The ICE agents came. Well, they were there for a long time.
Yeah, we've been covering this since this happened. It is fucking insane. It's fucking insane. Not only did they arrest and detain Mayor Baraka, the Trump DOJ is now filing charges against a congresswoman for bumping into an ICE agent in the middle of a crowded group of people. I mean, it is ridiculous, and I'm glad that he's suing this Attorney General for New Jersey, Alina Habba. It is insane just how much Donald Trump has politicized in the last few months. Justice Department, the military, all sorts of stuff is not supposed to be politicized. He's doing it. He is doing it. Now, somebody else is apparently filing a lawsuit. A guy who just got out of prison. You might be familiar with one Ricky Tario, whatever his guy's name. I always forget his name. Enrique? Is it Enrique Tario? Whatever it is. Richie. We'll call him Richie. Leader of the Proud Boys is seeking $100 million in a lawsuit over the January 6th, basically suing the government for going to jail, for doing the stuff that he did, and having the government, file charges against him, I guess.
These are the people who want to hurt you. These are the people who want to hurt you. These are the people who want to destroy you.
For 4 years, we fought to defend our innocence against a relentless assault on our constitutional rights. Today, we defend no more. Today, we go on the offense.
What the fuck?
Offense. This is Enrique Tario, Ethan Nordine, Joseph Biggs, Zachary Real, and Dominic Pizzola versus the United States government. Specifically, the Biden administration and its ruthless campaign to rob us of our liberties and terrorize our families. And this is the first step.
Robbed of your liberties.
What I saw happen to the J6.
This is ridiculous, dude. Oh my God, their liberty has been robbed, and now they're suing the government, which they sought to overthrow violently. This is fascinating.
The first step.
What I saw happen to the J6 people, and in particular to my clients, indicates to me that there's a lot of muck that needs to be raked out of the stables of the Department of Justice.
Muck.
And I hope that this lawsuit is the first step to bringing back an equal application of the law to all American citizens.
And we want an equal application of the law? What are we talking about? Enrique just got a goddamn pardon and spent like what? Like, how many years in jail? Not that many. In fact, I don't even know if it was more than a year. A lot of these sentences didn't get handed down until, you know, the later half of the Biden administration. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And they're suing for $100 million. Who's going to pay that exactly? Who's going to pay for that? And in what way does what happened to them somehow, what do you call it, amount to the alleged suffering which they are claiming? Yeah, and somebody in chat's making a good point right now. Captain Homer, pardon is an admission of guilt. Yeah, it is. You know, in order to, if you accept the pardon, that means you accept that you committed the crime that you're being pardoned for. So, it is a weird vibe. Is that true? Ashley Babbitt's family got $5 million. It's fascinating. There's no way her life is worth $5 million. All right, let's get to the LA protests real quick here. Well, it's not going to be real quick because we're going to try and recap the whole goddamn thing. Because we haven't streamed once since it started. And it actually started on the same day that Enrique announced his intention to sue the U.S. government. Reuters will get us started. Wow, it's been 4 days of this already.
Riot police faced off against anti-ICE protesters in downtown Los Angeles on Friday evening. The tense confrontation came after a day of federal immigration raids across the city. Dozens of people were reportedly taken into custody. This eyewitness footage appears to show one such raid, in which caravans of unmarked military-style vehicles and vans loaded with uniformed federal agents streamed through LA. ICE agents targeted several locations, according to the Los Angeles City News Service, as part of President Donald Trump's extensive crackdown on illegal immigration. Trump has vowed to arrest and deport undocumented migrants in record numbers. Live video of the subsequent protest showed LAPD officers lined up on a downtown street wielding batons and what appeared to be tear gas rifles. Angelica Salas is the executive director of the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights.
Our community is under attack and is being terrorized. These are workers. These are fathers. These are mothers. And this has to stop.
Authorities had ordered demonstrators to disperse around nightfall. Early in the standoff, some protesters hurled chunks of broken concrete towards officers. Police responded with tear gas and pepper spray and also fired flashbang concussion rounds. An LAPD spokesperson said police on the scene had declared an unlawful assembly, meaning that those who failed to leave were subject to arrest. It was not clear whether there were any immediate arrests.
Okay, we're gonna try and go through the initial stuff as quickly as possible. Just because there's so much still going on with all of this. But the majority of people out there were being peaceful. Whatever the media is trying to paint the pictures of these protests as being broadly problematic is ridiculous. It's just people, just, you know, attempting to use their First Amendment right to protest and assembly. Free speech. There's more media people here than there are protesters in this shot. This was really early on. And, you know, getting towards, like, the evening time when most people had gone home. It was just mostly media people and, like, 3 people facing off with police.
Removing the...
Is wild. The sort of occupation of our streets by military and military-like police, tanks, body armor, and all this shit. You got a bunch of people with phones. Phones are the dangerous thing, is people getting the word out about fascism taking over the country. Signs also. Signs are dangerous. Nurses with signs and phones.
Illegal.
Trump really needs to get this under control. What does that even mean? He needs to get it under according to what? Should get himself under control. You know, Donald Trump should get himself under control and stop circumventing the law when it comes to immigration. You know, that's what he needs to get under control. I love how Forbes News posted a 50-second clip of just the same 1-second shot 50 times. Thank you, Forbes. So helpful. I'm not going to read all of this stuff. This is just some of the early footage. You can see federal officers throwing stun grenades and other shit at protesters. We pay for all of that. We give them our tax dollars to attack us. Seems sort of counterintuitive when you really sort of try and break that down.
Dressed for war, clutching onto armored vehicles through the streets of Los Angeles. It's images like these that are striking fear into migrant communities across America, where an already zealous immigration department known as ICE has been instructed to ramp up their raids and are doing so with enthusiasm. On Tuesday, 2,200 people were arrested, a record high. Protests against the treatment of migrants took place outside detention centres, with one gathering turning violent. Elsewhere, demonstrators criticised the arbitrary nature of the arrests.
Our community is under attack and is being terrorized. These are workers. These are fathers. These are mothers. And this has to stop.
The record total comes after instruction from the White House demanding that ICE arrest 3,000 people a day, even without warrants. But the approach has been criticised for denying basic legal rights.
They just told us right now that they're suspending all attorney visits, so they're denying access to us attorneys who are here to represent clients.
The chaotic nature of the new approach is epitomised by the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, wrongfully deported to El Salvador in March. A legal showdown between the courts and President Trump left him languishing in a notorious El Salvadorian prison for months. Yesterday, the White House announced they were bringing him back to face charges of trafficking undocumented migrants within the US, framing this as the next stage in a legal process.
So yeah, the Trump administration is supposedly planning to bring, I didn't remember that being in this video, but yeah, they are planning to bring back Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Now, he's been accused of a number of different crimes by the Trump DOJ. We'll see what happens with that situation, but it's more of the sort of back and forth, you know, they keep trying to see just how much they can get away with violating court orders, the law, the Constitution, whatever it might be. But I think that they have at least realized that it's not very popular that they are trying to remove people from the country without any due process. That aspect of this people really don't like. Honestly, it seemed like the police were the ones who were instigating this from the beginning. You know, people don't like having stun grenades and smoke grenades thrown at them, generally speaking.
Breaking news out of Los Angeles, where the FBI says it is investigating clashes between law enforcement and demonstrators. These clashes began Friday when crowds gathered around federal law enforcement officers carrying out immigration raids in that area. And today, right now, we're seeing police using tear gas and flashbangs to clear the crowds. California Assemblymember Jose Luis Salache, who witnessed what was unfolding there, is joining us now on the phone. Assemblyman, thank you so much for being here with us. I know you represent the area, Paramount, where we've been seeing some of this happen. Explain to us, describe to us what you saw today.
Correct. I've been here since 9 a.m. when we first saw the agents drive up to my community. I was actually on the freeway with one of the vans from Border Patrol, and then I did a U-turn type of situation. I followed them, and they were here in my community. There were 7 agents waiting to open their fence. Throughout the morning, there's about 60 different vehicles I've driven in there. 25 of them plus are Border Patrol logo vehicles, and then about 30 plus vehicles were unmarked vehicles, SUVs. And right now, I'm here with my community. There's about 60 Border Patrol agents. They're there with guns. They're there, they're having a staging process. Of course, community's out here strong, opposing these raids in our community in Los Angeles. I represent this district, and our community is strongly here opposing this.
And we're looking at live video while you're talking. I see a lot of smoke. There were some small fires, it looked like. In the distance from where we're looking at on this video, we can see people who appear to be gathered together, and we're seeing some sort of agents as well. We had a spokesperson from DHS saying that that these protesters were in a sense violent, that's what they're trying to push back against. Has that been your experience?
There's definitely a variety of demonstrators. I have to be objective here, and there's some people that are, of course, are angry or passionate about why the agents are here. And you have a variety of folks that obviously are here peacefully, and there are people who are a little more aggressive, and that's just being objective. But of course, community is upset of why they're even here in our community.
Right.
And I represent a very high immigrant, high undocumented community in my district, which we're proud of.
I don't know that every single one of these are, but if you look through these, a lot of these are just all smoke grenades. Who knows how many of them are littering the street. And, you know, there was, up to this point, the only people who are getting hurt are people protesting, right? Like, this was Friday, right? And nobody was getting hurt. Public was not in danger, but the police were already being heavy-handed. And essentially trying to stop people from utilizing their constitutional rights. All right, I'm gonna try and get us moving along on this because we have so many of these to get through. Now, by Saturday, Donald Trump decided to deploy the National Guard. They have been in LA since then, only further escalating the situation.
We have breaking news now. You are seeing protests erupting in the Los Angeles area tonight as law enforcement squares off with crowds protesting immigration raids in the city. For 2 days in a row, the LAPD has used flashbangs and tear gas to clear demonstrators. The Trump administration is deploying 2,000 National Guardsmen, a move California's governor called inflammatory. And the FBI says it will investigate protesters for interfering with federal agents. Let's get to CNN's Julia Vargas Jones now, who's with protesters who've gathered in downtown Los Angeles. And Julia, what have you seen so far?
Hi, Brian. Look, we are here outside the federal building in downtown Los Angeles, where protesters are saying, they don't want ICE in Los Angeles. They're chanting out with ICE, release the people that have been arrested. There are about 118 people that were arrested, according to the Department of Homeland Security, in the several actions that took place in Los Angeles this week. Some of them here in downtown Los Angeles, 3 of them on Friday, and then again today in about an hour south of downtown Los Angeles in the town of Paramount. That is where we saw some quite stunning video of protesters, community members stepping in and kind of stepping in the way of federal immigration officers as they were staging for a potential raid there. Brian, we are also hearing the calls for the release of, you can hear it from David Huerta, a prominent activist and union leader here in Los Angeles that was arrested as part of these raids. The National Guard, we are expecting the National Guard to arrive in Los Angeles soon after President Trump authorized about 2,000 of them to come in. Now, we also did hear from Governor Gavin Newsom his statement saying that he thinks that this will only fan the flames of these protests, which right now are quite small, even though these images I know are striking. Not sure if we have those right now, but earlier today in Compton, just near Paramount, where these ICE presence was known earlier today.
Okay. So yeah, that was like one of the first announcements that Donald Trump was sending in the National Guard to LA. Something that's completely unnecessary and unconstitutional. Hasn't been done for decades. And it's insane. It's insane. Let's go to KTLA 5's coverage from a few days ago. I think this was also Saturday. But yeah, this is wild that this is what we are dealing with right now. And somehow any of this response to the protests was even necessary. It just wasn't. None of it before police and the military got involved. There was no reason for it. It was people expressing their disagreement with the government, which is something we're supposed to have a constitutional right to do. Is the whole reason for the First Amendment. And, you know, they just, insisted on trying to disrupt people from protesting, essentially. And people did not like that. And things, I think, got out of hand quickly after that. Now, there may be some outside agitators involved. It's unclear, especially in the heat of all of this. It is hard to unpack. This was one of the live streams from Saturday night, I think it was. See, people had started a fire in the middle of the road. I think this was in the Paramount District. Which it was the place where this all, I think, to some degree started when protesters came to try and stop ICE from entering their neighborhood. The fact that they have barbed wire up and shit is insane. This already looked like a war zone. It is wild. Look at it, barbed wire across an LA street. It's fucking, it's too much. It's insane.
This is ridiculous.
It is ridiculous. All right, that was just the KTLA 5 live stream from Saturday. This is more from them. One thing I've been asking myself, and I know this number is changing rapidly throughout this process, but how much is this costing the government, right? Whether it's the local LA government, the state government of California, or the U.S. government, broadly the federal government, how much is it costing? Like one of these lines, it's got to be costing like $5,000 an hour or something. You know, you get 100 police officers all getting paid like whatever, $50 an hour. Saddle them with batons and grenade launchers and tasers and helmets and shields and whatever else. I mean, how much is this costing us right now? It's insane. It's fucking insane. It's so irresponsible. But then you involve the National Guard and the Marines. That probably costs even more. It's hard. I really wish I knew how much money has been expended up to this point. People in chat are saying $150 million. That sounds about right. It's a lot of money. Seems completely, which is, I just want to point this out. If that number, let's just say that number is correct. Okay, 150 million. The number of immigrants who've been detained in this recent ICE operation in LA, the number that I have heard is that 118 immigrants supposedly have been picked up. I might actually be overshooting it. I'm not sure if I'm getting that confused with a different number or just the people who've been arrested. But let's just say it's 118. That means that we're spending $1 million per person trying to defend this government's immigration policy, which is continuing to circumvent or blatantly disregard the law and the Constitution. That's what we're doing. We're spending $1 million per immigrant. Is that fiscal responsibility? Is that what is that what the United States voted for in this most recent election? Was to spend $1 million per immigrant that gets picked up by ICE? Is that going to make eggs cheaper? Think about that. And I'm rounding down right now. How is this merit based in any way? It's ridiculous. It is fucking ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
$1 million per immigrant, huh? Wow. I feel like we could have instead just given... Well, I mean, there's so many other things we could have done with that money, like ensuring people get health care or whatever, housing or food assistance. Rather than hurting people in communities in the United States, we could have helped them with that money. $150 million. Jesus Christ.
Chaos erupts here in LA County. Widespread immigration raids triggering protests from Paramount to downtown. And tonight, an unlawful assembly has been declared as President Trump announces he will be deploying thousands of National Guard troops here to Los Angeles. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the News at 10. I'm Rick Chambers. Major developments during a second day of violent confrontations between protesters and federal agents who are out on the streets trying to round up undocumented immigrants. As I mentioned, President Trump has ordered 2,000 National Guard members to counter that violence. And that angered Governor Newsom, who said that the move was purposely inflammatory and will only escalate the tensions. We've got team coverage tonight of these raids. KTLA5's Lindsay Pena is in downtown L.A. Sky 5 is over the situation as well. But let's go to Chris Wolf. He's in Compton tonight, where the clashes first erupted earlier. Chris?
Rick, unrest in Southern California continues tonight with more clashes between protesters and federal agents and deputies and police over expanding immigration operations. Take a look at the scene behind me. This intersection here in Compton has been the scene of several street takeovers, so it is a hotspot for activity. We've seen continual fireworks going off. The police chopper is overhead. Now President Trump says he is sending the National Guard to this region. Last night we were in downtown Los Angeles, as many viewers may remember. Earlier today we were in Paramount, now Compton, all volatile locations. Chaos and calamity rocked Paramount Saturday on the second day of demonstrations against federal immigration operations in Southern California.
It is insane to watch these militarily sort of apportioned
against federal immigration operations
police.
in Southern California.
Well, these guys may be in the military. It's hard to say. And they're probably actually in the National Guard, but they look so similar. Honestly, they are all wearing like military fatigues these days, pointing grenade launchers at unarmed people who are just using their freedom of speech. You know, it is gross. It is fucking gross.
KTLA was on the ground and in the air, capturing the explosive environment. The mayor of Paramount says tension escalated after U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, and other federal agents were apparently staging at or near a local Home Depot center.
And ICE is here, terrorizing the community.
Throngs of protesters gathered in the industrial area, sparking more clashes between law enforcement and members of the community. Crowds taunted authorities, with some people going so far as to block a U.S. Marshals service bus, while others hurled rocks and other objects at law enforcement vehicles, according to the L.A. County Sheriff. Federal agents responded with pepper balls, rubber bullets, tear gas, and flashbangs.
In the last several hours, unfortunately, the crowd has grown. We believe at this time it's at approximately 350, maybe 400. As the crowd has grown, it has become more violent.
A wooden pallet and then a car went up in flames during the unrest, sending black smoke into the air. The cause of the car fire is unclear. Federal officials say the government...
Yeah. This seems like a bad use of tax dollars. And the fact that the police are complaining that more people are using their free speech as if it's some sort of inconvenience to them at that press conference is ridiculous. It's like, it's very unfortunate that more people have shown up to voice their discontent. How dare they do that?
Illegal.
Let's go up to Gil Levis now. He's overhead in Sky 5. Gil?
Well, Rick, we're showing you here Atlantic Boulevard and Alondra Boulevard here. This is the second time today that the LA County Sheriffs have taken back this intersection. As Chris Wolf was just telling you, we see that burned out car in the middle of the intersection here with the law enforcement there. The Sheriff's Department have moved in and retaken the intersection here. Traffic is open on Atlantic, both north and southbound, but Alondra remains closed here. But it was quite a scene here just a short time ago when the county sheriffs here were further back, and let me take you up the street here. They were all the way back by the 710 freeway here when they were struggling with the protesters to get control of this street back. Again, you can see fire department coming into the scene right now, but it looks like a war zone down here. The good news is they've recaptured the intersection here, and it looks like they've so far dispersed the crowd quite a bit here.
Yeah, obviously we're having.
In the studio.
All right, Gil, I was just going to ask you, the crowd seems to be diminished considerably. Do you see anybody standing out on the sidelines just watching what's happening?
Yeah, there's quite a few people here at the gas station and down the street here west of Atlantic. You can see the crowd has kind of dispersed because of the activity by the Sheriff's Department. Now, the fire department, not sure why they're rolling into the scene right now. I could tell you there was a small fire that broke out near, in fact, you can see the smoke there still coming up out of the...
Yeah, this is just idiotic. I cannot believe just how much has been used to try and put down the protests. Like, what's the point of that? Is it to create a spectacle? It's honestly what it feels like in many instances. It feels like it's, intended to crack down on perhaps people thinking of protesting themselves. To instill fear in the public.
Demonstrators are hurling just about everything they can find at local, state, and federal authorities in Los Angeles. Chunks of concrete, chairs, water bottles, shopping carts, and garbage cans. But the demonstrators, met by tear gas, flashbang grenades, and pepper spray, appear to be getting the worst of it. It started Friday with what looked like a military-style roundup of suspected undocumented migrants in at least 7 locations, including a major department store, a donut shop, and a fashion district warehouse, where a federal judge found there was evidence the employer was using fictitious documents for some of its workers. More than 40 people were rounded up. Angry demonstrators then converged on the federal detention building where they were brought. Advocates for the migrants are furious.
Our community is under.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to skip ahead to a different video because we've seen so much from this already, like this day, I guess you might say. Because there's still so much happening and we're far behind on this right now. So let's just keep this moving.
Hello, I'm Nikki Schiller. Welcome to the program. We start this hour in Los Angeles. President Trump has ordered 2,000 National Guards into the city to counter escalating protests in a predominantly Hispanic district of the Californian city. It comes after a second day of clashes between residents of Paramount and border immigration officers trying to implement President Trump's policy to deport unauthorized migrants. Now, federal ICE agents used tear gas, flashbangs and batons to disperse the protesters. The White House border policy chief has gone to Los Angeles to personally supervise the operation, during which more than 40 migrants were arrested on Saturday. He warned that there would be zero tolerance of any violence or damage to private property. The mayor of Los Angeles, Karen Bass, said ICE was sowing terror in America's second largest city. While announcing the order deploying the National Guard, the White House said the administration has a zero-tolerance policy for criminal behaviour and violence, especially when that violence is aimed at law enforcement officers trying to do their jobs. These criminals will is aimed at...
Everything about this statement is hilarious to me. Oh, God. The Trump administration has a zero-tolerance policy for criminal behavior.
Illegal.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Oh, that's good. That is a good one. It's really, it's run the top, the head of the goddamn Trump and White House. The administration, the administrator of the administration is a goddamn criminal. 34 felony counts. He was convicted in a court of law, which makes him a criminal. Just because he didn't spend a day in jail over it doesn't mean he didn't commit the crimes and he hasn't been found guilty.
Illegal.
You know, forgetting all of the things that have actually happened during this administration that seem to be crimes, or at least contravening the law. But then there's the second half that also gets me. It's like, especially when, what, since when? I mean, I know they say it during, I know they said this kind of stuff during the election, but since Donald Trump came to office, he pardoned how many people? What was it, like 15? How many people were pardoned? The Jan 6ers. How many Jan 6ers got fucking pardoned? They all aimed violence at law enforcement officers.
Illegal.
Every single one of them. And yet we are to be told by the Ministry of Truth that somehow this administration has a zero tolerance policy for criminal behavior, and especially when it's aimed at law enforcement officers, unless the guys committing those crimes and that violence aimed at law enforcement officers really like Donald Trump, and then actually we don't give a shit. Oh my god. Series. Welcome to Galactic Individual. I see you've got a green tinted star, which must mean you've been getting your memberships from gifts. Was it 1,500? Yeah, I thought so. I thought it was 1,500. It's just a fascinating statement. Truly strange concept. Zero tolerance policy for criminal behavior from Trump, of all people.
Come on!
All right, let's go to CNN from 3 days ago.
Protect the federal areas first, like the federal courthouses, things like that, and that would be one possibility that they kind of serve as a shield, if you will, for those installations. But if they go into a direct law enforcement role, that would then be a violation of the Posse Comitatus laws, and that would be a problem.
All right, Colonel Cedric Layton, thanks so much.
In a dramatic escalation overnight, President Trump deployed the National Guard to quash ongoing protests in Southern California. His decision to send 2,000 troops to Los Angeles followed 2 days of protests against sweeping federal immigration raids in the area. Now, hundreds of protesters clashed with local police and federal immigration agents as law enforcement used tear gas and flashbang grenades to disperse the crowds, some of whom vandalized buildings and threw objects. Now, it's the first time a president had taken the rare step to take control of the state's National Guard since the deadly Rodney King riots in 1992. Now, overnight, California Governor Gavin Newsom called Trump's decision, quote, purposefully inflammatory, and said it would, quote, only escalate tensions. The president posting on Truth Social at 2:14 a.m., praising the National Guard.
Great job by the National Guard in Los Angeles after 2 days of violence, clashes, and unrest. We have an incompetent Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass, who were, as usual, just look at how they handled the fires. And now there's all caps, very slow permitting disaster. Federal permitting is complete. Unable to handle the task, these capital R radical capital L left protesters. Protests? Just the protests themselves are capital radical left. Okay. By instigators and often paid troublemakers. Will not be tolerated. Also, from now on, all caps, masks will not be allowed to be worn at protests. What do these people have to hide and why? Again, thank you to the National Guard for hiding your faces, as well as to the ICE officers also hiding their faces with masks. That is fine. Alright, I'm rambling and making shit up now. But yeah, it's fascinating that he's yelling about masks not being allowed while all of the people that he's sending to the protests are wearing masks. It's a little contradictory, if you ask me.
You know, I don't know what we got to do to make cops and military feel more uncomfortable about shooting people on the streets, but something's got to be done about that. For too long have we allowed them to, you know, play war games on our fucking streets. There is supposedly a constitutional remedy for this I'm not going to bring up right now.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
Let's see what Mark Wayne Mullen had to say on CNN.
President Trump is deploying 2,000 National Guard troops to California amid protests over his immigration raids. Just the latest huge development in a week that saw the president having a big falling out with the person who was his closest political ally, the richest man in the world. Here with me now is another Trump close ally, Republican Senator Mark Wayne Mullen of Oklahoma. Senator, thank you so much for being here. Starting with what's happening in California,
Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. The last time the National Guard was federalized was 1992 during the LA riots. Then it was done at the governor's request. In fact, the president hasn't unilaterally federalized the National Guard since LBJ sent troops to Alabama in 1965 to protect civil rights marchers. That's according to the Brennan Center. So my question for you is, why does this situation justify the president bypassing California's governor entirely?
Well, you got two issues here. You have a very weak, lawless, bleeding governor and Governor Newsom, who's not enforcing the nation's law.
Gavin Newsom, he's bleeding. What does that even mean, Gavin Newsom, a bleeding governor? I'm confused. What does that mean?
And then you had a Biden administration for the last 4 years that didn't enforce our immigration laws, which is why we need to pass this one big, beautiful bill so we can secure our border and focus on getting these illegals out of the country. Regardless of what they may be doing right now, they enter the country.
All right, that's enough of this interview. But suffice to say, Mark Wayne doesn't actually have a very good answer. In fact, no answer at all. He seems to have no response to the question of, why is it okay for Donald Trump to send the National Guard to LA without the request of the governor, something that hasn't been done since the 60s? And that time it was to protect rioters, not rioters, but civil rights protesters. It was to protect people's civil rights, you know, people from being attacked. And instead, this time he's sending the National Guard to attack Americans. But Mark Wayne has no response to that because of the bill, because of the big beautiful bill. That's why he's got to do it. That makes perfect sense, of course.
I don't want reality.
Thank you, Mark Wayne. Okay, let's see what Bernie Sanders had to say. He was also interviewed by Dana. Oh, Dana Bash.
I want to bring in independent Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont. Sir, thank you so much for being here. I'm going to start where I left off with the Congresswoman. What is your response to the fact that the president has ordered 2,000 National Guard troops to California?
Look,
illegal.
Donna, we have a president who is moving this country rapidly into authoritarianism. He is suing media who criticizes him. He is going after law firms who have clients who were against him. He's going after universities that teach courses that he doesn't like. He's threatening to impeach judges who rule against him, and he's usurping the powers of the United States Congress. This guy wants all of the power. He does not believe in the Constitution. He does not believe in the rule of law. my understanding is that the governor of California, the mayor of the city of Los Angeles, did not request the National Guard. But he thinks he has a right to do anything he wants. And I would say that to a large degree, the future of this country rests with a small number of Republicans in the House and Senate who know better, who do know what the Constitution is about. And it's high time they stood up for our Constitution and the rule of law. You know, we just celebrated a few days ago, June 6th, the American landing at Normandy, which began the invasion of Europe to defeat fascism and Nazism. Those guys died. They gave up their lives to defend democracy, not to have an all-powerful ruler in the United States of America.
Senator, you mentioned on a very different topic whether Republicans would stand up to the president. There definitely is some clashing.
I do love that from Bernie Sanders. It's an incredibly fair point. You know, talk about fighting for freedom while we remove freedom from Americans, step by step, piece by piece, here by the Trump administration. We're living in a really strange time, people. Really strange time.
Politically, internally, among Republicans on the president's legislative agenda, specifically the giant spending and tax bill before the United States Senate, in order to try to fix some of those internal GOP differences. Senate Republicans are eyeing changes to Medicare. We know there are also $700 billion worth of cuts in the existing bill to Medicaid. Is there anything that you and Democrats can do to stop it, since you just don't have the votes?
Well, let's be clear, Dana. What these guys want to do is, according to the CBO, throw 15 million Americans off the health care they now have, on top of the 85 million Americans who are currently uninsured or underinsured, and on top of the fact that we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people. As you may have seen, there was a report, a study done by Yale University and the University of Pennsylvania. They said 50,000 people a year are going to die because of their lack of health care. This impacts not only individuals, it impacts nursing homes, hospitals, it'll impact community health centers. And you know why they are doing this? They are doing this so they can give $600 billion in tax breaks to the top 1%, $400 billion in tax breaks to large profitable corporations. This bill is an outrage, and the American people have got to stand up and fight back.
Yeah, and this is absolutely something I've been thinking this whole time. This is, in my opinion, Donald Trump's attempt to distract the people from what he's doing with everywhere else, as well as the Trump-Musk feud that's been going on for the last week. Some of the things that Elon's been saying, I think, are very uncomfortable for him, and the fact that, you know, Republicans are struggling to sell this big, beautiful bill to their constituents, and they're getting a lot of pushback, even from Republicans. And, you know, this is easier for him, as he sees immigration as being one of his winning issues, and something that, you know, his voters have not abandoned him on up to this point. So, you know, we'll see whether or not that actually works. I think it's probably not going to do the trick. Let's see what Hasan's been up to over here. We're actually going to be go back and forth to Hasan throughout this discussion of the LA protests. He is, after all, one of our leftist LA content creators out there.
Fallout after federal agents conduct immigration raids across Los Angeles. We covered this yesterday extensively, but the situation has developed. Let's take a look.
Overnight, President Trump ordering the deployment of 2,000 members of the National Guard to Los Angeles in response to clashes between demonstrators and authorities over immigration enforcement here. ABC's Trevor Alt is in Compton this morning. Good morning, Trevor.
Good morning, Gio, and you can see some of the remnants of these very dangerous clashes that we saw play out for more than 12 hours. This is a police camera surveillance system that has been toppled over here. There's a lot of different police tape, remnants, glass, debris that is all in the street as these violent clashes continue. And this morning, we see a ton of law enforcement activity, different.
I think in some ways the media is like really exaggerating the response. Judging by what I've seen and what I have talked to about people that have been on the ground, like the media coverage around this is like definitely a little bit more exciting than the actual events that took place. Like they're not even necessarily against. I wouldn't even say that they're necessarily against the protests, because like you hear the same stuff that they did with the Black Lives Matter protests as well, where they'll be like, well, these are mostly mostly peaceful demonstrations and people engaging in acts of civil disobedience. But you know, every time there is a lit up car or a trash can or an overturned surveillance, like one of those like surveillance panels that they put up next to gas stations, the media comes in and covers it like it's the goddamn purge, like it's over, you know, it's bedlam, it's chaos. And I think it's not necessarily because like they want to really see how far the Trump administration will go in retaliation, but it's more so because they just want the views. Like if it bleeds, it leads is the mentality, and I think that's the reason why they're doing it. It's not that crazy. It's also one of those instances where like Trump is talking about deploying the National Guard or even potentially like, deploying the American military, right? The Marines, like Pete Hegseth, our defense secretary, the #1 DUI rapist in the country, threatened Camp Pendleton Marines in training, the best kinds of Marines, said that he would deploy them. But like, we were at the Deco Den. Okay.
Illegal.
Maybe 20, 30 miles away. And everything, like people, if you were to ask people on the street, like what's going on in Paramount, they would have no idea. And my point is, it's not a deployment of Marine style situation at all, because a deployment of a National Guard style situation would imply the entire city is shut down. Right? Like there's no world in which like there is an isolated protest taking place and people that are like there's popular community mobilization taking place against like unjust.
Yeah, like for instance, in the 90s when the Guard was called in during the oh my god, my brain just broke. The protests, oh my god, why can't I think of it? Jesus Christ. The Rodney King fucking riots, right? Like the entire city was shut down. And it's good to have Hasan's take on this since he's in LA, but you know, like he's saying, the whole city is not shut down. It's in a very small area. Back then, during the Rodney King riots, I mean, we're talking about, dozens of people who had been, I think, killed, tons of people injured, the whole city was basically on lockdown. So if we just want to talk about justification in terms of relative levels of unrest. I mean, what was started off on Friday was basically a nothing burger. It amounted to a traffic jam essentially, and Donald Trump just trying to use this as a political tool for himself. Columbia Rican with a sweet super chat. The Marines and National Guard called in due to a surveillance unit being toppled over. How much did that cost? What was Doge for? It's all fair questions. Seriously, though. All this is Huge waste of taxpayer money.
ICE action in one part of the city, but then the Trump administration is so excited. They're so excited. They're salivating at the prospect of like declaring martial law that they want to deploy troops instantly. Like, that's not how it goes. That's ridiculous. The media and right-wing grifters are acting like this is as big as the LA riots when the majority of the people are just protesting. It really seems like they want to exaggerate this to potentially justify going for that full city shutdown. You're wrong, Hasan. As a Paramount resident, everyone on Alondra was out for their community. In Paramount, I have video evidence of soldiers taking pics with a tear gas canister. In Paramount, chopper flew in to refill ammunition. Dude, I'm not saying that the government response isn't overboard. I'm saying that the government response is overboard for the actions that took place. Calm down. My point is, this is not like the citywide protest that unfolded after Rodney King, but they're trying to make it seem like it is. Okay, this isn't to say that people are not mobilizing. I just said people are mobilizing. Calm down. Anyway, we'll obviously talk about like how this started in a second.
Hasan will never give up on yelling at his chat. It's truly amazing. It's basically his job. It's just to yell at chat for like a good 3 to 4 hours a day. Like, his entire stream isn't taken up by yelling at chat, but like a good, 50% of it is. All right, this is probably a good place for us to take a break. This was from Hasan's Saturday stream. We're about to move on to Sunday now. Trying to get us caught up to everything. I mean, that's partly going to be what we're doing all stream tonight, is getting caught up on multiple issues we have not been able to talk about since the stream's been down for an entire week plus, really. I think it's been close to 8 days since I actually did a stream. It's been incredibly frustrating to me for multiple reasons, just because of how much important shit's been going on that I wanted to cover. The fact I can't make any money while that's going on. All of that combined has been frustrating me. But don't worry, we're going to get through all of it, or at least as much as we can here tonight. But don't worry, yeah, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Well, I do hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe hit that little bell icon too, so you don't miss any of the latest galactic content as it comes out. While you're doing all that, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself.
Follow the rich way, man.
So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, and memberships. Boy, oh boy, we probably got a lot of work to do on memberships. If we ever want to get to 19 sweet space emotes, we are not on Twitch right now due to multi-streaming difficulties. We'll try and figure that out later this week. But we do have Cash App and PayPal still, of course. Probably two good ways to help out galactically with the finances without worrying that YouTube and Twitch are going to take 30% of that money. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go onto Patreon and become a galactic patron. Just $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet space privileges and benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. That's right, $3 a month. Get you so much great stuff. I'm not even going to get into all of it. Just know that you could have already been supporting over on Patreon and having an avatar on the stream. I mean, how great would that? Just that. I mean, just feeling that support So many great things. Anyway, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. Okay. Oh no, I'm just noticing something I did wrong. I forgot. There's multiple things I forgot to do. I'm sorry. I'll solve it. I'll solve it over the next day. To those of you whose patron avatars are missing, I just want to say this. I am sorry. It's my bad. It's taken me a great deal of effort and time to repopulate the entire stream setup on a completely different streaming platform, and some things have somehow gone by the wayside. You know, stuff I intended to do that somehow just didn't get done. I don't know. It's a long, you wouldn't imagine, you have no idea just how many things I had to move over. Talking about hundreds of tiny little things that you maybe don't notice. But it's time. Time for us to get back to the show.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Hopefully it looks as good as it ever did. That's all I've got to say. Hopefully it's not worse looking than previously. Honestly, I don't have enough time to gauge it. There are a couple things I can't even do on this software that I could do on the old software. And so, I mean, hopefully it looks as good. That's as much as I can say. Hopefully nothing is, like, alarming to anyone in some of the tiny changes that have happened since then. I also tried to update a few things, too, but there are a couple of things I just cannot facilitate on this streaming software that I could on the other one. Although I do hear there are some ways to maybe do the things that I want to be doing, but it requires a lot of. And I just don't want to. I just don't want to overdo it right now. I just want to get back to streaming as much as possible. I do have a lot of stuff to still update or still transfer over. Okay, let's get to Sunday now. Sunday got even weirder. Donald Trump came out and said a whole bunch of other things, like voicing support for the arrest of Gavin Newsom.
Illegal.
I did a tremendous job. Okay, that's nice to hear. That really is nice to hear, because it takes a lot of effort.
Michelle Sindor's with us at the White House. I thought we were going to the tape right away, but let me bring you in first. You heard what the president has said. This was something that was raised by Tom Homan, his border czar, this idea of arresting the governor of California. What did the president say?
That's right. Well, of course, it's one of those wild days where we're just so much is happening all the time, Kate. And right now we do have the White House saying that at least in this immediate, imminent moment that there is no plans to arrest either the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, or the Los Angeles mayor, Karen Bass. White House officials have been telling me now if those leaders are seen as breaking the law, that they could at some point be arrested
Illegal.
and that they're not above the law. But they're saying at this point that there's no arrest being planned or any sort of discussions in that regard. Now, I do see video of the president walking off, so maybe you'll be throwing it back to him in a minute. Kate.
Yeah, let's take a pause here and listen to what happened.
Gavin Newsom he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it? I would do it.
I'd do it. I would do it.
Gavin likes the publicity, but I think it would be great.
I think it would be great, actually. Why not arrest a governor for no good reason, just not liking him? He's a nasty, nasty governor. Terrible job. He deserves to be arrested. Incompetent governor.
Look, I like Gavin Newsom. He's a nice guy, but
he's a great guy.
Incompetent. Everybody knows. All you have to do is look at the little.
Great guy, but very incompetent, doing a bad job.
Does that mean we can arrest Donald Trump?
Illegal.
No, I'm just doing the math. If we can justify arresting Gavin Newsom for incompetence, does that mean we can also apply that by like the transitive property here? Can we arrest Mr. Trump for his incompetence? I mean, if so, you don't know how fast I'll throw Gavin Newsom under the bus. If that means we can arrest Donald Trump for his incompetence, I'm all for it. Send Gavin to jail, okay? Send that, homeless encampment dismantling, Steve Bannon suckling weirdo to jail. As long as we can do it to Trump too, I'm all about it. As long as we can apply that same theory to Trump. Bye-bye, Gavin. Sorry, pal. All right, let's go here to KTLA 5 from Sunday. This was their 11 p.m. team coverage. Team coverage. Sounds sexy.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the News at 11. I'm Rick Chambers.
And I'm Mary Beth McDade in tonight for Korean Winter. We have team coverage of tonight's protests. We have KTLA's Lindsay Pena, Jamie Chambers, and Rachel Menitoff are all live on the scene for us in downtown Los Angeles.
Yeah, first, though, we want to start off with Gil Levis. He's overhead in Sky 5. He's got the latest on what's happening down on the ground. Gil? All right, as you can see on the right there, we've got what happened earlier on the left. It's kind of a dark image. It's hard to tell exactly. We don't have a lot of large groups that are still moving through the city at this point.
It's not a ton of people.
Small
it's like
groups that are giving the...
It's like 250 people, maybe a little more, and maybe less. It's hard to tell because there's not a full view of it. They keep panning back and forth.
A bit of a challenge. The LA Sheriff's Department
That's more
is
people.
Kind of taking over for the LAPD right now. You can see some of the skirmish lines there. Sheriff's vehicles blocking off the street. It could be a long night for the deputies that are out there. We'll see more on that a little bit later on.
Yeah, and of course the LAPD Central Division, they are sending out on social media that there is some looting going on at 6th and Broadway. Again, some looting going on.
Illegal.
And officers responding to that area.
And of course, what started as a peaceful protest against recent immigration actions earlier today and the deployment of the National Guard, that all suddenly turned violent.
Yeah, KTLA's Rachel Menitoff, she has been live for us throughout the afternoon and into the evening hours in downtown LA, in the thick of things. Rachel, have things calmed down where you are? I know you've been by the Federal Detention Center. Is that still where you're located?
We're still here, and things have calmed down quite a bit. LAPD officers, with help from LA Sheriff's deputies, have set up perimeters all around this downtown area, all around Alameda, Union Station. There's one right here behind us, a couple of officers who are making sure that people are
Dude, so much money is getting spent, just getting funneled into the police right now. Jesus Christ. This is so unnecessary. Police taking over entire multi-block sections of LA. So unnecessary. National Guard. It's out of control.
This is ridiculous.
She's right. It is ridiculous. You know who also thought that what's going on up here is ridiculous? One Claudia Sheinbaum, president of Mexico. This is her from Sunday. Had some comments for Mexican Americans, among other people. Oh, wait, is this one? Mexican men and women living in the United States are good men and women, honest people who went to the United States to seek a better life for themselves and to contribute to their families. They are not criminals. They are good, honest men and women. They have the full solidarity of their government. We disagree with this approach to addressing the migration phenomenon. We won't address the migration phenomenon with raids or violence. We will address it by sitting down and working on comprehensive immigration reform that considers all Mexicans across the border. That is our position, and it will always call for peace and nonviolence. Well, there we go. That was Claudia Sheinbaum saying that, you know, Mexican men and women who live in the United States don't deserve to be treated with violence by their government, and that their foreign policy as it relates to this issue of immigration will not include the acceptance of any of that sort of behavior. Seemed like a very calm message from Claudia, honestly. Pitchforks, Dragon showing up to use his Galactic membership message highlight, which is one of the perks of being a Galactic member on YouTube. And if everyone became a Galactic member, just remember this, everybody remember this, if every single person who subscribed on YouTube became a member, all of our galactic financial problems would be solved. Trump sending National Guards in for practice for June 14th. You think he's going to direct the military to take over the Capitol? I mean, like during the rally parade, whatever you're calling it, like the fascist military parade that we're doing in D.C. You think he's going to take it over so they take down the rest of the BLM signs? Guess what? I don't know if you heard this, but fake Dr. Phil. All right, I don't know if he's fake doctor, but he's a celebrity doctor, you know? Doesn't do a lot of real doctoring. And lately he's been doing less of the TV stuff, and now is an ICE agent, I guess. That's right. Talking about Dr. Phil McGraw? Is that his last name? I can't remember. Is it Phil McGraw? Whatever his name is.
Back now to Trump's immigration crackdown. A new CBS poll showing that while a majority of Americans support the president's goal, they are against his approach. And as Friday's clashes unfolded across LA, there was a familiar face, maybe one that you wouldn't expect, who was embedded with ICE agents during Friday's raids. It was Dr. Phil and his camera crew, who say that they got a first-hand look at the targeted operations, which ended with dozens of people being detained. He's expected to use that footage in an upcoming report, reinforcing a made-for-TV spectacle that is Trump's controversial crackdown. We have CNN chief media analyst Brian Stelter with us now. Brian, why was he there? And it's something that's highly unusual.
Yeah.
I think it really speaks volumes.
It's incredibly unusual. Oh, the volume is low. God damn it. Oh, I'm mad. I'm sorry, everyone. Oh, thank you, Mono, for mentioning that. Oh, but that made me mad. Okay. Oh, God. But I'm still trying to get used to this software. Changing the volume is just a little different. Not that much, really not that much different, but it's not in the same place as it was before. That's one of the things that's causing me some distress and like not remembering to do that. So good reminder. I can move it. I'm moving over here. There we go. That's actually way better. Okay, perfect. It's been a minute since all right. Volume solved, hopefully. Take 2.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Shift back now to Trump's immigration crackdown. A new CBS poll showing that while a majority of Americans support the president's goal, they are against his approach. And as Friday's clash.
I do think this is important. Then this is what I was saying before, is that even amongst his own party and of centrists who generally agree with getting immigrants out of the country, And while that group of people may have different reasons for wanting to get immigrants out of the country, they also agree that Donald Trump's doing all of this the wrong fucking way.
Come on!
And that's the thing we gotta point out, all right? I mean, me personally, I don't have a problem with immigrants. And I'm not among this gross group of people who think that, Donald Trump's goals are good. I think his goals are bad, and his implementation of those goals is even worse, right? Presents even more problems than the blatant racism and everything else they're using to blame all of this country's problems on, rather than focusing on themselves, who have been a huge part of why this country has just gotten worse and worse over and over again. By the end of this, Donald Trump will have, let's see. What is it? Not a majority, but a large portion spent, oh God, it's just so frustrating to think about. But like, Republicans have basically, they will have, by the end of this, have 12 out of, more than that. I can't do the math right now. 16. George Bush, 1 and 2, 8, 16, 20. Right, no, 16 out of 25 years, which will be a full majority of the years of the 21st century, which is just shown to really harm American citizens over and over again. Those tax cuts have really fucked us big time on keeping the government properly funded, as technically Democrats hadn't handed a surplus, budget surplus, to Republicans. And starting with George Bushy 2.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Republicans have been doing tax cut after tax cut. Meanwhile, spending more and more on military and police. Continuing to allow us to have a private healthcare system and all these other things. Not immigrants' fault. Immigrants didn't negotiate the, what's it called? The JC, not the JCPOA. That's the Iran thing. The Canada-Mexico trade agreement. What's the name of that again? God damn it, my brain is broken today. I'm so out of practice. I think no worky. Yeah, a good old wait, I just realized, what am I doing? Why did I switch? I'm talking too much.
Unfolded across LA, there was a familiar face, maybe one that you wouldn't expect, who was embedded with ICE agents during Friday's raids. It was Dr. Phil and his camera crew, who say that they got a first-hand look at the targeted operations, which ended with dozens of people being detained. He's expected to use that footage in an upcoming report, reinforcing a made-for-TV spectacle that is Trump's controversial crackdown. We have CNN chief media analyst Brian Stelter with us now. Brian, why was he there? And it's something that's highly unusual.
No, not NAFTA. That was under Clinton. No, the one after it. Donald Trump. Okay, hold on. Now I got to look it up. The DMCA. Yes, is that what it's called? Is that what it's called? No. Hold on. The USMCA. Yes, the USMCA. Thank you. That was the one that was under Trump's administration, not NAFTA.
These volumes about the administration. made-for-TV strategy here. They are focused on the visual spectacle, and not just this week. We could actually see it back in the first week Trump returned to office. Dr. Phil was out in Chicago. He was embedded back then on ICE raids. This time, he was embedded at the ICE field office in LA, hanging out with Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, getting what Dr. Phil's network calls exclusive access to Homan the day before the operation, then on Friday morning.
Oh my God. Donald Trump's love of media and TV is ruining America. It really is ruining America. This dude will turn anything into a photo opportunity and anything into a press conference. Like literally anything into content and clickbait for like, oh my God, for all of his supporters. It's just insane. And Dr. Phil's there for the whole thing. Dr. fucking Phil. The guy who my mom used to watch on Oprah. Say, oh, he's got some good ideas. Great, Mom. Thanks. All right. Let's see what the Rational National had to say about all of this on Sunday. You'd rather eat shit than meet Dr. Phil. It's a good one. Yeah.
Is everyone that has been arrested by ICE agents have a criminal record like those you've described?
Absolutely not. And I said from day one, January 20th, we will prioritize public safety threats and national security threats. However, we will enforce law.
That is Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, admitting on television this morning that, of course, they are targeting innocent people. So in this video, I'm going to get to the protests against the ICE raids that have been going on in LA, as well as the reaction from the Trump administration, and the reaction, at least so far, to what Trump is doing from cities as well as Governor Gavin Newsom. So first here, I want to just give you an example, a few examples of what has set average empathetic people off and why they are protesting what is going on. So here is one of many examples like this. And keep in mind, many of these examples are not caught on camera, but many of them also are because they are happening so frequently and in front of people. So this from Anonymous. Trump regime ICE forces assaulted and kidnapped a mother on her way to pick up her children from school. This is what they are doing all over the country.
How can anybody support this while these men assault this helpless woman? It's disgusting. What does this achieve in any of these people who support this? Is like, what does this achieve in your mind exactly? Like, do you get some sort of a sick satisfaction from watching this?
Don't be creepy.
Oh my God. It's absolutely terrifying. This is state-induced terrorism.
Horrible.
Think of the damage, not just on the individual, which of course is horrifying, but the psychological damage on her family. Even in the perfect scenario, let's say she is returned back to her family. She's allowed to be with her family. Think of the ongoing fear that she's always going to have now of just being out in public, out of fear that she'll be targeted again and have to go through this again. This is an innocent woman trying to pick up her children. Here's another similar example. This is from May 9th. Massachusetts police hold girl's face to the ground as ICE agents arrest her mother. This video is so disturbing that I don't think I could even share this on YouTube. I will link to all my sources, though, below the video
right there
in the description box.
Yeah.
But countless examples like this. And you saw the video at the beginning with Tom Homan saying, oh, we don't just target criminals, but we do enforce immigration laws.
We don't.
And they're also enforcing those laws.
We don't do that. Actually, we just don't like the brown people who are here without documentation.
At immigration courts, where people are trying to get their situation settled, they are purposely targeting these areas, unlawfully grabbing people up, abducting them, and shipping them off to other countries. And in some cases, to jails.
Yeah.
Completely innocent people.
Nah, it's disgusting, David. You're right. Hold on. I think there's another part of this video I wanted to watch. I think it's towards the end. Yeah, I'm going to go back over it. Up like 5 minutes. Here we go.
Trump was so concerned. He had to call in the National Guard. That's why that same day, here he is in the Situation Room, surrounded by his White House staff cheering him on.
Situation Room? That looks like...
Here's another image from the Situation Room.
Looks like
surrounded by his staff, and beside what I assume is Vice President J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
They're very concerned about the safety of the citizens of L.A., so they are ensuring they are doing what they need to keep everybody safe. So this was an unprecedented move. 2,000 National Guard troops were called in to squash the protests. It is the first time since 1965 that a president has activated a state's National Guard force without a request from the state's governor. The last time was when Lyndon B. Johnson sent troops to Alabama to protect civil rights demonstrators in 1965. Look at how far we've come. One time you had a president protecting people who were protesting. Now you have a president sending the National Guard in to squash protests. Freedom. So Isaiah Martin writing here, Trump is thirsty to change the subject from last week. I do think this is maybe part of it, though, considering it appears Stephen Miller is the one running the show. I would think it would happen regardless. That said, it's definitely changed the subject from the stuff Elon Musk was highlighting.
Yes,
as his
true.
former ally. But here's a great Trump quote. Masks will not be allowed to be worn at protests. What do these people have to hide and why? Except it's
this one dude's wearing a full
Border
face
Patrol
mask.
wearing masks.
Well, it goes over his eyes too. It's wild. Wow. Can you even do your job when you're wearing this? My God. I thought masks were illegal.
Illegal?
Why would you feel the need to do this?
Great question, David. Why would you feel this?
Unless you know what you are doing is wrong. If you were so proud of what you did for a living, why not just show everybody who you are? Let us know. Who are you? Show your face. Imagine going to work and having to hide your face at work because of how embarrassed you are about what you do. You could always resign. Do something.
It's true, they could resign. It's true, but they're having a very tough time. Getting that paycheck out of enforcing the fascist desires of the president. There's no better career than ICE agent available to these guys, apparently. Let's go to the streets. This was, I think, from Sunday. One Hasan Piker went to the ICE out of LA
What's up, everybody?
protest.
We are on our way.
There he is.
To Los Angeles City Hall at this moment. There is an ICE out of LA rally that is currently taking place after a tumultuous 2 days with spontaneous community mobilization against unjustifiable ICE raids that have taken place in numerous parts of Los Angeles, California. The reason why this is an interesting predicament is because Los Angeles is supposed to be a sanctuary city and California is supposed to be a sanctuary state. And yet, in spite of those two protections that are supposed to exist for undocumented and documented migrants alike in our communities, Karen Bass, LA mayor, and gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom, governor of California, have both demonstrated spectacular failure in the last 2 days and have allowed police to mobilize in defense of these federal law enforcement agencies. A big part of the reason why people are actually protesting is not only because they want to protect their neighbors, but also because a lot of these ICE raids are unjustifiable and, dare I say, potentially illegal. As you've seen all around the country, ICE agents will oftentimes conduct dragnet operations in the interior and arrest and potentially detain without due process as many people as they claim are undocumented as possible. In the process of these unjustifiable immigrant enforcement actions, they have even gone so far as to arrest the largest union, the president of the largest union in the state of California, the SEIU union president.
One thing that I keep thinking about during all this is how many of these people are going to get trials. Well, not trials even, but the constitutionally required immigration hearings, which are a different bar than an actual trial. But that is what people are, at least at the very bare minimum, afforded in this country. And I'm just wondering how many of these people that we are seeing before our eyes getting picked up are gonna be, extrajudicially renditioned, removed from the country without due process.
Was also arrested, and of course the people of Los Angeles and the people of California are out in the streets today on a beautiful day in sunny California. Donald Trump, in the aftermath of discontent coming from the streets, has decided to mobilize 2,000 federalized National Guard units from the state of California. And these National Guard units are currently deployed on the streets of Los Angeles in downtown LA, the location that we're heading to.
What is he?
They've been using escalatory uses of force, including tear gas and pepper spray and pepper balls that they shoot at lawful protesters engaging in the First Amendment protected act of civil disobedience on the streets of Los Angeles. Ironically enough, we as taxpayers are paying their salaries so they can shoot us with the paintball guns that we bought for them, using the gear and armor that also we bought for them. Not a lot of protecting and serving the community is happening in Los Angeles, is what I mean. Now, contrary to popular sentiment coming from some of the grossest individuals on the internet, we do stay out here. We go out all the time. We go to protests all the time.
Hasan is outside. It's true. And Columbia Rican is in the chat. The sweet, sweet super chat. These fascist thugs aren't embarrassed. They just know that what they're doing is wrong and don't want the consequences once the right loses power. Yeah. You're correct.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Rallies all the time. I've spoken at numerous rallies at this point. Today, we are going to try and offer some real-time coverage of what the protests look like and what the resistance from the federal government is going to look like to the Los Angelinos, showcasing their discontent with the actions of the Trump administration. Things are boiling up, tensions are high, but the vibes, I suspect, will be immaculate. Chingala migra. That's what I'm gonna say. That's my protest rallying call. This is a incredibly fast mobilization of a ton of people. I don't know what the actual total number is. No problem. in the rooftops. That dude's wearing a Hasanabi shirt. Hi.
I'm seeing some yeses.
Looks good. Fucking hot. Oh, okay, yeah, they blocked the highway right there. See if we can.
I'm down.
See if we can talk to some people down there. Oh, protest marshals are, well, not protest marshals. I don't know if they're super organized, but obviously there's people that are like opening up for one line to get through. Not entirely certain.
Honestly, though, it's great to have somebody in the midst of all of this doing what Hasan is doing. I gotta say, there's something about that. There's been multiple big things that have happened in LA recently where we have gone to Hasan for the on-the-ground content, whether it's this or the LA fires. You know, multiple instances we went to Hasan for content just because dude was like yards away from the fires. Sasha G gifting 5 sweet galactic memberships. Who got them? Earl of Laurel, the Parthenon, Going South, Atticus Among Us, and What the Hell. Well, I'm sure all those people appreciate your generosity, Sasha, helping us out. Got to get those numbers back up with the members. Of course, if everybody did things like Sasha G here, if every subscriber on YouTube became a member as well, our galactic finances, it would be smooth sailing, you know? Just a thought. It's only like $3 a month. Very affordable. Something we've done intentionally.
How organized this part of it is. But obviously, cops stopped the traffic all the way back there. Look, your point over there. Cops stopped the traffic all the way back there. I think once the cars pass through, the cops are going to most likely storm the remaining people that are blocking the road to try and arrest them. Oh shit. They're throwing stuff at the cops from above. I can't tell if that's protesters or if that's like or if it's tear gas. I kind of want to see what's going to happen, but I also am a little worried.
I think that one was a firework.
A good old-fashioned standoff of the Mexican.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna scoop ahead a little bit. This is a pretty long video. It's like an hour long. We can't watch this whole thing. There's no way. I have 200 videos in my list. There's no way we're going to get through all of them even. But I'm going to do my best. But if I just watch all of the Hasan live streams that I've got here, we're fucked.
What's up? Nice to meet you.
Dude, Hasan gets approached like 50 times during this video, by the way. A lot of Hasan heads in the crowd. Columbia Rican with another super chat. Did I see the psycho crap Asmongold has said about this specifically? I don't think so. I don't pay attention to Asmongold a whole lot. I did see a different take of Asmongold's about, I think it was Greta Thunberg. which was wild. It's not like he says a whole lot of normal things. Like there's not not a lot of moments where like, oh, Asmongold with a good take. Doesn't happen.
Give me a joke.
You don't watch Twitch? That's why. Are you on Twitch? Maybe. Maybe. Is your name Hasan?
Maybe.
Yes, it is.
Dude, are you like on Twitch?
Can I get a picture of you? Sure. Thank you. You're like, I don't watch that shit because I watch King. I watch Eating Rock. Is that what you're gonna say? Y'all started early, 15 years old. Yeah? Yeah, I've seen some of your shit before. Good stuff. Thanks, man. Oh, they're coming in.
They're coming in.
Oh, shit.
Probably move up further.
What's up?
Probably move up further.
We'll be all right up here, I think. We're not throwing nothing, except you get cops that. So I can look for her. Oh shit. Well, when you focus your attention on your
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? Wait. What's up? How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Are you on stream?
Yes.
Good.
What are they doing up there? Are they cracking heads?
Well, down here they had a bunch of cops earlier. They just had them lined up, and then right now they just started forming this one. And then over there they just wanted to.
Yeah, they're trying to push people.
But they're just throwing like the flash up in the air. I think they arrested one guy here.
Yeah, I saw.
But other than that, I mean, it's kind of hard to hold the line.
Yeah.
I'll see you. Thanks for your work.
Thanks for being here. Nice meeting you. Nice to meet you.
You see what I mean? A huge portion of this is just people going up and saying, "Hey, what's up, Hasan? Thank you for all the great work. You keep being you, buddy." Taylor Lorenz shows up.
Sergio just got here. He got shot with one of those pepper things in the chest, so he's.
Oh no!
But he's coming back.
Yeah, they are.
I know they keep shooting shit.
We had our first experience with a flashbang exploding on our head. It was fun.
Well,
I mean, it was kind of cool.
Be careful. I feel like it's not gonna get really crazy until dark, like later. I don't know. They're just kind of. I feel like it's a lot of people milling about right now. But anyway, I'll let you guys keep with the coverage. Stay safe. All right, bye guys.
All right, you too.
You on the front one?
Hey, look who it is!
We're going out here.
Are you streaming?
Tear gas is going. I'm on Instagram right now. I just got banned on TikTok.
Wait,
so
because
they're crazy. Yeah. So
This guy does the Jubilee debates,
down there. We were
right?
just in front of the police. So
Yeah.
they did a little bit of
Something
gassing,
or other.
and they're continuing to push people back, but everyone's remaining strong. So
Good.
just got to make sure that we keep it up. Are you trying to get down there?
I was down there. We back.
Okay, hold on. Like I said, we can't watch this whole thing. Just can't do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
And the motherfucker can't even treat you like a human being. Very strange phenomenon. Any other circumstance, with any other profession, with any other profession, there's no world where you just go, hey, can you help me out? And then the other human on the other side goes, F you. And like, it's his job. Hi. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
Guys, I'm his biggest fan.
Guys, I am his #1 fan. Chat, I'm better than you right now because I am with Hasan. This is the vibes of this whole video. All right, here's Hasan leaving.
After all that,
That was great. Very sweaty and tired, but overall it was.
I think it was worth it.
That was great.
I think it's always good to show the live, uninterrupted, unvarnished, unedited,
yes,
real-time experiences,
yes,
so that people who don't go to stuff like this can get a perspective of what it's actually like.
Yeah.
Because I do feel like ultimately, this isn't to say like the media does this on purpose, like they're nefarious, and they showcase like, you know, all the worst aspects of it, or they try to make it seem like it's significantly more violent than it actually is, or anything like that. It's just like you have a 5-minute spot, you're gonna focus on like some of the high notes, and it's always gonna be like burned cars and things of that nature.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, they have been sensationalizing this protest, sort of adding to the problems rather than detracting from them, reporting the whole, the whole spectrum, if you will, rather than, as Hasan just said, the highlights. Probably be more responsible. Okay, we're gonna go back to Hasan in a little bit, but. Yeah, other things to get through before we get to that. I'm trying to do it all in chronological order, which we would have been doing this whole time if the stream had been functioning. That would have been nice. I wouldn't have to try and jam all this into one stream. Around the same time, old Gavin Newsom had some things to say about Donald Trump and Donald Trump wanting to have him arrested. Gav. Your CNN from 2 days ago.
A fourth day of rallies and protests on the streets of Los Angeles. The situation calm at this hour after a weekend that saw repeated clashes between protesters and police. Multiple cars were burned, dozens were arrested. The LAPD says that some officers were targeted with a Molotov cocktail and others were rammed by a motorbike. As we watch protesters face off against police, another tense standoff unfolding between President Trump and California Governor Gavin Newsom over the weekend.
Rammed by a motorbike. These poor cops. A motorbike, you say? You mean like a moped or something? Oh my God. Going like, what, 20 miles an hour? Something that weighs like 20 pounds? Come on.
Come on!
They're also like crying about water bottles.
After Homan suggested that California's Democratic leaders could face federal charges if they interfere with immigration raids. And now, President Trump making it clear just how he thinks Homan should respond.
Gavin Newsom he's daring Tom Homan to come and arrest him. Should he do it?
I would do it.
Tom, I think it's great.
It's okay that he's very incompetent.
I think it would be a great thing. Governor Newsom very quickly responded to those comments from the president. He wrote this, quote, "This is a day I hoped I would never see in America. I don't care if you're a Democrat or a Republican. This is a line we cannot cross as a nation. This is an unmistakable step toward authoritarianism." This afternoon, California announced that they're suing the federal government after President Trump authorized the deployment of those thousands of National Guard troops to the streets of LA without the governor's consent. The Trump administration claiming the troops are necessary and contradicting state officials who say that they have the resources they need.
What you're seeing is we're behind the LA
team coverage. Our panel is going to weigh in just a few moments. We're going to start with CNN's Kristen Holmes outside the White House, CNN's Jason Carroll in LA, and CNN's Natasha Bertrand, who's standing by at the Pentagon with some new reporting. Jason, I do want to get to you first because this was the official appointed hour for the beginning of some of these protests for today. What are you seeing and hearing on the ground right now?
Well, the protests have gotten underway. We're right here, if I can set the scene for you, at Grand Park. It's just in the shadow of City Hall in downtown Los Angeles. There were several hundred people here, or even more than that, Casey, who have gathered here, all in part to pay tribute to David Huerta, the president of the SEIU, the Services Employee International Union. This is a man who was taken into custody just a few blocks from where we are now in the Garment District on Friday. The union says, Casey, that he was out here trying to protect the rights of migrants who were being taken into custody during an ICE raid. Of course, the federal government saying that this is not what happened. They're saying that what Huerta did was obstruct their efforts to take into custody people who are here illegally. And so what we've seen is a number of people here who are gathering. They're saying by taking him into custody, that is making a tense situation even worse. And of course, law enforcement does not want to see a repeat of what they saw over the weekend. You had some dozen people who were arrested.
It is fascinating that they decided to go after this guy. They continue to talk about they're going after criminals. Meanwhile, they're going after people who work for unions, you know, have regular jobs, moms, people who you generally don't associate with crimes. Can't remember, what did they talk about Gavin again? At some point, I could have sworn to get back into it. Whatever, it's not super important. Let's go on. This is some of the KTLA5 coverage of the protests happening on Sunday.
Hi, we're back here with a group of protesters here in downtown Los Angeles. As I mentioned, excuse me, they gathered here just a half hour. Tell us your name.
Sure, I'm the Reverend Omega Burkhardt. I serve Neighborhood Unitarian Universalist Church in Pasadena.
Thank you. You were here holding hands right now. You say that your goal here is a peaceful protest. Talk to us about what your message is.
Sure. I'm here part of an interfaith group of clergy from all over the Los Angeles region. We're here to show that protesting peacefully is one of our sacred rights as humans. We're here to support this community, our broader community here.
Sure. No, wait. Sorry. There's a car coming in the middle of the road. We're gonna back up. Rolo, let me back you up this way. I just want to make sure our photographer is safe.
They trying to paint y'all out to be a bad.
Rolo, come this way.
I mean, it just seems to me like this is completely unnecessary. Why did Why did this police van need to go through this interview? Like, what was the necessity of this that you know, warranted this van decided to drive through a group of people? Like, come on.
Changing so quickly, guys. So I want to make sure that our photographer here, Rolo, is safely a distance away. As you can see, people are throwing things as these vehicles are coming by. Earlier, we did see people throwing things at these federal vehicles, as well as slamming objects into them. So we just want to make sure that we're keeping a safe distance. Thank you, Reverend, for walking over here. Okay, we're seeing the scene around us here, and I wanted to talk to you again about, you said this is a peaceful protest. That is the goal. Talk to us about
that. Is the goal. Our clergy is here to help provide spiritual support for the people who are protesting. We understand people are upset and angry, and they have every right to be. We really do understand that. I feel that as well. But we're here to show that we can protest this peacefully as a people united in our faith, whatever tradition that might be. And we're here to support the people in their anger and their frustration, because we are all interconnected, and we want to be here for that support.
We saw just a few moments ago when we were were live on air, people throwing things. One man had an umbrella and he was hitting those vehicles as they were trying to make their way towards that federal building. We also saw yesterday the scene unfolding as many protesters were peaceful, but the agitators, there was violence. Talk to us about your reaction.
You know, it is gross that we have images like this, you know, all these military vehicles in the middle of a city going after Americans. It's disgusting. All right, we're not going to watch this whole thing. Let's talk about the Marines who have now been mobilized to California. Will in Detroit with Galactic monthly membership highlight.
Sources tell CNN that more than
highlighted message, Chinga la Migra. Free Palestine. Both phenomenal messages. Thank you, Will.
Sources tell CNN that more than 700 U.S. Marines, more than 700 U.S. Marines have been mobilized to respond to protests in Los Angeles, some of which turned violent over the weekend. One county official called last night, quote, probably one of the most volatile nights in the city's recent history. Police declared all of downtown Los Angeles, an area of about 5 square miles, an unlawful assembly area after a third night of protests turned violent. The Los Angeles police chief late last night saying, quote, this violence that I've seen is disgusting, unquote. Some of the protesters, or more accurately, rioters, shot commercial-grade fireworks at law enforcement officers. Others set self-driving cars on fire. CNN witnessed police using flashbangs and tear gas to disperse crowds. Police arrested 27 people just yesterday alone. All of this started on Friday. That's when immigration...
Whoa, someone who I don't even recognize in chat. Rich P sending 5 sweet Galactic memberships as gifts to the community. That is beautiful. Thank you, Rich. Who got them? Decipher, Schmegley, Michael Reich, Love, and Vicky. 4 or 5 of those people, I'm fairly certain, were in this chat at one point today. It's beautiful, and I appreciate your generosity, Rich.
Customs Enforcement, or ICE, workplace raids in LA. The Department of Homeland Security said operations in LA last week resulted in the arrest of 118 undocumented immigrants, including 5 gang members and others with prior criminal histories of drug trafficking, assault, cruelty to children, domestic violence, robbery, and alien smuggling. The roots of this aggressive ICE activity last week may have been seen last month when top Trump aide Stephen Miller, sources tell CNN, demanded that immigration agents ramp up deportation efforts and seek to arrest 3,000 undocumented immigrants a day. 3,000, that's triple the number of daily arrests from the early days of Trump's term.
You know, this freaking villain, I mean, this fake-ass Voldemort motherfucker right here is just, you know, much of this, in my estimation, is coming from him. You know, he seems to want to inflict as much pain on people that he does not like. And, you know, it's insane that they're putting, you know, these ridiculous quotas. Like, get rid of as many criminals as you find, okay? If we really want to talk about numbers here, right? If there are undocumented migrants who are actually committing crimes that can be proven in a court of law, you know, like, but there's no way that amounts to 3,000. per day. This is just an arbitrary number that they are using. And I mean, I'm just making this argument just as like I'm just trying to steelman this argument into whatever. I mean, it's not even the right usage of that term. What am I trying to say? Trying to say that I don't agree with what they're doing, generally speaking, but there's no way that 3,000 a day is warranted. It is just an arbitrary number that they're using to just ramp these things up and to be able to put onto headlines somewhere for, you know, groypers somewhere online on Rumble or whatever else, on Truth Social.
In response to the ICE action in LA on Friday, some protesters began gathering outside the Metropolitan Detention Center. But as day turned to night, things got out of hand, not only downtown, but about 10 miles east in Paramount, California. Now, law enforcement says that protesters moved in on them and officers used flashbangs to disperse the crowd. The FBI's Los Angeles field office announced a $50,000 reward for information on a man that the LAPD says assaulted an officer and damaged property. Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass said ICE gave city officials no warnings of these raids, which made it difficult, if not impossible, to plan for quelling any spontaneous protests. Then on Saturday, President Trump took the rare, major step of deploying the California National Guard.
You know, and I've heard now multiple occasions, I think it was after this, but at one point the California or the Los Angeles police had to protect the National Guard. And I think that is ridiculous. There's no way that LA should be spending money to protect the National Guard. If anything, those police should be protecting the citizens of LA, not the National Guard. Fuck the National Guard. Protect the LA-ites. What do we call them? There's whatever. Los Angelinos.
Despite the objections of the Democratic governor of California, Gavin Newsom. This was the first time a president called in the National Guard without a state's request or consent since Lyndon Johnson did it in 1965. President Trump yesterday told reporters that any violence against any law enforcement officers is unacceptable.
I have a little statement. They say, they spit, we hit. And I told them, nobody's going to spit on our police officers. Nobody's going to spit on our military, which they do as a common thing.
Trump offended there by the notion of spitting on police officers or military while protesting immigration enforcement. He says that's not okay.
Not okay.
We would be remiss if we did not point out that it was just 4 months ago that the very same president pardoned a different group for beating police officers.
I did everything right and they indicted
to object to the
me.
2020 election results. You will never hear Trump or top deputy Stephen Miller call that attack on January 6, 2021 an insurrection, but Stephen Miller did use that term.
Yeah, that, you know, the hypocrisy is so rampant. I just don't understand how anybody like can be a Trump supporter at this point, like, and respect themselves in any possible way. They have gone back and forth on so many different issues. It is ridiculous. It is genuinely wild. Rich P deciding to become a galactic individual yourself, a brilliant idea. And if everybody decided to do that for themselves, we would have all of our galactic bills paid for on a monthly basis. You would all get sweet, sweet benefits by being galactic members on YouTube. You know, and we try and keep it pretty reasonably priced. $3 a month. Same thing for Patreon. So if you're not on YouTube, you can be a Patreon member. Because there's different benefits. It's basically a Sophie's choice. I mean, you have to pick one or the other. Or I guess, I mean, some people do both. I do know some people who do both. But, you know, choice of benefits. And maybe just go for both, you know, so you get everything. You get the best of all the worlds. You get the emotes, you get the avatar, the shout outs. I mean, come on.
Come
PB using her highlighted membership message of 5 months now. Impressive. GSL, chat, mods, great space. It's true. All of these things.
Described the protests in Los Angeles, calling it, quote, an insurrection against the laws and sovereignty of the United States.
Jesus Christ. What do words even mean anymore?
Precision of language. Please.
Like, seriously, what the fuck do words even mean? They just keep saying random words. Just incredibly inflammatory language that they use around just everyday things. It's an invasion. Nope, sorry, it's just immigration. So they both start with I guess. All right, that's enough Jake Tapper for me. Probably for everyone here. Let's talk quickly about the lawsuit over Donald Trump's deployment of National Guards, regardless of the desires of LA and California officials.
We'll never know what might have been had the president left our state and local authorities to continue the important work they were already doing and were more capable of doing. What we do know is that what we saw yesterday happened after the president's unnecessary, counterproductive, and, most importantly, unlawful order. Trump and Hegseth jumped from 0 to 60, bypassing law enforcement expertise and evaluation. They threw caution to the wind and sidelined strategy in an unnecessary and inflammatory escalation that only further spurred unrest. Let's be very clear, there was no risk of rebellion, no threat of foreign invasion, no inability for the federal government to enforce federal laws. We don't take lightly to the president abusing his authority and unlawfully mobilizing California National Guard
illegal
troops. As a result, I, in partnership with Governor Gavin Newsom, are suing President Trump and asking the court to set aside the president's unlawful action federalizing the California National Guard.
There we go. That was California's AG, Rob Bonta, saying that he, along with Gavin Newsom, are filing a lawsuit against the president for his illegal use of the National Guard without the express desire of the governor. What this lawsuit will bring us, I do not know for sure. At some point, hopefully, one of these legal actions will stop what Donald Trump has been doing.
Just to give you a sense of how out of control some of these cops have become. This is footage of Lauren Tomasi, an Australian 9 news reporter. This is on Saturday. You can see they're on the sides of the sort of the conflict where press usually hangs out and watches. And I want you to pay attention to the upper left hand corner just underneath the 9 News logo as this video continues. And you will see a police officer essentially shift his gun and aim it right towards what is clearly a reporter doing a stand-up report.
Rubber bullets at protesters, moving them on through the heart of LA. You just shut the fuck up.
So can we go like scroll over that slowly a little bit? You can see the wider shot here. There's a few angles, but
look at the last, it's the last guy right there on the edge. And he's just turning and, you know, they're surrounded by people with cameras. It is quite evident that's where the press is. You'll see every other cop is facing the other direction.
We need to get rid of qualified immunity.
He just
We need to 100% get rid of qualified immunity for police officers. We continue to enable them to just behave like fucking psychopaths on the streets with impunity, and it is fucking ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
Why should this journalist get shot? What's the point? Why should police not receive punishment for doing crimes? Like, in what instance? Like, if you did this in public, you'd be going to jail.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And yet this fucking cop gets to just, just target people he doesn't like journalists, apparently, or women. I don't know, but it's ridiculous that this guy felt somehow that this is acceptable behavior.
Hires. That's Lauren Thomasai of 9 News Australia, which is a CNN affiliate. I mean, also,
and shame on the affiliate for calling it crossfire.
Yeah.
I mean,
wow, I
have
didn't see
a backbone, please, for your own correspondence.
They're non-lethal rounds, they're called, but people have died from rubber bullets before, so it's less lethal rounds, and that's at incredibly close range. To be hitting her with that rubber bullet, just unbelievable.
Meanwhile, Tom Homan, now he's in like sort of quasi-military fatigues. He has switched his outfit, if you'll notice.
Costume party.
And it's just like, it honestly looks like, it almost looks like he's gone to one of those Army Navy stores, but not even. Yeah. It really just sort of like the clearance rack at like Old Navy.
It's Buster Bluth's Army outfit.
And or it's sort of like what they had
Pro Shop
at the LL Bean factory outlet or something to that effect.
Camo collection.
And here he is on this is today on MSNBC. Again, we already mentioned that the head of the SEIU, or I should say, President David Huerta, and he was protesting, has been detained, as far as I can tell, for like 2 or 3 days now.
Maxine Waters tried to get into a federal facility to see her, which she should be able to do as a member of Congress, and we'll show the video later, but the door was slammed in her face.
All right, here's Tom Homan.
Is everyone that has been arrested by ICE agents have a criminal record like those you've described?
Absolutely not. And I said from day one, January 20th, we will prioritize public safety threats and national security threats. However, we will enforce law. I may prioritize my...
Absolutely not. We went after criminals, and then we were like, geez, it's really hard to find criminals. Let's just grab moms and union leaders and other people just going about their normal lives like students and other non-criminals. It's just as good. Our racist supporters actually like it, so we're gonna keep doing it.
Life over my work doesn't mean I ignore my work. We're going to force immigration law. We've been honest about that from day one, especially in sanctuary cities where we can't get the bad guy in the safety and security of a jail. They release him to the street. Well, we got to go to the street and find them. And when we find them, many times they're with others. Others are in the United States illegally, may not be a criminal target, but guess what? If ICE is there arresting that bad guy and other aliens are there, we're going to arrest them. That's what sanctuary cities get. They put us in the neighborhood, they force in the neighborhood, this is what happens.
To be clear, it's not even clear that or obvious that they've arrested anybody with a criminal record.
Seriously.
I mean, supposedly 300 Venezuelans sent down to CCOT were criminals, and as of now, like 268 have been shown not to have had a criminal record. So this is, it's unclear that there's any criminals that are being rounded up. It's just absurd. And the idea that they're going to a Home Depot where undocumented folks hang out to get day jobs.
We must.
This is a prime example of the fact
stop the tile from being grouted. Cannot allow the floors to be done. That will make America better. Okay. All right. Now, let's see. As of a couple of days ago, Donald Trump said that 2,000 more troops were going to be going to LA. Apparently to, I guess it was Gavin Newsom. I believe they had a perfect phone call.
The governor of California says that President Trump is deploying another 2,000 National Guard here to the city of Los Angeles. That would come on top of 2,000 already deployed, 300 of whom at least are already here. Some of those are actually right there behind where I'm standing here outside the federal building here with those California National Guard. As you can see the music, you can see the crowd has been building here, maybe another 100 or 200 people here just as we've been speaking in these past few moments. End of the day, work is out.
At this point, and this is a joke, but at this point they are going to try and turn LA into Gaza. They're going to put a blockade. No more aid for LA. No trucks allowed into LA until they allow ICE to do illegal extrajudicial renditions of people in the United States. No more aid for you. Gonna start bombing LA every night when people are sleeping. All the citizens who die, those are just human shields that the immigrants are using.
We're now getting around 5 o'clock. Congressman Adam Kinzinger joins us now, obviously former congressman, also retired lieutenant colonel with the Air National Guard, and John Miller, our chief law enforcement analyst, both with us. Congressman, may I just start with you because of this breaking news? When, you know, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of understanding exactly what numbers Governor Newsom is putting out there, whether he's now talking about possibly 4,000 National Guard coming here to LA or not. That number would vastly exceed any number of protesters that we've seen. Some of the National Guard here already are standing behind where we are. As someone who served in the Air National Guard, how troubled are you by the use of the National Guard right now?
Look, this is very troubling because, look, what you're looking at, they have California National Guard shields, but you are not looking at California National Guard troops. You are looking at U.S. Army troops. They were activated by the President of the United States under Title 10. They are no longer National Guard. They're no different than the 82nd Airborne. They have no law enforcement capability legally. That's why they're stuck guarding federal buildings. Same with the Marines, and same with the 2,000 additional activated troops. That's now U.S. Army. There are 4,000 potentially U.S. Army troops. They're not National Guard.
Yep. The occupation is complete. Thousands of Army troops are going to be in LA, even though they have no actual law enforcement capacity. So it's just an occupation. It's a military occupation of one of America's largest cities. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Nothing about this makes any sense. This is not a good use of, you know, our tax dollars. This is just an attempt to scare people from protecting the rights of their neighbors and friends and loved ones and themselves.
Explosive confrontations in Santa Ana tonight between protesters and police after a number of ICE raids in Orange County. The violence erupted this evening outside the federal building in Santa Ana where crowds began to gather.
KTLA's Carlos Salcedo is standing by live with more on the growing unrest. Carlos.
Micah, Sher, good evening. Things still very tense here in Santa Ana where police are facing off with a few dozen protesters here. Of course, the crowds were larger in the last few hours. They have gotten a bit smaller, but you see the skirmish line. We're right behind the skirmish line. Protesters setting off fireworks at the moment. We are on 4th and Broadway, but this is what we've been seeing all night. Fireworks being tossed by protesters and then law enforcement responding in kindly.
They're responding in kind. The fireworks are going upwards. The police are shooting forwards at protesters. Seems different to me. Sorry, we don't need all of this. This is from over a day ago. The Ho to Know, the super chat. Thongs out, bongs out. Thongs out, bongs out, indeed. Exactly, like Schmegley says, it's very patriotic. This is a patriotic thing. America loves fireworks. America, fuck yeah! Like, come on. What is unpatriotic about, you know, lighting off some fireworks at a protest? Using your First Amendment and your freedom. Okay, let's go back to CNN, I guess. This is from yesterday. Tom Homan went on to CNN for a little interview with Caitlin Collins.
Trump officials are also watching what is happening right now on the ground in Los Angeles. President Trump's borders are. Tom Homan is actually there on the ground. And as we've been talking about why the National Guard has been deployed, what the White House's basis is for that, we asked him about that. We're going to continue to watch what is happening here on the ground, keep these pictures up. But I also want you to listen to what Tom Homan's rationale was for why they have deployed the National Guard and hundreds of Marines to the scene that you're seeing now. Being here, what we're seeing right now is the first time since 1965 that a president has actually activated a state's National Guard without a request coming from that state's governor. Why was that necessary here?
Upset Governor Newsom and the Democratic leaders of California weren't quick enough to act. I mean, I've been here since Wednesday last week to initiate an operation.
This is so stupid.
And things got out of control quickly Friday night and Saturday.
It's Democrats' fault Donald Trump is breaking the law because Gavin Newsom didn't get the police to crack down on protesters hard and fast enough. Ridiculous. It's so stupid. And the fact is that both Gavin Newsom and Karen Bell, what's her first name? It's not Karen, is it? Bass. Karen Bass. Yeah, whatever her name is. They both came out and said that police had everything covered and that actually the police were forced to help protect the National Guard at one point, help guard the National Guard. So, no, LA was not, and it was just ridiculous. I don't even know what else to say to it. I mean, Tom Homan is just a garbage person. Let's go here.
The deployment of 700 Marines, along with a further 2,000 National Guard members to Los Angeles, has been authorized by US President Donald Trump after protests against stepped-up immigration enforcement continued. A convoy of 10 to 15 buses with blacked out windows, escorted by sheriff's vehicles, was seen leaving a military base in the California desert in the early hours of the morning, heading closer to the city. The additional National Guard deployment brings the number of troops to around 4,000, despite protests on Monday being much more peaceful than the days before. Trump defended his decision to deploy the troops, claiming California leadership had been afraid of doing anything to tackle unrest.
You had a disaster happening, and they now admit it was a disaster. I watched the chief yesterday, who's a good man, by the way, and he said, well, we're lucky we did this because they were overwhelmed. You saw what was happening. So we did the right thing. Everybody agrees to that.
But officials in LA have disagreed with Trump's approach, pushing back against the deployment of troops and federal intervention, calling it a deliberate attempt to create disorder and chaos.
It was very predictable what was going to happen here, and it was completely unnecessary. I would say stop the raids. Stop the raids, period. I would say give the power back to our governor, and if we need the National Guard, we can do it in the normal circumstances, which is the request is made local and the governor decides or not to grant that to our city.
Pushback has even gone so far as to prompt California Attorney General Rob Bonta to file a lawsuit against the Trump administration, claiming it had
Yep. Seems like the things that Donald Trump is saying are somehow contravening reality and facts on the ground.
I don't want reality.
Yeah, shocking, I know, to everyone. Now, the police and, whatever, these fascist thugs cracking down on protests haven't just been shooting reporters, they've also been detaining them. It's fascinating. Let's see this video as CNN, an entire CNN crew was detained and led away from doing their job.
How are you? You guys aren't under arrest because you're with press, okay?
Okay.
But we have to take you out of this. Out of the circle, we're going to direct you in the direction that you need to go.
Okay.
Do not come back, okay?
Do not come back.
Do not come back.
Okay, got it. You'll be arrested.
Got it. This is the crew right here. This guy.
You will be arrested for being journalists while we militarily occupy the streets of LA. Can't come back. If you do, we'll put you in jail.
Illegal.
Let's go. Get your whole crew over here. Get your whole crew right. Right here?
Yep, this is it.
We're going to take them all out one at a time so you guys all catch up at the other end.
Okay. Walk straight down this way?
We're going to walk, officers are going to walk you down that way, okay?
Okay.
So what I need from you is to put your hands behind your back. They're going to walk you.
Wow.
Hold on your paper.
Jason's scared of me.
This is shameful.
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Awful, awful, awful. Weak. So press isn't in.
Yes.
I don't know if they have a
What?
This is fascism right here, okay? There's no explanation for this. It's disgusting. Anybody who is celebrating this needs to check themselves. Into an insane asylum.
Oh, wait, hold on.
You guys aren't under arrest because you're with press, okay?
Okay.
But we have to take you out of the circle. We're going to direct you in the direction that you need to go.
Okay.
Do not come back, okay?
Do not come back.
Do not come back, okay?
Got
You'll
it.
be arrested.
Got it.
All
This
right?
is the crew right here. This guy. Let's go.
Get your whole crew over here. Is your whole crew right here?
Yep, this is it.
We're going to take them all out one time.
And I think he explained it best.
Carol, I've got you on the line. Jason, what's happening right now? Where are you?
Well, I'm outside the perimeter, Laura. Again, I think you heard John Miller explain it, and I think he explained it best. You know, as I was walking over to the officer, tried to explain who I was, identified who I was with. I turned. He said, "I'd like you to turn around." I turned around. I had my hands behind my back. They did not put me in zip ties, but they did grab both of my hands as I was escorted over to the side. They said, "You are being detained while we."
Now, one thing that I'm struggling with while I watch this video, because I find this to be utterly reprehensible, regardless. But there's one thing about this that sort of irks me. It's that CNN themselves have very much sort of protected police over and over and over again. Which, I mean, adds to the irony of this situation, right? Where they have justified heavy-handed police behavior against citizens over and over and over again. And now you see it being directed at them. And of course, I have a problem with all of the things I just listed, but it's just frustrating, the irony of the fact that CNN has, like most of mainstream media, been so pro-cop to the point of bending themselves into a pretzel trying to do it, even when it was never justified.
Lead you out of this area. You are not allowed to be in this area. So they took me over to the side. They took down my name. They asked me where I was from. You know, they get your basic information. And I said, "Am I being arrested?" He said, "No, you're not being arrested. You're being detained." And so there's that. As press, you know, these are some of the things that you take a lot of risks as press. This is low on that sort of scale of risks. But it is something that I wasn't expecting, simply because we've been out here all day. I've covered any
That's
number
the only reason
of protests, and normally
not because
there's the officers.
You shouldn't be expecting it at all. Nobody in journalism should be expecting to be arrested in the United States. Oh, how many times have I heard Americans, Republicans, and Democrats alike cry foul on press freedom in Russia, rightly so, in China, rightly so. But meanwhile, we're literally doing dictator level journalism crackdown over here, and CNN's seemingly struggling to figure it out still. I don't get it. We've been here the whole day. It's like, who gives a shit how long you've been there? You're a journalist, stupid.
Realize the press are doing a job, so to speak. And but again, this is what happened. It did not last long. Felt a little longer than what it was, but there you have it. But we are now outside the perimeter, and the protest, at least at this point, is being concluded, getting back to the reason why we're here and reporting on why we were here. They're making a number of arrests of those demonstrators who were left, about a couple of dozen or so. They had put out the...
Yeah. All right. Let's go here and talk about less lethal rounds. Something which is a bit of a misnomer, because it somehow implies, I think, to a lot of people, that they can't kill anybody.
What's your reaction to the deployment of 700 Marines?
I mean, We didn't need the National Guard. Why on earth? What are they going to do? Do you know what the National Guard is doing now? They are guarding 2 buildings. They're guarding the federal building here in downtown, and they're guarding the federal building in Westwood. That's what they're doing. So they need Marines on top of it? I don't understand that. That's why I feel like we are part of an experiment that we did not ask to be a part of.
That's right here. You can see at the top of those steps the National Guard on the right, Homeland Security in those black uniforms on the left, and the whole crowd basically standing their ground at the bottom of those 7 steps. Oh, oh.
Oh, oh.
LAPD was quick to push back.
What was that reaction from that pro? Oh, she hit him with a purse. Oh. What the fuck was that reaction, dude?
Have reinforcements behind them with arrest teams, now moving them further south along Los Angeles Street to keep them away from the freeway as they prepare to give that official dispersal order.
Peaceful protest. Peaceful protest. Scanner! Go, 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 go!
And they said they were preparing to issue that dispersal order, but it had not quite been given yet. There are reports going around that it had been.
They were going to issue this dispersal order, and then they're like, first, let's use some ammo real quick. How's that sound? Yeah, a lot of people got hit by this less than lethal ammo and were hurt, including that journalist that we saw earlier. Now, Pete Hegseth was in congressional hearing yesterday. Let's see what he had to say.
Breaking news happening right now. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth on Capitol Hill, where he just faced some tough questions from California Congressman Pete Aguilar about the deployment of Marines and National Guard members to Los Angeles. Let's listen.
What's the justification for using the military for civilian law enforcement purposes in LA? Why are you sending war fighters to cities to interact with civilians?
Every American citizen deserves to live in a community that's safe, and ICE agents need to be able to do their job.
How does that make it safer?
For doing their job, which is deporting illegal criminals.
How does putting troops on the streets
that should happen in any city, Minneapolis
make people
or Los Angeles?
safer? How does that help?
If they're attacked, that's law.
How does that help? Anybody? How does that? I don't feel safer. I feel like a lot of people feel less safe having people with machine guns, grenade launchers walking around the streets in military fatigues. It gives me a real sense of lack of safety, honestly.
Community that's safe, and ICE agents need to be able to do their job. They're being attacked for doing their job, which is deporting illegal criminals. That should happen in any city, Minneapolis or Los Angeles. And if they're attacked, that's criminals. Lawless, and President Trump believes in law and order. So he has every authority, and he has done mobilizing National Guard or active duty troops under U.S. code to protect federal agents in their job, which is exactly what we're doing, and we're proud to do it. We're proud to do it.
10 U.S.C. of the U.S. Code 12406 as a legal basis that the president used cites 3 examples and circumstances for the Guard: invasion by a foreign nation, rebellion or dangerous rebellion against the authority of the government of the United States, or the president is unable with regular forces to execute the laws of the United States. Which authority is triggered here to justify the use?
I don't know. You just read it yourself, and people can listen themselves, but it sounds like all 3 to me. If you've got millions of illegals and you don't know where they're coming from, they're waving flags from foreign countries and assaulting police officers and law enforcement officers, that's the problem.
The laws of the United States?
No, the governor of California is unable to execute the laws of the United States.
The president, you said all
the governor of California has failed to protect his people.
My understanding is that no law enforcement officers were assaulted You know, there were some fireworks that were let off, but no one was assaulted. Certainly not until the Trump administration got involved in sending troops to LA. At least that's my understanding of the timeline. So it doesn't seem like this has made anybody safer, including the police. It's just making everybody less safe. By the way, I don't know if anybody heard, but these troops are apparently sleeping on the floors. That is at least what I heard. They didn't even get cots. They're just sleeping on the floors of the federal buildings. I thought Donald Trump cared about the troops. But, you know, are children illegal criminals like Pete Hegseth is talking about? Because that's who ICE has been going after. Children. At school. Elementary schools, even.
Yeah, here is a local news report from ABC News 7. Just to give you a sense of like what people are protesting against, why they are getting angry in many instances. The vast majority of the protests have been very peaceful. What's that?
5, yeah.
Yeah, what did I say? Oh, 5, sorry. The vast majority of the protests have been peaceful. Even if it just means they're peacefully running away from flashbangs and
tear gas.
Tear gas.
Peacefully getting hit by a rubber bullet.
But understand, like, imagine your kids are at school and they come home and they say ICE was there looking to talk to first graders or third graders or sixth graders, or they raided the graduation ceremonies. I gotta think, even if you're sort of like a perfectly secure, sitting in Westchester County in New York, that there would be some angry response to ICE doing this kind of thing in your neighborhood. Here is ABC News 7.
Lingering fear in the LAUSD community after an unusual and disturbing visit. Several federal agents from the Department of Homeland Security showed up at 2 elementary schools this week demanding to talk to students. What happened next has Superintendent Alberto Carvalho praising school workers and demanding answers. Eyewitness News reporter Sophie Flay explains.
What interest should a Homeland Security agent have in a first grader?
On Monday, multiple Homeland Security agents showed up at 2 elementary schools in Los Angeles, according to LAUSD Superintendent Alberto Carvalho.
I just want everybody to think about this. And I think they talk about it on the MR. I can't remember. I think so. I think they talk about maybe in this video. I just want everybody to think about this. If we're trying to keep the kids safe, do you think it's good to have people who are not identifying themselves wearing masks and going into schools? You don't think that with all this going on, some PDF files go and try and use that to their advantage to be able to, do horrible things? Monthly statement. That is not accurate. I don't know where you're getting this monthly statement from, or Brimmer. But from April 26th to May 30th, on YouTube, I made half of that number. I wish I made $1,564 in May. I did not. In fact, it was bad. It was really bad. I made like $800.
These agents were stopped, questioned, and turned away by principals at Lillian Elementary and Russell Elementary Schools, both in the Florence Graham neighborhood.
They wanted access to the students to determine their well-being, based on, according to the agents, the fact that when they entered this country, they entered as unaccompanied minors. It is well known that these students are under the care of relatives.
According to Carvalho, the agents claimed they were not part of immigration and customs enforcement.
They conveyed to both principals that the parents or the legal guardians in charge of these children had provided them authorization for access to these kids in school. That is absolutely, blatantly untrue.
These agents asked specific questions about students ranging from 1st to 6th grade. The superintendent says they arrived in unmarked vehicles and wore casual clothing.
When the principals attempted to write down details about their IDs, they quickly hid their IDs.
All parents from these schools were notified about these incidents. Ahead of the November election, LAUSD staff were trained in protocols to protect students from federal agents showing up at schools.
We wonder if this may happen at more schools, if they simply will ram through. So we are having to really lean on the principals, the workers, the teachers, the clerical workers.
Okay, so we're now asking of our schools that not only do you have to protect from the potential of a mass shooting event, but you have to deal with plainclothes, maybe ICE people, won't show their IDs, show up in unmarked cars. This is happening all across the country. It's happening all across the country. Wearing masks, we don't know.
Yeah.
And now these schools have to deal with this. And here is one of the problems with ICE officials showing up in unmarked cars, sometimes with no license plates. Unmarked cars, in plain clothes, or just wearing something they could have bought at like an Army Navy store, frankly.
Like that guy who picked up Mahmoud Khalil in a freaking Marvel t-shirt.
But I'm sorry, like you can go right down the street here on Flatbush, 3 blocks down, and buy cop outfits.
Oh, yeah.
Essentially. And not showing their IDs and wearing masks. And here's what happens. This is a story from Philadelphia.
Okay, this is just video, but I saw this story. We can pull down the... So basically, this is a car repair business. And I think this is the same story, but there's apparently the suspect zip-tied a 50-year-old woman and was
somebody came in posing essentially as an ICE
robbed this like auto repair shop and was posing as ICE. And we're going to see more and more of this.
I don't think this is the first time I've heard of this happening in recent months.
I can't think of a situation that is more primed for predators and people who want to sexually assault children, women, whatever. I can't think of a bigger gift to them. You also know that these resources federally that are going to taking these law enforcement.
It's what Matt was saying, though. I mean, early on, it was early on the Trump administration. There was that one guy who was like lurking in parking lots, harassing people that looked Hispanic. We watched that video of that guy. I think he was arrested, but I mean, it doesn't undo the damage that happened to the person who had to deal with that shit. It's disgusting. Lord Rumor with a sweet, sweet super sticker. A pair laughing. Writhing on the ground with laughter. I don't know why. Why is the pair laughing? I need to know why the pair is laughing. Christopher DeBlante with a sweet, sweet super chat. The late James Earl Jones voiced Darth Vader and Mufasa, but he also recorded the tagline, This is CNN for the titular channel. Can we get your best Earl J impression? This. Oh, you want me to say? Ah, right. Okay. All right. Let's see. This is GNN. All right. It wasn't great. It wasn't great. And I don't know. I could do better. I'll work on it. Why is the pair laughing? I need to know. I must know. All right, let's go to CNN.
We are standing by for another day of protests in Los Angeles against ICE enforcement raids that have been playing out there as President Trump is escalating his feud with California's leaders even more by sending in.
What is happening to the video right now?
More military. 700 Marines now called up, activated. Thousands more National Guardsmen have been activated as well. This morning, the president is also taking to social media for the first time today to talk.
I've lost video.
About it, defending his decision, saying that LA would be burning to the ground if he did not send in the National Guard. Jesus. Joining us right now, CNN senior political commentator Navarro and Christine Quinn, the executive committee chair of the New York State Democratic Committee.
Donald Trump has never been a considerate man. But the fact that he would use this sort of reference in the middle of all of this is, inflammatory, to say the least. I mean, what in the fuck? What evidence does he even have for that? That somehow the LA would be burning to the ground? But, like, in the wake of the LA fires, which touched so many lives, made so many people, homeless, or witness, just atrocities. People died in that fire. And he's like making it a joke right now. It's pretty gross. The president cares so little about people, that he'll just use that for some political garbage message to help gin up support with his base and just further inflame the situation and or try and justify himself in post after sending the National Guard and the Marines to the fucking God, I'm so sick of this guy. We have 3.5+ years of this left still, people. It's horrifying to think about.
Commentator Anna Navarro and Christine Quinn, the executive committee chair of the New York State Democratic Committee. There are real policy issues that are at the center of this, and there is a whole lot of politics that is playing out. Look no further than the president very clearly wanting credit for what he has done. To read it further, his social media this morning: if I didn't send in troops to Los Angeles the last 3 nights, that once beautiful and great city would be burning to the ground right now. And to add a little bit more to this.
I love this. This is not, this is not a big deal, but I just realized, I don't know if this was voiced. There's no way it could have been. So Donald Trump apparently thinks this is the word due, D-U-E, is how it should be spelled, much like 25,000 houses burned to the ground in LA due to an incompetent governor and mayor. I mean, this guy is fucking incompetent. He can't even spell. Okay. Now, let's go to this. WBNS TV from a day ago. Trump says troops will stay in Los Angeles until there's no danger. Whatever that means. No danger whatsoever. Zero danger. How do we even define danger? Till there's zero danger. If there's a single car
Will the
crash.
National Guard be in California indefinitely? How long will they be there until you think?
Until there's no danger.
No danger.
It's easy. Look, it's common sense. You asked me that question. When there's no danger, they'll leave. You would have had a horrible situation had I not sent them in. Horrible. You'd be reporting on a lot of death and a lot of destruction that's not going to take place. I think if you look, every night it got less and less. They were met with very strong force, the bad people, the bad, sick people that do what they do. But these are paid people in many cases, not in all cases, but in many cases.
The bad, sick people who do what they do, that are paid in many circumstances, who we needed to send the National Guard on, they would have burned the entire city to the ground. So we're going to leave the military in LA until there is no danger. He's talking about Americans right now. Oh, there was a lot of American citizens at those protests. So he's calling America sick. Sick, you're sick, America. Horrible, nasty America. In many cases paid. I have no evidence for that, but I'm quite sure they were all paid money. Glenn Beck said it on his radio program earlier, which I listen to on Rumble every day. And Glenn says these protesters probably paid, and I am likely to agree with him, even though Glenn also had no evidence either. Let's see what, actually, I think we're at 24 hours now. In terms of, we have 24 hours left of the protest to cover, which means we're about to get very close to current here, getting more current. But this is probably a good time for us to take another break. We're approaching 4 hours. And we'll cover the last 24 hours, the next 2 hours. At least that's my guess. We're probably not gonna have an environmental portion to the stream today, because the rest of honestly, the rest of it is gonna be taken up by the rest of the LA protests, as well as the Elon situation, which we have not done nearly enough content on. I'm almost considering ending and restarting the stream for that, because we're focused on like singular topics right now in a way we usually are not. Yeah. No, this is a good time for a break, but don't worry, we'll be right back with the content after these brief space messages. Okay. I do hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too if you want to make sure you don't miss a single episode of this here Spacecast. Now, while you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, just as Sasha G has done here before you. So many great ways, just like Sasha has done, to support this stream. Like gifting memberships on YouTube or starting a membership yourself. If everyone decided to become a member on this channel, we would have no more financial woes. No longer struggle to pay the bills, Earth and space. Of course, we still have other ways, not just YouTube, to contribute. Cash App and PayPal, of course, will get your money immediately to us over here at GNN, helping us stay afloat. But the best way, of course, to get the most space benefits for you, it's throwing me off. Is it throwing anybody else off that we're not streaming to Twitch anymore? We really need to get back to that, but unfortunately that cost us money to do previously, and I'm still trying to figure out a way to do it without paying money for it. There supposedly are ways to do it, so I'm gonna work on that, but it is throwing me off with my spiel. So yeah, best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is of course to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Only $3 a month gets you access to a bunch of super sweet space bennies unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Stuff like getting an avatar on screens just like this. You can hang out at the pool or maybe at the bar. Maybe get yourself a boat to sail around on the space lake. All options for patrons. Shoutouts and much, much more are also available. So do what you do. While you're doing that, consider supporting the Galactic News Network in one of the aforementioned ways. Anyways, enjoy this break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right. I think everybody knows what that sound means. It, of course, means it's time for us to get back to the stream. And we're going to start the third half of the stream off with AOC being asked questions by, what's his name? Manu? Over at CNN. Here's Forbes breaking news from yesterday.
Senator Fetterman said that your party loses the moral high ground when you guys refuse to condemn the violence that you were seeing in LA. What do you say to Senator Fetterman?
I mean, I think we should absolutely condemn the violence of ripping apart families, of ICE breaking the law, of them going into elementary schools and churches and raiding workplaces. And I absolutely condemn ICE's consistently illegal activity. And the fact that they are, they're also rounding up U.S. citizens and also documented people who are here legally with no regard for the court system and judicial injunctions. And I think that if Senator Fetterman or anybody else is concerned with law and order, we should be looking at one of the most law-breaking agencies and administrations that we've seen.
Jesus Christ. She is right. And Fetterman has become a Republican. I love how he ran as a progressive. And now, whatever it is, in his third year as a senator, he's turned into a full-blown Republican. It is wild.
This is ridiculous! United States, we also have a convicted felon in the White House as well, so that's my primary
illegal. Do you think Democrats need to be stronger on fighting back against these protests and some of the damage we've been seeing?
I mean, we need to be very clear that the president is attempting to mobilize the National Guard, that the president of the United States is mobilizing the National Guard.
Honestly, I love the rhetorical device that AOC is using, one which Republicans use to their benefit constantly, and that Democrats failed to do in a way that that really bothers me, right? But rather than answering from the right-wing framing of the questions being asked of her, AOC answers her own questions. And responds in a way that speaks to the left, speaks to the base of Democrats, and says, I see you. Go fuck this framing right here. I got answers for you. How about we talk about all the crimes that Trump is committing? How about we talk about how ICE is breaking up families and attacking perfectly law-abiding people who may be here in an undocumented fashion, but are doing nothing else that can be seen as, problematic. I appreciate AOC for that. There's some things I still need to fix with these scenes. Oh God, I put so much work into it, but it's just like, we're talking about me redoing work that I've been working on. Like, when you think, maybe people don't think about it, but each one of these are like tiny art projects for me, right? Whether it's here, there's a lot of things I'm doing that may not be obvious, unless you're some people probably have noticed it more than others. People who've been around since the beginning, I would say, probably noticed the differences that I've added here and there, depending. But there's there's so much to put together. Each one of these things, just adding it to a streaming software, it actually takes some amount of time. Some of them are less piecemeal than others, but scenes like this especially are are huge. And there's just like certain things I just haven't done yet that are pissing me off that I gotta remember to do between now and the next stream. But it is like trying to redo like a year and a half's worth of like constant updating. I've been doing in one software that I had then had to just re-implement somewhere else. And there's other ways I could do it that would be less complicated, but in my opinion would just not be as good. And maybe I'm being overly, I don't know. Like, I've tried it, actually. I've tried it other ways, and I don't like it. Like, there is an easier way that I just think looks worse. Now, unfortunately, a judge has ruled that California's desire for a temporary restraining order on the troops that Donald Trump has been sending to California will not be the request is being essentially denied by a judge. Doesn't mean it's over, but it does mean that for now they're going to be allowed. There's going to be arguments that happen in the wake of this. Still have to happen, but it is not going to allow this restraining order in the midst of it. They're going to have to hear arguments in the Supreme Court, I think.
An update to the breaking news we told you earlier about the federal judge denying California's request for an immediate restraining order from the Trump order to have National Guardsmen go to California. That was a rejection of the immediate request for action, but that same judge did set arguments for this Thursday. So a rejection of the immediate request, but not for the request in general. This as protesters take to the streets again this evening, protesting the ongoing ICE raids coming to Los Angeles. There are ICE raids all over the country right now as President Trump tries to round up increasing numbers of undocumented immigrants. We're joined by Texas Republican Congressman Tony Gonzalez, the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Conference. That's a group of Hispanic Republican members of Congress. Congressman, good to see you as always. So the members of your conference met today to talk about the situation in California. Can you tell us about what you discussed and whether there were any conclusions?
Yeah, thank you, Jake, for having me. It's pretty simple. We don't want to see, we don't want to see Los Angeles burned to the ground. It's a beautiful city. We also don't want to see that fire spread to other parts of the country.
Los Angeles burned to the ground. That's a good one. Well, don't worry. It's not going to. Oh, my God. The Congressional Hispanic Conference chairman is a Republican from Texas. Sorry, but we don't need to listen to that interview. It wasn't great. But the important part is that this judge has denied the temporary restraining order request from California against Donald Trump's decision to deploy troops on the streets of LA. But that doesn't mean the arguments aren't going to be heard. They are going to be heard, and that could result in an actual restraining order and a court order to remove the troops from the streets of LA. But in the meantime, nothing is going to be done, and it'll probably go all the way up to the Supreme Court. Right now, it's just in a federal district court, from my understanding. But the way the Trump administration is doing it, they've been taking every single case up to the Supreme Court that they can. Whenever they don't get a ruling that they want, it seems to have been their strategy. Now, Republicans were being asked, some tough questions about whether or not they support this decision to basically enact martial law. Aside from in name, they're doing it in a technically different way. But I mean, I think most people, when they think of martial law, they think of what we're looking.
Also, and I think the president will sign it.
But,
yes.
Some senators were asked some even more uncomfortable questions. Senator Wicker of Mississippi was asked a question here. Let's hear what he had to say. This is from Tuesday.
Your biggest concern about sending these troops into the streets of Los Angeles and also doing this in an appropriate constitutional way, but also about concerns of having American forces on U.S. soil?
Well, I haven't spoken about concerns about that. Let me just say
Do
what.
you have concerns?
Let me just say
I
what,
haven't
I'll answer your question.
I haven't spoken about concerns. What is a concern? I don't even know what that means.
I was heartened.
Hold on, this isn't. I forgot that they have to.
To hear the mayor of Los Angeles say yesterday that it's collaboration, and to me, that's how it ought to be. It seems to most Americans that this is a very dangerous situation. And I really think the governor may be making a mistake there politically. When a situation is fraught with the possibility of extreme violence, it would seem that the governor and the mayor would want all the help they can receive. And the National Guard is now present. The Marines are standing off, as I understand it.
Would you be comfortable with the president sending National Guard to your state if your governor said that they didn't need them?
In similar situations, I would think the governor of Mississippi would be happy to help, to have all the help he could get. But the main thing I want to stress
Republicans
is that we have a very
different questions
important
than they are asked, right? This is the thing. Republicans will always find a different question in a question they're asked. Because he was asked specifically whether or not he would support having the military sent into Mississippi without the express consent of Mississippi's governor. And he answered, well, actually, I would like to think that the governor would actually be welcoming to the National Guard. It's a completely different question. It's not whether or not you think the governor would be cool with it. We've given you the parameters of the question. It's in the case that the governor doesn't want them, would you support that? Not would you support the governor wanting to. That's so stupid. Oh my God.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Now, on Tuesday, Hasan went back out. I think this was Tuesday, at least. At least it was posted to the Hasanabi channel on YouTube yesterday. More footage from the LA protests.
All right, we're out here in Los Angeles City Hall, ladies and gentlemen, once again for day 2 of the Los Angeles ICE out of LA protests that are taking. Taking place. It was relatively peaceful, maybe not super calm, but a relatively peaceful and eventful protest yesterday, even though the media coverage of it was quite different than what we actually experienced on the ground. Having said that, today we're going to walk over there once more and take a look at what's happening. Earlier in the day, David Huerta, the president of the SEIU, was released, and ACLU and SEIU. ACIU is the largest union in the state of California. Its president was illegally detained and is now being charged with some trumped up charges of obstruction of police work, I believe. there was a demand for his release. He's been released on bail for $50,000 with a ridiculous charge slapped on. I believe it carries a maximum penalty of 6 years, and there were a lot of people who were out here protesting and demanding his immediate release. Sure. Well, that was quick. We have. Oh, this is the California National Guard. So this is, I guess this is technically a federal building. So the California National Guard is here. Pointing at us? I think so. Wait, like. Yeah, they're actually targeting. They're actually pointing at people directly in the crowd. To, I suspect. What's going on, man? Nice to meet you as well. They're pointing directly at people in the crowd to target them, I suspect.
Well, this first thing I got from the side.
What?
Well, this first thing I got from the side.
Okay. All right. I feel so unprotected. I totally understand why people bring like shields and whatnot when they go to protests like this. But yeah, this is a federal building, and therefore this is the extent of what the National Guard is allowed to do in terms of protecting federal buildings. Right now, they have no, as far as I understand, they do not have the authority to make arrests beyond the federal building, to go outside and go out into the streets and engage in police action.
It's a little ridiculous. I mean, these buildings aren't even under threat. They're under threat from free speech, from people yelling outside of it. Oh, God.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
What up, Mason?
Yo, what's up? Oh shit! I didn't see you, man. I didn't know you came back.
Yeah. Dude's at all the protests.
Hold on, we're live with about 10,000 people.
What are they gonna do, you think?
We're here with Hasan, y'all. Well, they've got 4 stages of law enforcement. So they got LAPD, there's the National Guard, and NCHP that's on this side. They said they're gonna push.
You think there's National Guard in there?
That's what those camos are on top of the
Oh, I thought that was LASD. National Guard.
We got people that are up in the front saying it's National Guard. I can't make out what their exact things are, but.
Wait, they do have badges. Can you see?
Can you zoom in there?
I mean, not that far, no. No. Let me see.
Well, we'll find out. Just be ready for peppers. They've been talking about blanks right there in the front. We also have like 60% of these people are Latino police officers, which is just insane. So the bootlicking is in full force today.
Is this National Guard?
You let me know. I can't tell. They're in the front. So the National Guard is only protecting the Fed building?
Okay. So the green fatigues are not National Guard, they're the sheriff's office.
Okay.
The federal government, the federal cops and the local police are not in coordination with one another. They're not corresponding with one another.
Okay.
So that's why it'd be weird if the National Guard was behind them.
Gotcha.
It's the LA Sheriff's Department.
Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, they got their shit trained on us too, like that guy with the scope.
No, they're ready. They've been moving it around too. They've been identifying people in the crowd. There's been one water bottle thrown in the past 20 minutes. Everyone here is just chilling, being peaceful, and they're about to press on us, so stay safe.
That guy with the binoculars is scoping us right now, and he gave it to his homie, and now his homie is scoping us. I swear to God, he was looking at us.
Bird watching right now.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna remain here, chat. Stay safe, man.
All right, you too.
Boxes are like an El Rata
Like a sound?
Yeah, long-range acoustic device. Maybe. I don't think these are going to do much if they're LRADs, but... Long-range acoustic devices were first invented for usage of the American military in Iraq as a crowd dispersal tool. And since the early 2000s, it slowly but surely made its way from being used on military incursions in our imperial endeavors all the way back to domestic police departments all around the country. LRADs were very commonly used during the Black Lives Matter protest that took place in 2020. And now it seems every single police department has one of these. It's a long-range acoustic device that's supposed to emit such a loud...
Some people call it an LRAD, but yep, that's definitely a thing. And they can cause damage. They can cause it for you to be... They can make it difficult for you to talk. It all depends on how high they turn it up. There's different settings on these things. You know. But there's also ways to protect yourself. I've seen different videos on some of the things you can do, but ear protection is a huge portion of it. But also, you can protect yourself from LRADs using a shield, as it turns out. Shields like those of... it can also be amplified backwards. You can also send it backwards, I hear. There's like a way. You could use like like one of those sort of conically shaped shields that police use, turn it around. It like almost like focuses it backwards. But using a shield in front of your face as well as ear protection are two really good ways to protect from LRADs. Just saying.
Noise that it makes you impossible. It makes it impossible to stay there. More drones ahead, more drones above us. The drones. As Amy Cesar says, fascism is colonialism and imperialism turned inwards.
Yo, I'm looking for iDubbbz. Have you guys seen him anywhere?
iDubbbz?
Yeah, you watch him.
I don't think he's here, man. What's up? What's your name? Mark, nice to meet you as well.
I heard you guys were best friends. Don't be silly.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good dude. I like him a lot. I don't think he lives here, so.
I guess I was operating on outdated information. Great to see you out here, man.
Yeah, you too.
Also, H31.
Okay. What's going on? What's happening? Who are you with?
I shoot freelancers.
There's some Ethan Klein fan out there at the protests. H31. My dick. I saw that shit. They did not win. Everybody just wants to talk to Hasan, though.
Press.
Oh, nice.
I saw you yesterday.
You think this is gonna? You think this little dinky thing is gonna save us?
It'll save you maybe from a little heartache.
Or you think it's just like it's more of like a target?
I don't know. They kept them from beating my ass for like 10 minutes.
What?
They kept the cops from beating my ass for about 10 minutes.
Okay, that's good.
So, you know. Is that? I don't know for sure, but do you think that's an LRAD? Like a sound weapon they've done that?
I don't know. I don't know what an LRAD looks like up close. That's what people are speculating. But if it is,
they generally look like big speakers. You know, because that's what they are.
Yeah, there's more friendlies up here. Alright, let's see.
representing us. Hell yeah. You want to go up there?
Yeah.
Here, I'll go first. Here, give me the camera.
No, I got it.
Oh, you got it? They have, look, there's, wait, is she shooting from up there? Is she shooting from up there? That's crazy.
saw they had us sniping people.
Oh, they're actually shooting people from here.
Yeah, no, it's nuts.
That's crazy.
That is nuts. And of course, the more that they shoot, the more agitated the crowd gets, as always. And you're literally watching. You're watching this unfold in real time. We come in here, there's mostly kids, mostly adults, like older people, teachers, activists, community organizers. It's a completely calm situation. And then you got snipers on top of a goddamn... Well, in any case, this is what I mean. This is what we talk about when we're talking about police escalation, where...
Yeah, it does seem pretty chill until you hear the explosions and the gunshots coming from the police. But yeah, Hasan was at these protests almost every day, it would seem.
Thank you guys for coming out. We need to get off the street now, guys. Everybody in the street, come forward or go across the street and watch it from there. They're going to shut us down.
Show the world how peaceful we are.
Side the sidewalk. Let's show the world how peaceful we are. Come to the sidewalk and we're going to fight for this cause right. Not through fighting.
Side by side. One first and the other. Okay, thank you.
Just gonna skip through this a little bit. It's like an 8-hour live stream from Reuters. Hundreds and hundreds of police are being deployed to deal with these situations right now. It's ridiculous. There's so few people even here for them to repress. after car after car after car. All just driving around with their sirens on like they're actually doing something important. It is ridiculous. I mean, look how many of these freaking, Gestapo individuals are just walking around on the bus. I mean, look at it. It's an entire bus full of them. It is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
All right. Now, Mayor Karen Bass, around this time yesterday, or maybe even a little bit before it, I'm trying to think. Sometime yesterday, though, announced a curfew for downtown LA.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
I wanted to let the city know that I have declared a local emergency and issued a curfew for downtown Los Angeles to stop the vandalism, to stop the looting.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Declaring the situation an emergency is just playing into Donald Trump's hands. It just justifies what he's doing. Oh, it's an emergency? Then it's a good thing we have the National Guard there. This is so weak.
Awful, awful, awful.
Many businesses have now been affected by or vandalized. Last night, there were 23 businesses that were looted. And I think that if you drive through downtown LA, the graffiti is everywhere and has caused significant damages to businesses and a number of properties. So my message to you is, if you do not live or work in downtown LA, avoid the area. Law enforcement will arrest individuals who break the curfew, and you will be prosecuted. Hundreds of officers from police.
You will be prosecuted. Wow. Great job, Karen. You're acting like a real Karen. All right, here's the Associated Press. From yesterday, LA police enforce downtown curfew.
Illegal.
They're coming.
It seemed unreasonable.
They're just airborne airship. Are they over Broadway? Shop standby for
Yes, that's right, Charlie. Graffiti is a national emergency.
Come on!
And there's never been graffiti in LA. Oh. Have you know? Never once has anyone painted a wall that wasn't intended to be painted.
Just Convoy airship are leaving through Broadway.
I wish I did. Streets? Whose streets? Our streets! Fuck guys! Fuck Trump! Fuck guys! Fuck Trump! Fuck guys!
As you can see, there's protests going on all over the place in solidarity with those protesting in LA. And we've got a bunch of footage of some of those, but we will get to that a little bit later. Let's go back to talking about those curfews that Karen Bass has instituted in LA. LA police apparently carried out mass arrests after the curfew kicked in. Here's CNN from 13 hours ago.
And we begin in Los Angeles, where a nighttime curfew is now in effect. More than 5 nights into the protests we've seen there, police say they've initiated mass arrests of those refusing to clear out of the curfew zone. We're still waiting to find out exactly how many people were detained in this latest round. The curfew covering only a small section of America's second largest city, just 1 square mile in downtown LA, affecting roughly about 100,000 of the city's roughly 4 million residents. Meanwhile, California's Governor Gavin Newsom has lashed out at the U.S. president over his decision to send thousands of National Guard troops and stage hundreds of Marines in L.A. in response to the protests over escalating immigration raids.
Donald Trump's government isn't protecting our communities. They're traumatizing our communities. Authoritarian regimes begin by targeting people who are least able to defend themselves, but they do not stop there. Trump and his loyalists, they thrive on division because it allows them to take more power and exert even more control. And by the way, Trump, he's not opposed to lawlessness and violence as long as it serves him. What more evidence do we need than January 6th? Trump is pulling a military dragnet all across Los Angeles, well beyond his stated intent to just go after violent and serious criminals. His agents are arresting dishwashers, gardeners, day laborers, and seamstresses. That's just weakness masquerading as strength.
You heard just the latest notable comments from the governor after this heated back and forth that with no end in sight between the two leaders. President Trump on his side, he's claimed that if not for his actions, LA would.
Yeah, it's not great that Gavin is the one that we have to look to on this situation. It's not my favorite guy. Not gonna, I'm not gonna pretend that he is, but he is right about all of this stuff that he's saying right now. Okay. Let's see what they were talking about over on the Vanguard earlier.
that leads to, of course, a community response. That leads the police coming in and escalating, and then a further escalation, very intentional provocation with the National Guard. And I just think, as we're sorting through all of these things, it's really important to keep the big picture in mind. Donald Trump on day one signed an executive order analyzing whether he should invoke the Insurrection Act. He's been looking for an excuse and a pretext to do this from day one. It's not an accident also that this happens at a moment when, his top supporters just accused him of being a pedo and being in the Jeffrey Epstein files. So he is using this moment to effectuate authoritarian ends, an authoritarian crackdown on all dissent. And make no mistake, this is LA now. This is a warning to everyone in the country, especially in blue cities, that they will come out and they will crush you and they will use the military. There's actually no limiting principle in the executive order that he signed, bringing in the National Guard, which, all the legal experts are saying is wildly illegal to do without the consent of the governor of the state of California. Newsom is now suing him over that. But this is an authoritarian, a wannabe fascist who is using this moment to crack down and claim even more power for himself, something he has wanted to do from day one. At the same time, I also don't think it's an accident. It comes, like I was saying, not only with the pedo stuff, but, politically things haven't gone terribly well for him. Doge is a disaster. Elon is, setting everything ablaze. The tariffs are a mess. Even on the issue where he's been the strongest historically, immigration, with the Kilmar Abrego Garcia, they had to buckle. They had to bring him back because the pressure, both from the public and from the court system, was too much apparently to bear. So he's suffering a lot of.
Yeah, and it's, she's absolutely right. I think to some degree, they are succeeding in getting people less focused on what they're doing in Congress with the budget or with the feud going on between him and Elon and some of the awkward details of what Elon is claiming. As it relates to Donald Trump's relationship with Epstein.
I think people should understand with authoritarians is the more shaky ground they're on, the more, heavy-handed tactics that they're going to deploy. And I think that's part and parcel of what we're seeing here.
Yeah, it's interesting. What kind of ground do you think Trump's on to actually pull off a truly authoritarian kind of sweeping maneuver that we talk about as far as like actually shutting down democracy, declaring martial law? Because you just referenced, with the Kilmar Abrego Garcia thing, massive L for the Trump regime, just as far as the optics of that, after swearing up and down that he would never set foot in America once again. Well, he's back in America. There's been other instances too, where they've just straight up been defeated, had to admit, defeat and retreat. Obviously, there's even dumb things like, Trump briefly kind of joking, memeing about the Trump 2028 stuff, seemed to put that away pretty quickly after realizing how unpopular it was. So do you think that Trump really does want to try to go full fascist, full authoritarian, lock down this country, lock down democracy, arrest his political opponents? Do you think that really is what he wants to do? And if it is, do you think he'll be able to be successful?
I mean, yeah, I think it's what he wants to do. He's threatening to arrest Gavin Newsom today. I mean, this is insanity. Any other president. And that's the thing, is on the one hand, you're right that he's suffered some losses. There have been some successful efforts to curb his most maximalist impulses, whether it was the checking of the bond market or whether it was the public pressure over Kilmar Abrego Garcia. On the other hand, it's unbelievable the things he's able to normalize. And so I think this is an attempt to normalize the use of the military for domestic law enforcement, especially in blue cities across the country. I was on with Piers Morgan today, which was a shit show as usual.
Has that been published yet?
I don't think it's up yet. I don't know how long the delay is between you record. I recorded at 11 a.m. today, so I don't know, 11 a.m. Eastern today, so I don't know exactly when it's going to post. But I was kind of struck by Roger Stone and that guy Clay Travis were on the panel with me. Those were like the writers on the panel. And they were both saying, like, we need law and order, we need to arrest them. We need to make sure we're enforcing the law. And I was like, that's what law enforcement is for. But there was already this acceptance in their head of arrests need to be made. Therefore, we need the Marines. Like, that's where their head is. And I think that's their, I think that is the play, is to make that, to attempt to make that normal, to attempt to make it so that, oh, the only way that we can enforce the law is by turning the United States military on American citizens. And obviously, the more chaos, the more escalation they're able to provoke, the more authoritarian powers Trump is going to be able to claim. So they are going, I think they have been wanting to incite some sort of a spectacle from the beginning. One other thing I'll say on that point is, did you guys see the report? Dr. Phil was embedded.
Yes, broke. Kyle actually sent me that this morning.
It's like, what? So yeah, so
It is
he,
insane.
pre-planned. They had him go and, hang out with ICE and do an interview with Tom Homan in the context of these ICE raids on workplaces. It was like a garment manufacturer and a Home Depot and I don't know where else. So they were preparing like a made-for-TV reality show spectacle, which just tells you how intentional and how sick this is. I mean, it's like, we should never lose sight of. These are people's lives. Like, these are people with families been ripped out of their community, just trying to live here and like work hard and do the right thing and make a.
Yeah, the cruelty seems to like just be the point, right? Like they seem to revel in the the pain and terror that this causes in a certain group of people, right? And it's disgusting. It is hard to watch every time I have to see this shit. It is painful for me. And it's it's incredible. It's just an incredible source of frustration right now.
Life for themselves and their family. It's truly, truly sick. This ideology is truly grotesque and truly anti-human, which is, something that Trump and Elon both shared in common, frankly.
Yeah, one of the things that you mentioned is that there's this big push from the right wing for law and order, right? And that's one of the responses that they have to the unrest that we're seeing, to put it mildly, right? But it's legitimate protests, right? It's people that are out there peacefully demonstrating, saying, you're not going to unravel our community, you're not going to do these things. But yet what the right wing, particularly Don Jr., is putting out is an actual scathing indictment of the police. I'm sure you saw this last night. Make rooftop Koreans great again. For people who don't know, right? I just went down a large rabbit hole, okay, with the OJ thing and the 90s and everything that happened. This was a scathing indictment of the Los Angeles Police Department the day that, like, during the Rodney King uprising, right? When they completely abandoned that part of Los Angeles. There was, basically just mass militias, right? And the Korean business owners, like they could be demonized or they can be, valorized. But the reality was is they were just people there, and 50 people died, right? It was what happens when there was no, apparatus to keep people safe. There was no leadership or any kind of action from the police department. It's what they constantly fearmonger about. They are the ones that are constantly saying, we have to have a police department. We can't allow, a vigilante justice, all these kinds of things, right?
Right, but now the police department's not enough. Now it's, the 7,000 or 9,000 LA cops they have who are out there shooting reporters. And I'm sure you saw the clip of them like running over a protester with their horses and beating the shit out of him because they thought no one was watching. Like, their position is, now that's not insane or aggressive enough, that we need Marines. We need the National Guard. And your point about the LA riots, it's really important people understand. The LA riots in 1992, we're talking $1 billion in damage. In 1992, we're talking about over 60 people killed. We're talking about thousands of, there is zero comparison between what we're seeing today and what we're seeing then. And the reason it's important to bring that up is because that is the last time that the National Guard was federalized, but that was done at the request of California authorities, which is how it has to be done in order to be lawful and constitutional.
Yeah, I also think that there's an issue as far as like the public's response to this. You talked about how.
Okay, hold on. We're just gonna go to the very end of this. We don't need the whole thing.
Crises to take some control of local elections, so that's something I'm concerned about. But we talked to Shoykat Chakrabarti, which, by the way, you guys should interview him. I think he'd do it, and you have a great combo if you haven't done that before. But in any case, he was saying that he doesn't think people are grappling with how.
Honestly, I'm liking Shaikat Chakrabarti more and more. We've been talking about him since basically the moment that he announced. Haven't talked about him a ton, but we have on a number of occasions now, and have been following what he's been up to since basically the early days of when he was saying that he was going to challenge Nancy Pelosi in California.
Chakrabarti, which, by the way, you guys should interview him. I think he'd do it, and you have a great convo if you haven't done that before. But in any case, he was saying that he doesn't think people are grappling with how destabilizing it is that you just have an entire party that's willing to just say that any election is, the results are rigged and it's fake, and just completely deny and not accept the legitimacy of democratic elections. And I don't think we really are set up to deal with that. And you know, with the way that they're willing to just brazenly lie in the most preposterous ways and distort reality and use their media platforms to do that, I think that is also a real danger that is kind of staring us down, that people aren't necessarily grappling with.
Okay. Free shout-outs for the Vanguard patrons on my channel. I wonder if anybody here is also a Vanguard patron. I'm sure there's got to be at least a couple of crossovers there. All right. Let's go to this horrifying interview. He was just mentioned in the last video, that being Dr. Phil, who was, of course, embedded once again in the ICE raids happening in LA. Recently, he was interviewed on CNN on Tuesday. Jake Tapper jump scare.
As Los Angeles officials just announced new charges stemming from protests that turned violent, protests against ICE raids there. With us now, Dr. Phil McGraw. You know him as Dr. Phil. He's the host of Dr. Phil Primetime on Merit TV, and he was in the Los Angeles ICE headquarters on Friday when those raids kicked off, and he also interviewed Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, both Thursday and Saturday in Los Angeles, so he has a unique view into all this. Dr. Phil, thanks so much for joining us. Your crews captured some footage from raids over the weekend. You were not embedded with agents, though, we should note. What did you learn about these raids as you were covering them behind the scenes?
Well, Jake, thanks for asking, and thanks for the coverage you guys are doing. Listen, I found out some things that I think were knowable, and I think some people are reporting and some are not. First off, this was a multi-agency operation. This wasn't just an ICE operation. The particular operation, I think, that has drawn all the attention, did involve different agencies.
Who gives a fuck?
The ICE was there, U.S. Marshal.
What does that have to do with anything? Is this an argument for why it's actually good? Is that multiple federal agencies were working together to round up all the brown people?
Was there, FBI, the IRS was actually involved in this.
Really?
ATF was there. Not all of the agencies.
So we were using, once again, tax data. So that's a clear admission from Phil, Dr. Phil, that yes, Trump administration is using IRS tax data to go after people, something that they were told we wouldn't do. Gross. Those people don't need, those people are not even benefiting from those tax dollars that they're paying. It's the only reason why the IRS knows where they are, is because they've been paying their taxes. We're using the fact that they're paying taxes and getting no benefits from it against them. It's disgusting. Oh my fucking God. And this guy thinks he's won. He's like, look how many agencies are involved. Even the IRS was there.
Were involved in every operation that went on, but there were multiple agencies involved.
Great. Who
and
gives a
this
shit?
was pursuant to a search warrant. And you know that in order to get a search warrant, you have to present a lot of evidence to a federal judge who has to find probable cause to issue a search warrant. And that was done for a particular company that was alleged or suspected.
For one company. Okay, so they got a search warrant one time. Great. Who gives a
be
shit?
Involved in criminal behavior. They were alleged to have undervalued their imports like $80 million, underpaid tariffs $17 million, which
They underpaid on the tariffs. So we went after the business because they underpaid on the tariffs. They made Donald Trump upset. How do they even do that? I hate this guy. I hate Dr. Phil. I'm done with that interview. Guy is garbage. He's a garbage human who's benefiting off of the pain and suffering of others. Horrifying. All right, this is from 6 hours ago, ABC 10. Marines to soon begin operations in LA. Oh, great.
Illegal.
Meanwhile, we do have new information tonight on the Marines now deployed to L.A. They're expected to begin operations soon.
President Trump sent them in support of National Guard troops stationed at federal buildings in the city, where demonstrations are happening over immigration enforcement operations.
After days of immigration protests, workers taking advantage of the lull today to clean up the streets and wash away graffiti. An 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. curfew put in place for part of the downtown area ended this morning, but with less destruction and fewer clashes between protesters and authorities.
You should take note that the individuals that are here with me today are all leaders in their area, and we all stand in support and solidarity and call for the raids to end.
President Trump deploying more than 4,000 National Guard troops and 700 Marines to Los Angeles. Their role in dispersing crowds has been minimal, but ICE posting these photos on their X account showing National Guardsmen providing protection for ICE agents on a raid in Los Angeles. Governor Gavin Newsom filed a motion Tuesday to stop troops from accompanying ICE on raids, which goes beyond protecting buildings, arguing it will escalate tensions.
What's happening right now is very different than anything we've seen before.
Trump on social media calling Newsom.
Yeah, no, it is fucking insane, but apparently the National Guard has been helping ICE now conduct these raids. And apparently the Marines are going to be involved now, too. And it is a wild abuse of power. And no, why do we need fucking troops on our streets? You know, this is insane. There is no invasion going on. We are being invaded. If anybody's being invaded, it's America. By fascist dictatorship. This is using the military in really problematic ways. Now, protests were going on last night as well. That being Wednesday night. Sorry, my brain's broken. Let's go here to the AP from 5 hours ago.
Has the crowd grown? Has it gotten bigger, smaller? What's it?
being part of this.
This is so incredibly unnecessary. No one is under threat right now. It's the public that's under threat from Donald Trump. People are just hanging out. Like, look at these fucking feckless idiots standing around doing fuck all. They didn't even have their visors down. This is a national emergency. This is what are the terms we've been hearing? This is an invasion. These troops don't seem to be under threat of anything. These people are just hanging out, just making their opinions heard about this, Trump administration policy. I mean, this is so stupid. No one is under threat. What a waste. What a waste of tax dollars.
We have no problems with the U.S. What the fuck? We were born and raised here. We're here for you. We're like you. My sister is fucking in the Army too. We're like you. But what I'm saying is, you know what? If it's such a fucking problem, fuck the Middle East, fuck them, let them do their thing, and let's fucking grind them. Why the fuck are you here, fool?
We trust these people to build our houses, take care of our children, feed us, and this is how we treat them? And I know it's not y'all, but you are complicit. At this point, every moment that you continue to do this, I'm sorry, because I think some of y'all are volunteers. That really sucks for you, but you're still complicit.
It's getting real sad out here, people. It's just so pathetic to watch these troops protecting nothing from harm. No harm is coming to anybody, aside from the people who are being attacked by police, by law enforcement, by the military, immigrants being attacked by ICE. Those are the people that are being harmed right now.
Whose streets? Whose streets? Whose streets?
Like, here's the thing I just wanted to... This is the thing that I just want to get to, because this is all based upon this spurious claim of the Trump administration that somehow we're being invaded. But as we can all see, there's no invading force. There's no army. There's no other army, foreign army occupying the United States by force. It's just not a thing. And the existence of immigrants doesn't create a fucking invasion. Doesn't create a national emergency. Was it a national emergency when Irish people were coming here, or anybody else? And in our history, was it? I mean, this whole fucking country is built on immigration. If that's the case, then there's always been a national emergency, right? And as basically, it's a fact. Western Europe invaded the United States. That was the original invasion. Now, any immigration to the United States, since then, we could debate on that one, but is generally speaking not an invasion, right? Oh, God, it's just such a frustrating moment we are living in. Just living in this alternate reality where words no longer mean anything.
If we don't come out and fight, if we don't come out and show that we are willing to stand up for our rights, stand up for our First Amendment rights, stand up for the rights of immigrants, the rights of people to be able to work, to be able to live, to create a life for their families here. If we don't stand up for that, it could get worse. But as you can see out here today, people are willing to stand up and fight back.
And before going further, I want to say a few words about the situation in Los Angeles, California. Have you heard of the place? Where I've deployed thousands of National Guard troops and hundreds of Marines to protect federal law enforcement from the attacks of a vicious and violent mob. And some of the radical left, they say, oh, that's not nice. Well, if we didn't do it, there wouldn't be a Los Angeles. It'd be burning today.
You know, it is disgusting how politicized he is making the military. Basically turning the military into the Gestapo as well now. You know, it's fascinating. He's creating his own federal police force, the Trump police force. You know, that operates under its own laws. Not the laws that we all follow, but the laws that he makes up. It is disturbing.
Just like the houses were burning a number of months ago. Generations of Army heroes did not shed their blood on distant shores only to watch our country be destroyed by invasion and third world lawlessness here at home, like is happening in California. As Commander-in-Chief,
this is disgusting. All right. Now protests were going on in Denver as well on Wednesday. And apparently 18 people were arrested during that protest.
We're getting answers after more than a dozen people were arrested during a protest in Denver last night, demonstrating in solidarity with Los Angeles protesters following federal immigration raids.
Our cameras and crews were there. Denver police used smoke and fired pepper balls to disperse crowds and deny using tear gas. Now we've obtained arrest records giving insight into what charges some are facing and why. Denver 7 investigative reporter Natalie Chuck joins us now in studio.
And Natalie, you sat down with the Denver police chief today to find out exactly what happened.
Yeah, Micah and Jessica, it was a very different scene out at the Capitol this afternoon. A few protesters were still out there on the sidewalks, but it was nothing compared to what we saw last night. That's when hundreds of people marched from there to I-25 in support of those protests in Los Angeles. That demonstration resulted in those 18 arrests. The charges they are facing range from obstruction of a roadway to graffiti to second-degree assault. I read through all of the arrest documents. The majority of them detail arresting protesters who ignored commands to leave areas where they were in the way of traffic. But one claims a suspect punctured the tire on a police car. Someone reportedly threw rocks and bottles at officers. Some protesters were believed to be making Molotov cocktails, and another person allegedly...
Oh, there we go. The Denver police getting their arrest quota up here at this protest. Now, in the midst of all this, apparently ICE is going to be stepping up their raids across the country. Here's NBC News from 9 hours ago.
Hi there and welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Ryan Nobles in Washington. As the White House warns of additional military deployments in American cities, with pockets of unrest persisting in Los Angeles, ICE preparing to deploy tactical units to major U.S. cities, and protests against the administration's immigration crackdown spreading across the country. At the White House today, Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt doubled down on the president's harsh rhetoric.
Come on! The mob violence is being stomped out. The criminals responsible will be swiftly brought to justice. And the Trump administration's operations to arrest illegal aliens are continuing unabated. The position of the Democrat Party is that the federal government is not allowed to enforce our laws and to arrest and deport illegal alien.
There was no mob violence.
They're attempting.
I mean, there generally was not any mob violence until the state started cracking down on the protesters. They were there peacefully, and then they started getting attacked. And when people get attacked, they tend to lash out, right? But there was no civilians under threat. Americans were not, people were walking around LA like nothing had changed, because it was only, the protest was only happening in a tiny area in LA, right? In one neighborhood, basically. And yet we're to be told that somehow this mass mob violence is happening around these. They're just walking the streets, attacking everyone. It's not true. There's just more lies coming out of the Ministry of Truth once again.
Use a violent mob as a weapon against their own constituents to prevent the enforcement of immigration law. This is deeply un-American and morally reprehensible.
Now, we should note there is no evidence that Democrats or any specific organization are behind the protests in Los Angeles or elsewhere. And as we've been noting, the pockets of unrest have so far been contained to a small area in downtown Los Angeles. But the comments came a day after President Trump, in front of thousands of soldiers at Fort Bragg, vowed to liberate Los Angeles from what he described as an invasion.
Under the Trump administration, this anarchy will not stand. We will not allow federal agents to be attacked, and we will not allow an American city to be invaded and conquered by a foreign enemy. I'll say it loudly and clearly. They better do something before it's too late. Very simply, we will liberate Los Angeles and make it free, clean, and safe again.
A defense official tells NBC News that 700 Marines are mobilized and in the Los Angeles area, but are not on the streets yet. But they could be sent out as early as today. A curfew ordered by Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass will remain in effect for a second night tonight for portions of downtown. The LAPD says it made nearly 200 arrests yesterday, more than the total arrests made on the previous 3 days, in what the police chief is calling a concerning escalation in unlawful and dangerous behavior. In a nighttime address, California Governor Gavin Newsom blamed the president for the continued unrest, while issuing this warning to other cities.
California may be first, but it clearly will not end here. Other states are next. Democracy is next. Democracy is under assault before our eyes. This moment we have feared has arrived. He's taking a wrecking ball to our founding fathers' historic project. 3 co-equal branches of independent government. There are no longer any checks and balances. The founding fathers, they didn't live and die to see this kind of moment. It's time for all of us to stand up.
In New York, meanwhile, the NYPD says it made dozens of arrests at an anti-ICE protest in Lower Manhattan. In Denver, police say they've made 17 arrests outside the state capitol, as our NBC affiliate reports that police deployed smoke and pepper balls to disperse the crowd.
I am so sick of watching the police do the bidding of Donald Trump, shutting down protests. Just so sick of it. We need to defund the police. Big time. Get rid of all that military gear that they keep getting. You know, all these budgets are being used to repress Americans rather than uphold the law. Pretty tired of it. Now, amidst all of this stuff going on, Donald Trump went to the Kennedy Center to watch a show. Now, of course, we, at the beginning of this stream, talked about how Donald Trump had disallowed the international, what's it called? The International Queer Orchestra from performing at the Kennedy Center. But he went there for apparently one of his favorites. And at the considering what's going on right now, it is almost too on the nose what the show is that Trump went to earlier this evening. The irony is not lost on me. Anybody know what show he went to?
Mr. President? Why are U.S. dependents being authorized to leave the Middle East? Say it. Why are U.S. dependents of military personnel being authorized to leave the Middle East? We'll have to say thank you.
Why are they being released? You have to see why it's happening, even though it's Yeah, there was him and First Lady Melania Trump heading to the Kennedy Center, where they are going to be seeing, that's right, Les Miserables. Yeah, and I find that fascinating and so apropos for the moment, considering that he's in the middle of doing his own crackdown on people in the United States. You know, as a king, thinks of himself as a king, trying to crack down on dissent in the streets.
Shake up here, and we're standing by for comments from the president.
We raised a lot tonight, and we'll put in a lot of money to bring it back to the highest level, higher than it was ever before. And it's got great sound. You know, the bones are very good. The sound is great. You see that tonight. But we look forward to doing a real job.
Mr. President.
It's a great honor, actually, to be chairman. They asked me to be chairman. This is a great. I have a lot of other things going, I will tell you, but it's a great honor to be chairman.
Mr. President, a question from Mrs. Max.
I hope you got a good one. She got a good one. I bet she did.
Hope you got a good one.
President, what would you say to Democrats who don't want to come here because you're in charge?
All right, the audio is terrible for this. But yeah, at some point during this, Donald Trump said that Les Miserables is one of his favorite musicals. I love it. It's so uplifting. Thinking about all those poor people. It's too bad that those French kings couldn't stop the poor from ruining the country. But for a moment, you think that the play is going to go really good. And then there's a twist. It's a twist, and then the poors win. It's kind of crazy. It's like a Shyamalan twist. Now, I'm not sure if they paid people to come to the Kennedy Center or what. But this was the reaction Donald Trump got after entering the... what do you call it? Theater. Pretty ridiculous, if you ask me. But it was weird, pretty weird, considering these sorts of receptions, like especially like the reception of J.D. Vance and Usha that we saw earlier. I really do genuinely think that he paid people to come, or like disallowed certain people from coming. This is just what it feels like to me. I don't think I'm, reaching too far out on a limb with that one. Now let's quickly talk state of Democrat politics. A lot to get into here, but I'm just gonna hit a few good points, I think. Let's start it off with the man who's arguably the highest elected Democrat in the country, Senator from New York, Chuck Schumer, who's still doing that goddamn book tour.
Well, the good news is Chuck Schumer is still on his book tour. I know people were concerned about that.
Oh, it's restarted. That's good. I was worried.
People were concerned when you have a huge fight in the Senate right now that could be teed up on a bill that's going to cut 10 million people, 13 million people from Medicaid, millions from food assistance. It's going to cut all sorts of the green tax incentives. It's going to do all sorts of damage to the middle class. It's going to provide tax cuts for the wealthy. There's a host of other provisions in there that are problematic. But good news, Chuck Schumer is out there selling his book and suggesting that there's a problem on the left with anti-Semitism. That's what he's doing right now as the Senate minority leader.
On the left today, we see real anti-Semitism. Real anti-Semitism. The Jewish deli has a rock thrown through it because it's... Chuck Schumer! You care more about the fake anti-Semitism crisis than the real Holocaust to the Palestinian people! Come on. There's a real Holocaust happening in Gaza! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
I wonder if all these people are going to buy Chuck's book.
Good for those folks.
Yeah.
Chuck Schumer get off his book tour challenge. I mean, he said this is his primary job.
To keep the Democratic Party pro-Israel. By hook or by crook, right? By enabling fascism, enabling the arrests of people for their free speech, or...
by being Vichy Democrats.
I mean, there is no doubt that Chuck Schumer and the other Democratic lawmakers, unfortunately a majority of them who are complicit in this genocide, have enabled this kind of fascism here at home by continuously backing this false notion that the anti-genocide protests are anti-Semitic and going on a book tour to reinforce this framing.
The Democrats take Israel money. They're not a whole lot different than Dave Rubin had on Ambassador to Israel David Friedman on right after October 7th. And his main thing is you need to enforce your border security so this doesn't happen to you. They want us to have the same model that Israel does towards their neighbors. Just wall it up. Violence of anybody toward anybody that doesn't belong. And that's the world that they're creating right in front of our eyes. And Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are happy, and they're frankly bought to go along with side it and not do any sort of real resistance toward it. It's simulated.
Trump says he's considering ways to serve a third term as president. Every time we call out Trump's authoritarianism, the right calls it media hysteria. But here's your reminder. Trump is openly trying to defy the Constitution and run for a third term. But if you don't know the bias behind your news, you might actually believe Trump's just teasing us.
Okay. There we go. Sorry, I got thrown off here. Yeah, it's fascinating that Chuck is so focused on selling his book while he's still an elected representative of the United States taxpayers, specifically New Yorkers, and more focused on ginning up, hatred against college students, I guess, rather than, I don't know, dealing with Donald Trump and his unconstitutional behavior. Now, one man in New York looking to make a big difference. That's right, Zoran Mamdani, who just in case people are not aware, we are going back in time because we've had so much. I just have so much content backed up right now. I just want to get it all done. I don't want to miss this, but last week, this is on, I think, Friday, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez finally endorsed Zoran Mamdani for New York's mayor. Here's Eyewitness News ABC 7 on that.
Now to the race for New York City mayor. With just a few weeks to go until the primary, 9 Democratic candidates faced off for their first debate. The debate included attacks on the frontrunner, former Governor Andrew Cuomo. Eyewitness News reporter Phil Tate is live at City Hall. And Phil, one of the candidates just picked up a big endorsement. Isn't that right?
Yeah, Tanya, that's right. One of the most progressive voices, if not the most progressive voice here in New York. Congressmember Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has endorsed Assembly member Zoran Mamdani. The big question this morning is what impact will this have on the race as he's already broken through in the polls. And this comes after last night's debate as he, along with so many other candidates, had spoke out on several issues important to New Yorkers as they'll head to the polls in just a couple of weeks for the June primary. Now, several of these issues were from public safety, housing, and even dealing with President Trump and the administration when it comes to the city. All in just 30 seconds, they had to answer these questions. Now, as 9 candidates vie for the party's nomination, it appears 8 of the candidates went after one of the race's main frontrunners, former Governor Andrew Cuomo, criticizing him on a number of issues, from his management over the coronavirus pandemic, sexual harassment allegations that caused his early exit from the governor's office. Let's take a listen to a bit of last night's showdown.
One of my regrets is having trusted the leaders within our own party, leaders like Andrew Cuomo.
The people who don't feel safe are young women,
mothers and grandmothers around Andrew Cuomo. That's the greatest threat to public safety in New York City.
It's not only that Andrew Cuomo lied to Congress, which is perjury, he also lied to the grieving families whose loved ones he sent into those nursing homes to protect his $5 million book deal.
Andrew Cuomo has the nerve to talk about defund when he signed the bail reform bill with loopholes that you didn't even read.
No regrets when it comes to cutting child care. No.
Yeah, Andrew Cuomo somehow forgotten his time as governor of New York and how unpopular he had become by the end of it. All those terrible things that he's been accused of doing, which led to his leaving governor. Now he thinks it's a good time to come back to office. I find that to be sort of reprehensible choice. Let's talk more about Zoran, who is really starting to challenge Cuomo's very sizable lead that he once had. Oh, you bastard. Why are we doing this? My browser has gone rogue.
So after the AOC endorsement came down for Zoran Mamdani, our GOAT, okay, our legend, these past couple of days in the New York City mayoral primary race has definitely increased the heat a little bit, increased the tension a little bit, okay, and part of that intensity has come from people saying that Zoran is a vicious anti-Semite. I believe if you want to see the full scope of the hysteria over there in New York, what's that account that I use from the guy that is a journalist at the Forward? I'm forgetting now. I believe like an Orthodox Jewish community in New York basically said if Zoran becomes mayor, not a single Jew can walk the streets of New York, something along those lines, which is insane. And numerous people coming out and finding Zoran in the streets to be like, why do you not want Israel to be an ethno-state? Oh, here it is. Arno Rosenfeld, ADL Chief Jonathan Greenblatt. Oh, sorry. Jonathan Greenblatt compares student protests to ISIS and Al-Qaeda as psychotic. That's not what I was going to say. Hold on. Where is it? This was what I was looking for. Yeah. Far Rockaway Jewish Alliance, representing a large part of the Orthodox community in Queens, says, Cuomo is no Zaddik, and no one claims he is. But we're not choosing a Rebbe, we're choosing a shield. Choosing not to vote for Cuomo isn't neutrality, it's handing Mamdani a victory. Far Rockaway Jewish Alliance says, vote Cuomo or you won't be able to live as Torah Jews in New York City.
What does that mean?
Zaddik means saint? Okay, thank you.
What does that even mean?
Incredible levels of hysteria.
If you don't vote for Cuomo,
a couple of my normie friends who live in New York were weirded out by that Israel question at the debate. They were being pretty sympathetic.
What does that mean? What is that? Zoran Mamdani, he's going to come in, he's going to shut down all the temples. He's going to take away all the Old Testament. Sorry. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Oh my God. This is such a ridiculous claim. Oh my God. You won't be able to be a Jew anymore in New York. If Zoran becomes mayor, that'll be it.
Considering voting for him. Yeah, I believe the person who also asked that question, by the way, used to be a staffer for Cuomo or something and has like retweeted some insane things. Retweeted some insane statements about Zoran since that debate. So that's also something to consider. But I think this answer was fairly effective in neutralizing the argument. The constant questions of Israel. Do you believe? What do you think about Israel? Do you believe Israel has a right to exist? Do you believe Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state? Why won't you say that Israel? Why do you keep saying Israel shouldn't be killing children? Like, are you anti-Semitic? These sorts of questions, I think, are cumbersome and bothersome. Evet, yaparsan iki de. These sorts of questions are annoying. Okay. It is perfectly valid and perfectly understandable for every American citizen to be like, I don't think Israel should be doing this. You know, especially because our tax dollars and our full-blown support, political support, puts us in the crosshairs, and whether we like it or not, make us morally culpable. Okay? The American government is an active participant in this genocide. They are a belligerent in this genocide, and we are morally culpable. Okay? This is a real issue. This is something that I carry with me, a weight that I carry with me, and you should as well every single day. This is why you have to do everything you can in your power to try and put an end to it. Okay? Having said that, however, are you banned tomorrow? Wait, what? Why? Why would I be banned tomorrow? Account created February 19, 2025. Following since February 19, 2025. Are you banned tomorrow?
Sorry, we don't need this whole thing. It's a lot of chat yelling as usual.
Common. It's one that I always yell about, like Israel being this like unique nation state that you have to do a loyalty pledge to become a comptroller in Illinois or whatever. I think is insane, and it makes people more insane when they hear this kind of demand, because they don't have the same level of loyalty or the same positive feelings and the same positive association with Israel. So all this does is breed resentment against Israel, and also depending on how that's crazy, or depending on how people present Israel, oftentimes partnering Israel with Jews in America, this kind of question also breeds enmity towards Jews. Okay, given that dangerous conflation between Israel and Judaism, Israel and Jews, it is ridiculous. It is also dangerous. There is no equivalent to this, okay? The example I used was Ukraine. America has a stake in the Russian invasion of Ukraine. America has a stake in this. Why are no questions being asked about Ukraine? But there are questions being asked about Israel. And it's not necessarily just whether or not you think what Israel is doing is unconscionable, but beyond that, it's actually how much do you actually offer loyalty to the state of Israel? That's insane. That is an insane question to ask. Oh, you want to be the mayor of New York? Okay. Can you please tell me that you're gonna go to Israel? You love the Holy Land?
Would you feel comfortable slicing open your left hand and swearing a blood oath that you will never again criticize the state of Israel? No, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that.
Mr. Cuomo, do you like pizza? I like spaghetti and meatballs and smelling my assistant's hair. Yeah!
Yeah. Ironically drawn, this much attention towards false anti-Semitism will inevitably create anti-Semitic organizations and people. It already is. The overcorrection against Jewish people is going to be very scary. Once support for Israel from the government stops, anti-Semites are going to talk about how much our taxes went to Israel and blame the Jews. 100%. It's already started. It's already happening. It is.
All right. Gonna move on from this because it's a super long video. But yeah, Zoran is really starting to close the gap. Latest polls, I think, had him at like 7 points behind. And at one point, I mean, Andrew, somehow, I don't understand how. People have a very short memory in our country. But somehow, at one point, Cuomo was like 30, 40 points ahead of anybody. Oh my God, I didn't even see this poll. Holy cow. Oh, get ready, chat. Get yourself ready, chat. This is big news. Look at this. Mom Donnie surges in new poll, leading Cuomo for the first time in New York mayor's race. Leading. He is leading Cuomo. This came out 8:19 p.m. on the 11th. This was like 7 hours ago. New York. Zoran Mamdani, the young Democratic socialist who has been rising in the mayor's race, is now ahead of Andrew Cuomo with just 2 weeks until the Democratic primary. A new poll reviewed in full by Politico found the survey conducted by Public Policy Polling for Democrat Justin Brannon's city comptroller campaign found Mamdani beating Cuomo 35% to 31%. A difference that is narrowly within the 4.1% margin of error. Yeah, but it's massive. That is massive move, massive shift. Very exciting. Okay, let's talk more about the future of Democrats. Francesca Fiorentini, the Bituation Room. Oh my god, my browser is moving so slow today. It is wild.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Have you guys heard of the Welcome Fest? No, neither had I. But apparently, there is a centrist Democrat fest. I know what you're thinking. They have fun, don't they? Sleep during the day and come out at night to, punch left and get mad at us for demanding things like Medicare for all and a Green New Deal and a livable wage and labor unions. No, apparently they have fests. And it is a centrist fest called the Welcome Fest, a billionaire-backed vision for Democrats. This is Russell Payne, staff reporter with Salon, who is reporting about, oh, look, it's Alyssa Slotkin. This is Alyssa.
Great.
We need to stop being woke and weak, Slotkin, by taking all the same money from the right and doing all the right's policies, but worse. But, not as good. Dave Weigel was also inside the room, and I feel like we have to look more deeply into who the people were. But we are at this moment of an inflection point for the Democratic Party, where obviously there's a lot of what happened, what went wrong in 2024. And there's a lot of us who are like, I don't know, can this party be even revived? Is it on death's door? What is the solution going to be? And we talked yesterday about Pete Buttigieg and the safe white guy syndrome. We've talked about Alyssa Slotkin, again, being mad at the, so-called weak and woke Democrats. We all know that people want to throw Kamala Harris under the bus for talking about being Black and a woman, which she didn't even do. So in other words, they're just mad at her for being a Black woman, and not actual policies that maybe she, went along with, like genocide and stuff. But the centrist Democrats think they've got their finger on the pulse. Centrist Democrats are trying to replicate the movement politics that drive progressive wing of the party, but it's not clear that the party's moderates, boosted by billionaire donors, can build the same sort of grassroots support that has driven more left-wing campaigns. Let's talk about who those are. A political consultant and co-founder of the Welcome Party, Lauren Harper Pope, told Salon that Welcome Fest kicking off Wednesday.
Yeah, this is the thing that I find very much frustrating about Democrats. But trying to replicate a movement, right, is a ridiculous thing to try and do, right? Like trying to buy a movement, essentially, and it's what Republicans are often accusing Democrats of doing, right? Which often sort of winds up lending credence to that argument against actual movements, right? And maybe they should just stick to action, in many cases, going with what's popular among the left, among the base, rather than trying to insert their own agenda into, this fucking AstroTurf bullshit.
Largest public gathering of centrist Democrats. Good God. They're just like, we like money. Hi, we like money too.
Don't be creepy.
The goal, she said, is to seek advice from Democrats who overperform this cycle and discuss what it means to be a partisan centrist. Okay, why don't you talk to AOC? Because she overperformed like crazy. Like, she fundraised a lot. So, you going to talk to her?
Yeah, or Bernie Sanders. Maybe.
We respect the very robust and multifaceted effort on the progressive faction of the party over the last few years. They had a lot of clear coherency behind it, and there was a lot of action, Harper Pope told Salon. We're essentially just trying to emulate that faction of the party. Wait. Slow down. Wait. Time out. So what you're trying to do, Lauren Harper Pope, is to recreate the excitement around the progressive wing of the party. I don't know, the Squad, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Summer Lee, the Fallen Squad like Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, throw her in there. You're trying to recreate that, but without the politics. I love this for you. I so love that. This is adorable. This is perhaps the most disgusting thing I've seen yet. This is the equivalent of like Amazon, the company, hollowing out all mom and pop bookshops and then reopening in the former, brick and mortar places as Amazon Basics. Come by.
You seriously though, this is ridiculous. And no one's gonna fall for it. We've looked at the polling on this in the past. It is not good. It is not good. Even Republicans find it to not be very good. And they're the demographic that this appeals to most. But, Democrats really don't want to give up all of that donor money and have to depend on voters and, respond to those voters in order to get reelected. Let's talk more about the Abundance Gang.
There was this Abundance Fest, Abundance Coachella, I guess, that happened the other day.
It was called Welcome Fest.
It's like Ozfest.
Well, it's like, why is it? What does welcome mean? It's because it's from Welcome Pack, and the same question applies. Like, why do they call it welcome to all this money from rich people that want to pervert our politics? I think is what it means.
I did not realize that, so I thought it was as generic as possible to sucker people in. But let's go to the Revolving Door Project because they did a breakdown of all of these. Scroll to the top. The headline here. Who's behind Abundance Coachella? So I guess I stole that from them a little bit. And you'll see, there you go. There's the face of Michael Bloomberg. Here are just some of the organizations that are behind Welcome Fest.
I honestly don't recognize a few of those people. Is that Reed Hastings and a Murdoch? Is this a Murdoch?
That is James Murdoch, I believe.
Right, yeah.
But we'll see what they write here.
Shout out to Reid Hoffman.
If the abundance of universe is to be believed, the hottest ticket in this summer is Welcome Fest. I love the snark from Revolving Door Project. Wednesday's Confab is the second such annual gathering organized by the centrist group Welcome Party and its political action committee Welcome PAC, with this year's event touting distinct abundance flair. Corporate sponsors.
We got new flair for the same old shit.
Olivia Juliana is there. This year's Responsibility to Win session has drawn viral attention online, both for its bizarre Ghibli promos and stacked lineup of neoliberal pundits, conservative Democratic lawmakers, and wonderkind pollsters. Let's go to the speakers. Derek Thompson, who co-authored it, Matt Iglesias, who is the popularist guy.
I like what they say about him, though. Confidently wrong pundit, and per Derek Thompson, the OG grandfather of abundance.
Yeah, it's like slot merchants.
Speaking of slots, Alyssa Slotkin, who's, trying to get her winning.
CIA Slotkin.
Yep. We can find some old pictures of her with George W. Bush. She doesn't think the Democrats should use the term oligarchy. Richie Torres, Jake Auchincloss, Adam Gray, Christine McDonald-Rivet, Glusenkamp Perez, Jared Golden. Oh, Adam Gentleson.
This is a
there
list
you go.
of people
that
who
was
we
part
need
of
to
his
jettison.
rebrand with the Fetterman piece in New York Magazine. David Shore, and then here's the stuff that's really.
This is literally a list of people that I've been wanting to have jettisoned from the party for different amounts of times. But this is fascinating. We should do the opposite of welcoming these people. This is not what we need.
Important. The welcome donors. Reid Hoffman.
Walmart
Remember?
family.
This was this billionaire getting involved and trying to get Kamala Harris, if she wanted to fire Lena Khan.
He's given $1.8 million to Welcome PAC since 2021.
Walton family, like the Walmart people, who I remember their involvement in the Republican Party being a scandal on the left. I guess the abundance people don't have a problem with that. Keep going down. So
Yeah,
all the
Waltons are there.
Michael Bloomberg, the Bain Capital co-chair.
Yeah,
James Murdoch.
I'm just trying to remember. How did Bloomberg poll in the last election he ran in? What was it? Less than 1%, or some tiny amount of number in that last primary he was in. This is nonsense.
Yeah. I was gonna say, I love how it's called like Welcome Fest or whatever it is. Welcome, it's the Welcome Parties, Welcome Fest or whatever. And I'm looking at their website, and the name is what I assumed they would be claiming the name was, that to promote that the Democratic Party is a big tent party and must welcome a diverse mix of ideologies and perspectives. Well, that's all nice on its surface, but the lefts, like progressives and leftists, are a part of whatever that big tent would be, right? And the whole thing, from everything I've seen, it was about attacking and knocking the left. So their whole welcome party isn't welcome to everybody. It's literally welcome to everyone who wants to take over the Democratic Party from the left and basically fuck the left.
Yep. Yeah.
I mean, the left.
Go ahead.
The left doesn't have any billionaires to give millions and millions of dollars.
Oh shit, I just realized I was muted. That is terrible. What was I saying? Oh god. I was talking and I now don't even remember what I was saying. Oh, whatever. Let's take a break. I think it's a good time for us to take a third break, but don't worry, we'll be right back with the content after these brief space messages. Alright, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe hit that bell icon too, so you get the latest galactic notifications, ensuring that you don't miss a single episode of this spacecast. Now, while you're at it, doing all that stuff, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube with the super chats, the super stickers, and memberships. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer to not have YouTube take a big whopping cut of that money and would rather go immediately into our galactic coffers, or you can use it to keep this stream alive. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron. Only $3 a month gets you access to benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Like an avatar, shoutouts, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, I think everybody knows what that sound means. It, of course, means it's time for us to go back to the stream. The fourth half coming up immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, let's talk about all of the Elon Donald feud, if you will. It's been going on for about a week now, a little bit longer, I guess. But yeah, been a lot that's happened that we haven't talked about with relation to this situation. I feel that we must at least attempt it. Let's start from the beginning. You might as well. Since we're doing it, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it so good. So good. Alright. What did it all start off with? Some say it was this tweet. This condemnation of Trump's big, beautiful bill.
Tech billionaire Elon Musk has blasted the Republican tax cuts and spending plans that passed the House. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination, Musk posted Tuesday on X. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong, you know it, he added. The White House played down the criticism from one of Trump's top advisors and funders.
Look, the president already knows where Elon Musk stood on this bill. It doesn't change the president's opinion. This is one big, beautiful bill, and he's sticking to it.
Musk left the Trump administration last week after heading the Department of Government Efficiency. President Trump wants his bill of tax breaks and spending cuts to be signed into law by the 4th of July.
So yeah, some say that what this started off with was that. Now we might say there were some other signs that things weren't going good. All the discussions of Elon's drug use. And honestly, I mean, Donald Trump does actually have a problem with people who do drugs. I don't know if anybody's familiar with that, but Donald Trump's basically a teetotaler and really has a problem with drugs. Supposedly, at least. Now, if you missed this happened on the same day. Bunch of reports near Detroit, Michigan, of this mall parking lot suddenly being filled with Teslas.
Well, Tesla vehicles aren't selling quite as strongly as they were last year, and it appears dozens of them, unsold Cybertrucks and other models, are actually collecting in a Farmington Hills parking lot, which would be kind of odd if you're just driving by seeing
just all of them all in one place. Well, it's got a lot of people talking, especially on social media, as you would expect. The lot in question is here at the Hunters Square Shopping Mall. It's formerly home to the beloved Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum, which, of course, as you know, has since been moved to West Bloomfield. Pamela Osborne went to see what's going on there and why all these vehicles are in one spot.
Every once in a while, you may pass one of these bad boys on the roadway, but here we found the mother lode. And no, we're not at a showroom. We're in the middle of a strip mall parking lot in Farmington Hills. Hunters Square. It's the strip mall most known by Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum. You may remember the owner tried desperately to keep his beloved arcade there and had a lot of community support. But you know how the story goes. Farmington Hills City Council voted to approve redevelopment plans, which meant Marvin's had to find a new home. That was last year. Fast forward to today, and it's the Teslas that have people talking. We're not talking about a few. We're talking about 100 or more cars, SUVs,
SUVs, and yeah, those cyber trucks all parked outside of the shuttered Bed Bath & Beyond. A nearby worker told me they showed up a couple months ago. We put the story out where we first learned about it online and got a few responses. This one calling the fleet scrap metal, but not everyone agrees. Tesla lovers left their mark on the side of this Cybertruck, writing, "We love Elon Musk," right into the dust. Back on Instagram, another person said, "Major zoning violation vibes," and there's some truth to that. The city of Farmington Hills said in a statement the city's code enforcement has been in communication with the Hunter Square Shopping Center management to resolve the issue, adding they have been notified that storage of vehicles is not a permitted.
Ah. Not a permitted use, you say?
Illegal.
That is... Wow.
That's too much, man.
Wow. Elon potentially committing crimes. Putting all of the vehicles sitting there in this unauthorized location. We should, deport that undocumented illegal criminal, as they call them.
Elon Musk might have said he was leaving Washington behind, but it is now clear that he is so unhappy with Republicans' mega bill to advance the president's agenda. He is so unhappy that he wants to start over. Musk wrote this on his platform, formerly known as Twitter, this afternoon. Quote, "A new spending bill should be drafted that doesn't massively grow the deficit and increase the debt ceiling by $5 trillion. End quote. He followed that up with a much more straightforward message. Quote, "Kill the bill." This morning, the Nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office announced that the House bill would add $2.4 trillion.
One thing I did consider doing, but didn't, just due to time constraints, because of how long I had gone without streaming, was combining these two sections and just doing these stories back to back to back. Because I felt like when I was watching these, I was starting to think, I feel like some of this lines up with what Donald Trump has been doing in LA in a way that that to me felt almost illustrative. Like it is a distraction, in my opinion, for them right now from all of this. With Elon telling people to call your senators and your Congress people, that's not going to help Trump get that bill passed.
To the debt over the next 10 years, the deficit, excuse me. And that seems to be the source of...
And how many... Hold on, let me just go back. 1.1 million views. A lot of people saw this.
Of Musk's frustration. In just the last day, Musk has called the Trump agenda bill massive, outrageous, pork-filled, disgusting, and an abomination. And all of these tweets clearly blindsided the Republicans who just spent months working on a bill that barely passed the House.
Elon and I had a great conversation, about a half-hour-long talk on Monday this week. We had it was a very friendly, very fruitful conversation together.
Was it fruitful?
And he and I talked about the midterm elections, and he said, "I'm going to help." And then yesterday, 24 hours later, he does a 180 and he comes out and opposes the bill. And it surprised me, frankly. And I don't take it personal. We don't take it personal. He's policy differences are not personal.
No kidding. No kidding. Not personal. It's not being directed at Mike Johnson in particular. It is the bill, and the bill is not a person, even though we did have that cartoon bill that was on Capitol Hill. Something or other. I just love this, though. And, I'm fairly certain that images like the ones we just saw before of Teslas filling up parking lots, somehow not selling, and just, probably causing Elon a lot of concerns. Then you look at this bill, and it turns out that it cuts out all of the EV credits that people were getting, which was incentivizing their purchases of electric vehicles. And you wonder, are these two things connected? So strange. I mean, Speaker Johnson was completely
I think he's flat.
Taken aback. He was shocked that Elon did this 180.
Slightly flustered Speaker of the House right there.
Yes, flustered indeed. Old Mike Johnson there. Very flustered. Shocked that Elon wants to kill that bill that they worked so hard. Mike Johnson, he worked his little legs up and down those congressional halls trying to whip those votes. All those representatives, Republicans, into line to vote for that thing that barely passed the House. Elon just torching it. Full 180, considering Elon at one point had said that this bill was necessary and a continuation of the Doge, the Doge ideology. Now let's talk the numbers on Elon Musk as it relates to popularity.
We have been standing by all morning long watching Truth Social to see if President Trump would respond to the comments from Elon Musk about the president's tax and spending bill. Elon Musk calls it a disgusting abomination.
Disgusting what?
But as of now, President Trump has yet to respond at all. Calls himself a counterpuncher, but remarkably quiet on this. So what's going on here? With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton. So Elon Musk, in calling this a disgusting abomination, says it will explode the national debt, says it runs counter to all the work he did trying to cut government spending. What's the reality?
Please just never call me a disgusting abomination, John, please.
Never to your face.
Thank you. Behind me is perfectly fine. I mean, look, President Trump wants to send these Doge cuts to Congress through the rescission process, and that, get this, would only bring down the national debt by about $9 billion. The big, beautiful bill over 10 years, get this, through the roof in terms of the federal deficits and the debt, up $2 trillion. You don't have to be a mathematical genius to know that $9 trillion doesn't come anywhere close to $9 billion comes anywhere close to $2 trillion. So all of Doge's work that they would send, at least a part of it, to Congress gets completely wiped out, wiped off the map by the big, beautiful bill. No wonder Elon Musk.
Yeah, how much is $9 billion and $2 trillion? What is that, like 0.5%? Wait, no. I'm trying to think. Right, wait. Is it 0.5%? It's not a lot. I know that. Should break out the calculator or something.
Upset. So, as I said, he's taking on this bill. He's mostly critical of Congress here. In a battle between Elon Musk and Congress, who wins?
Yeah, who wins between Elon Musk and Congress? Well, look, Elon Musk is a very popular guy amongst Republicans, a plus 63 net favorability rating. Beats Mike Johnson at plus 46, who, of course, is the Speaker. How about John Thune, the Republican leader in the Senate? Only a plus 30. So,
this is one of the reasons why I think that this is, potentially what the Trump administration is trying to distract from with their decision to call the military in LA and try and make their supporters forget about what this guy just said about Donald Trump. Not just the big, beautiful bill, but about the big, beautiful Epstein files, which we'll get to. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here, but the numbers are pretty incredible. Musk with his plus 63, Donald Trump, he's only 10 points behind great leader Trump. And, his word goes a lot further than, say, a Mike Johnson or a John Thune. Anyway.
awful. Weak.
I didn't need more than that. I just wanted these numbers. Little Harry Enton and his big theater vibes. Come on, does he not give theater kid vibes? Okay. Now, as the Trump-Musk feud escalated on social media, Donald Trump, a day later after that big, beautiful bill tweet from Elon, threatened Elon and all of his government contracts, which does total to a very large amount of money. In the tens of billions of dollars a year, I think. Oh my god, my browser is being so stupid. Go. Go, web, go. You can
Now, once they were bosom buddies, but the milks turned sour between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. As Trump sat in the Oval Office this Thursday alongside Germany's leader, he lamented the soured relationship with Elon Musk, his advisor turned social media antagonist. Trump said he was very disappointed with Musk after the billionaire former backer lambasted the president's signature bill of tax cuts and spending plans. Fraser Jackson's in Washington. He joins us now. Fraser, a very good evening to you. Who would have thought that these two men would fall out?
I'm not going to lie, Mark. This is providing everything that I want from my Real Housewives obsession is now spilled into the political world. The blow-up between Elon Musk and Donald Trump has been catastrophic, and it's all happened over the course of the last 3 hours. They have been very close. You know, a week ago, we were talking about how they were playing happy families inside of the Oval Office. Donald Trump gave him that key to the White House. Well, no more. Things have taken a dramatic turn now. There has been a dramatic fallout. Donald Trump, talking in front of the German Chancellor inside of the Oval Office, was asked about Elon Musk, who has been critical about his spending bill, the big, beautiful bill, as he calls it. He says, Elon Musk says that it's going to bankrupt the nation and that it's going to add to the national deficit by about $2.5 trillion. It should be noted that the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office also agrees with that sentiment. But Donald Trump lashed out, saying that he was disappointed by Elon Musk. Again, it should be noted that in private, it's been reported that he is furious about Elon Musk speaking out publicly. Well, now we don't have to speculate anymore because we are seeing things play out in public. Elon Musk tweeted earlier a clip of Donald Trump talking about Elon Musk in the Oval Office and how he was disappointed. Elon Musk just commented the word whatever underneath that. But then he launched a tirade, digging up old tweets from Donald Trump, who said that there needed to be a balanced budget. Back from 2012, those tweets were, and he said, I agree with this guy. What happened to that guy? And then
what happened to that guy? Hilarious. Donald Trump has no actual ideology or, he doesn't even understand half of the things that he supports or hates. He's a flippant, erratic narcissist with no grasp on reality. All right, now, once in the wake of this, a lot of people had a lot of things to say. Tommy Tuberville was asked, are you worried about what Elon is saying about the big, beautiful bill? Let's see. Is Tommy concerned?
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Yeah, no. Let's do something. So, you don't want to someone open that door and knock us both over. What do you say to Republican senators like Rand Paul and Ron Johnson who are warning they're going to vote against this bill because they're concerned about the impact this will have on the debt and deficit.
Well, even the president says, we got to cut spending. Elon Musk said that there's not enough spending in it. And again,
someone has got to start pushing back on these claims that the only way to cut the deficit is to cut spending. It's just not. It's not. They treat it like it's a singular choice to make, is spend or not to spend. But it's actually a binary decision, be it spending, or it could be, it could be revenues that you address. And instead of addressing the fact that their cutting of revenues is going to add to the deficit, and nobody seemingly holding them to account on facts and reality. I mean, Republicans have added to that fucking deficit over and over again. And the main reason why these fucking pundits don't do anything about it is because of their, multi-millionaire, billionaire bosses and or colleagues and or themselves who benefit from these sorts of things. Anderson, Vanderbilt. Not that, the Vanderbilt fortune is keeping him afloat, but he's making plenty of money over there from CNN. It was like the last time I checked, it was like $15 million a year, and he's been working there for decades. I don't know how much he's been paid by them over the years in total, but it's got to be massive money. And he's just one example of all these like overpaid idiots that work on these fucking networks who don't push back on these claims from Republicans when it doesn't serve them personally.
Elon Musk said that there's not enough spending in it. And again, we're going to try to appease everybody in the next 3 weeks of trying to get to a point where we can put lipstick on this pig in some areas that not cut enough. And there needs to be some cuts. The American people can't afford it. We're way overspending.
Yeah. I haven't heard lipstick on a pig in a while. Feels like we're back. I feel like we've gone back like a couple of decades. We're talking about pork belly. Earmark. We're gonna start saying earmarks next, and whatever else. It's idiotic. But yeah, of course, we could cut spending to the military, which is, $1 trillion. And we're not at war, supposedly. So I don't know why we need a $1 trillion military budget. I think we could slash that in half and be perfectly fine. In fact, I think that even if we do slash in half, we'd still be the largest military budget on the planet, without a question. Yeah, this is the first place to go, in my opinion, if you want to do spending cuts. Maybe cut, that health care for Congress people. Okay, the second one was a joke. It was a joke. It was a mean-spirited joke. I don't mean it. In fact, I think we should have congressional level health care for all citizens in the United States. And I stand by that. That's not a joke. Write that down. Okay. Now, Donald Trump also had things to say. Here's Forbes breaking news from 6 days ago. We are doing all this in chronological order and as best as I can. It's been quite a week. Quite a week, hasn't it? I think we have hump day for a midweek report to try and make sense of it all.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Mr. President, I just want to clarify, did he raise any of these concerns with you privately before he raised them publicly? And this is the guy you put in charge of cutting spending. Should people not take him seriously about spending now? Are you saying this is all sour grapes?
No, he worked hard and he did a good job. And I'll be honest, I think he misses the place. I think he got out there and all of a sudden he wasn't in this beautiful Oval Office and he's got nice offices too. But there's something about this one. I was telling the chancellor.
The best.
This is where it is. People come in here.
This is the best office. And Elon, he just misses the place. He just misses the hell out of this room. He's got great offices, but actually, this is the best office in the land. Can't get better than this office. Have you seen how much gold leaf we've had applied to this goddamn room? One part of the Congo will be forever impoverished due to what we did to build this room out. It's gonna be great. It is great, and Elon misses it. That's why he's saying nasty things on the computer. Everything's computer. And Elon's saying the bad things on the computer. Tesla stock plummets 12% as Musk's feud with Trump escalates. Shares of Tesla dropped by 12% on Thursday as the relationship between Elon Musk and President Donald Trump faltered or something, with Musk launching attacks at the president on X. And Trump suggesting to reporters at the White House criticism of his signature bill from the world's wealthiest person amounts to Trump derangement syndrome. That's right. Elon, he's got the Trump derangement syndrome, actually. $17.2 billion. That's how much was cut from Musk's fortune amid Tesla's stock slide, bringing his net worth below $400 billion. Although more than a dozen posts on X since Tuesday, Musk has referred to Trump's policy bill as massive and outrageous and pork-filled, while adding shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. Musk's latest criticism of the bill Thursday targeted Trump for the first time, as Musk wrote wise words in response to a tweet from 2013. In which Trump said, "I cannot believe the Republicans are extending the debt ceiling. I am a Republican and I am embarrassed." Trump responded to Musk's recent attack, suggesting Thursday he and Musk had a great deal. Oh my God, I can't. I'm sorry. Everything's broken. Please hold. Son of a bitch. Why is... My browser has true is wow. Okay. Okay. That's very annoying. It won't even let me close the browser. This is ridiculous. God damn it. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry. I didn't even add the standby. Son of a bitch.
So what we've seen is we keep hearing from the CBO that there's going to be a large deficit from the bill, which we disagree with, but using the CBO scoring, they came out and scored the tariff revenue. We think it'll be the minimum of $2.8 trillion over the 10-year window, which actually puts the bill in surplus.
Okay. Hold on. I gotta get this in the right spot. I don't need this whole thing.
Just want the Donald Trump's response to this reporter's question.
Tremendously profitable for our country, but 2% now. For a long time, they couldn't believe the numbers, how good they are. The numbers were incredible, and that was personal income and also very low inflation. We have very low inflation. We're down to 2% now, and maybe even lower than that. And when I took it over, it was a mess. Remember, we had the worst inflation probably in the history of our country. They say 48 years, but let's say I think it's worse than that. So we had the worst inflation in the history of our country under the Biden administration. Now we're down to a beautiful number, 2%. You'd actually like to keep it there. Better than zero is 2%. It's going down maybe to 1.
Better than
and
0%
is like
is
perfect.
2%.
That's perfect. You don't want to
That's
have
much
zero.
better. You don't
for
want
certain
zero.
reasons that nobody is very interested to listen to.
Nobody wants to hear
But
about that.
we have almost perfect.
Nobody wants to hear about how we have to ensure that capitalists continue to make ever-increasing profits. You don't have to talk about that. 2% is much better than zero. You know, you want to pay more for your eggs every year, but not too much more, not too little. 0% would be very bad, actually, and nobody wants to hear about how that very much serves the capitalists.
Inflation.
Sorry, this isn't even the part that I want.
Prices are down. Everything. Remember eggs? Eggs. We weren't going to buy another egg for the next 20 years. They were so expensive, right? Remember? You guys all hit me about eggs. Eggs have come down 400%. Everybody has eggs now. They're having eggs for breakfast.
Everyone
again.
has eggs.
But if you look at gasoline, very important. I think always the most important because it's the energy is the biggest factor. That's what happened. He screwed up our energy policy, and everything went up because energy went up. But now energy is way down, and they have states where you're at $1.98 a gallon for gasoline. So the costs have come way down, and
you know, I think Donald Trump genuinely believes that he said drill baby drill, and that made oil prices go down because somewhere on some oil rig some guy started drilling or something. He doesn't understand. He doesn't even kind of understand that his tariff war, his threat on the global economy, the revisions of GDP both in the United States and across the globe have affected demand for oil. Because companies are saying, are we going to do this business activity or not? And many are saying, we're not. Until we can have a clear future picture, we're not going to do that. And the price of oil has reflected that doubt in the minds of both investors and businesses alike.
one of the things I ran was that I ran on the border. We have the best border in the history of our country, 99.99%. It was last week.
Okay, whatever. I don't want to watch this whole thing. I can't remember where it was that he said what it was going to say. But, actually, no, I do remember what he was going to say, and I really want to watch this part, actually. Where is it? Son of a bitch. Because honestly, this is so
Three
damning.
people came in. Two of them for medical reasons. We let them in because one of them had a heart attack. I think it was a nice thing to do, and one of them had something else. So we've never had, I had very good numbers for 4 years, but we really topped it. And I want to thank Christie and Tom Homan. They've done a fantastic job. But nobody mentions that anymore. Remember, a few months ago, the border was a total disaster. People were coming in by the hundreds of thousands of people a day.
That's a lie.
A week, a month. I mean, we had a month, 2 million people came in 1 month. The border was being overrun, and a lot of.
God damn it! I really can't stand listening to this man this long. I'll try and find it later. Just if you didn't hear in this fucking clip, Donald Trump says that he's very disappointed by Elon and that he quote unquote helped Elon a lot. And for me, that was just such a revealing statement, right? I mean, we all know, we all intrinsically know. We see what he did. You know, Tesla's stock struggles. He holds a fucking, you know, used car sale on the White House lawn, right? You know, he lets Elon do whatever he wants in the government without any questions. You know, he has helped Elon a lot. And it's one of the complaints people have had, that Elon can be so easily, you know, given access to things that are going to affect his business interests. And Donald Trump basically came out and said it point blank. I helped Elon a lot. I did it. Everything I was doing was helping this guy. I was personally helping this one guy who gave me a ton of money to get elected.
Illegal.
Let's go back to seeing what Congress people had to say about this feud and the big, beautiful bill.
Sarah Paul, have you been receiving calls from your constituents who are agreeing with yourself and with Elon Musk that
you know, when I'm home, and I was just home last weekend, what I hear from people is the same concerns they've had for a long time. $2 trillion in debt is too much. $1 trillion in interest is too much, and we have to do something about it. And really, we have to look at all spending. So we've narrowed our focus to just.
Who does Rand Paul hang out with when he gets home? Like, who are Rand Paul's friends? People that he speaks to that tell him, my main concern is the deficit. It's not about putting food on the table or getting paid enough by my boss or, you know, getting health insurance. No. Rand Paul's closest confidants, all they can think about is the deficit.
A couple of items in the budget. And you can never balance the budget by only looking at a few items. You have to really look at everything. So when I'm home, I hear from people that the debt's a real problem. They understand that it causes inflation, that the inflation problems under the Biden administration will continue under the Trump administration if we don't address the debt. So
his dad, when he's saying literally, when he goes home to his parents, Ron Paul, and is his mom still alive? I know he's getting up there in years. Yeah, I get it now. Ron Paul says, Rand, the only thing I can think about is that goddamn debt. And Rand is like, that's right, Daddy. That debt is too much. We gotta do something about it. Now, let's see what Senator Murkowski had to say. This was from, I think this was Friday.
You look nice. Can I ask you, just does Elon Musk's view of the big beautiful bill weigh on you at all? Well, I mean, does it weigh on me? I think it's very clear that Elon Musk is an influencer around the country. I think
Oh my God, that look from Lisa was hilarious.
to what he has said. So I think you will have.
She looks genuinely concerned. When she asked, does it weigh on you? She looked like a literal weight dropped on her head. She's like, does it weigh on me? I'm in Alaska. Elon could flood our elections with millions of dollars. I am
Will
concerned.
the big beautiful bill weigh on you at all? Well, I mean, does it weigh on me? I think
She,
it's
like,
very clear
stops,
that
like,
Elon Musk
like,
is an
just
influencer around the
it's
country. I
amazing.
think his people pay attention to what he has said. So I think you will have those of us here in Congress that will look at his comments and factor those in.
What are you hearing from constituents about the bill?
It's amazing. She's like trying to hide behind her aide right now. She like isn't sure what to do. She seems very, look at her eyes. She looks filled with concern right now. Look at Lisa. My God. those eyes are about to pop out of her head. She's not sure how to answer this question. The president of the United States and the second most popular man in the Republican ecosystem, Elon Musk, are having a fight. And so she can't decide where she wants to land on here. It's kind of amazing. She's like, she wants to see into, she's like the way she stopped, it was like she wanted to come out strong. And then she was like, wait a second, I can't come out strong on this at all. And then ran behind her aide. She's like, help, save me from myself. I don't know what to say.
Concern on the Medicaid side. Excuse me. A lot of concern on the Medicaid side.
Gotta get out of here.
The clean energy tax credits. Those are probably the biggest hot buttons. And in the last.
Wow, she actually said the word Medicaid. Concerned about the Medicaid cuts. Yeah, I think a lot of Alaskans are on Medicaid. I wonder what percentage of it. I need to look that up. What percentage? No, what the? Don't do that. 40%, nearly 40% of Lisa's constituents are benefit from Medicaid. That's a lot. That's basically, it might as well be 100%. Because think about the people who benefit, but only sort of vicariously through that, right? Through, say, their parents or their siblings or whomever else not having to go through medical problems without health insurance. You know, who don't get counted in those figures. It might as well be 100%. Fascinating. We got more responses from Republican senators. Here's the AP, also from Friday.
Look, we are really excited about having an opportunity to deliver for the American people. Obviously, everything from energy independence and dominance to making sure that we have the 21st century military capabilities that we need, to securing our border, to also making sure that hardworking Americans can keep more of their own money. So I'm excited about where it's going. I think the Republican conference is unified. We understand the mission and we understand what we need to do to help America continue to thrive and prosper.
I'm sympathetic to
passing the bill. Is that, you know, I feel like Katie Britt is like if one of those American Girl dolls came to life and then had political aspirations. She's always freaking me out.
To more cuts. I agree with Ron Johnson and others. We got to find more reductions to really address some of the legitimate concerns of some of the Senate members. But
need more cuts so that we can definitely do the tax break that we don't have to do. You know, they keep talking about it like it's a necessity. It's the only way to balance the budget, when we could just revert back to the pre-Trump tax cuts for the rich the first time that did not benefit working class people almost at all. And, you know, that would really help with that old deficit that they're always complaining about. Some would say he would actually deal with the whole, not the whole thing, but in terms of the expenditures for this particular bill, it would absolutely do that. If we got rid of the tax cut, it'd actually be a perfectly, I mean, it'd be a balanced budget. In fact, it might even overshoot.
it's like I said, The level that Mr. Musk is operating, I can't really respond to that. If he wants to get into specific areas, but I get that we've got to bend the curve on spending, and we're doing everything we can to.
Well, as you know, I'm for balancing budgets, so that's what I'm still working on. I support the president's agenda. I met with him on Monday. He agrees he wants to balance the budget, so that's my goal, and I'm going to keep working.
Why do so many dudes in the Republican ecosystem look like straight up like Lord Voldemort or like Nosferatu? I feel like Rick Scott and Stephen Miller are having some sort of Nosferatu off. Honestly, like those two dudes, like a couple of vampires. Now, this happened the very same day. All these Republicans caught off guard by Elon Musk tweeting a salacious rumor. Really not a rumor. We all know it to be true. But yeah, I'm sure everyone's heard about it, but Elon Musk claimed that Donald Trump
in the US
is all over the Epstein files, just all over that thing. They're basically best friends, or at least they were before, you know.
Political partnership is imploding in spectacular fashion tonight as a bitter war of words develops between Donald Trump and Elon Musk. During a press conference in the Oval Office, President Trump said he was surprised and disappointed at Mr. Musk's criticism of a key piece of his legislation. Elon Musk responded on the social media platform X, which he owns, with a series of increasingly disparaging remarks about his former boss, calling him ungrateful, saying that his tariffs will cause a recession, and alleging that he is named in the files of the late convicted sex offender, Jeffrey Epstein. Watching it all is Sarah Smith.
Give it to Elon as a presentation from our country. Thank you. Thank you, Elon.
A golden key to the White House was Elon Musk's leaving present. Now, less than a week later, Donald Trump might want to think about changing the locks.
Elon
great patriot
and I had a
thinks
great
I'm a pedo.
relationship. I don't know if we're well anymore. I was surprised because
today the German
All right, we're not gonna watch this whole thing. We gotta move. We gotta keep this moving. Let's see what the PBD podcast had to say about this. Were they value-tained by this tweet fight?
All right. So I don't know if you're following the feud or not. Obviously, a massive bomb was dropped just an hour and a half ago or 2 hours ago on Twitter that led to a bunch of different things. Elon Musk, Rob, if you can pull up the tweet, tweeted at 3:10 Eastern Standard Time, time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein
looks
files.
disturbed.
That is the real reason they have not.
Is it just me? But PBD seems genuinely upset about this. Like, and I'm not sure which part of it he's upset about. That his great leader Donald Trump is being accused, or that maybe it's not. I'm not sure. Making, or whether it just has him having to think about Trump, being in the Epstein files maybe just hurts his brain. I don't know. But he seems upset.
Been made public. Nice day, DJT. This thing gets 581,000 likes, 212,000 retweets, 100,000+ comments, 49 million views in an hour and a half, 2 hours. Rob, if you go a little bit lower, and he doubles down and says, mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. Alex Jones, timeline pin drop, right? Go back a little bit. He says this. If you go look at today's Tesla stock, Rob, I send you the link in the comment section as well.
So that's what PBD thinks about. And for the rest of, or at least I didn't watch this whole thing, but I watched like at least another 4 or 5 minutes For the next 4 or 5 minutes, all PBD talks about is Elon's stock. He's like, so this thing happened, and then just moves on. Just zero comment about it. It's fucking amazing. He has no idea what to say. So he's like, let me talk about something that I understand. Stocks, dude. Oh my God. Have you seen Elon's stock since he said this? It's terrible. He's lost like billions of dollars. But nothing about those pesky Epstein files.
Well, look, I've always liked Elon, and it's always very surprised. You saw the words he had for me, and he hasn't said anything about me that's bad. I'd rather have him criticize me than the bill, because the bill is incredible. And, Elon's upset because we took the EV mandate, and, which was a lot of money for electric vehicles, and, they're having a hard time, the electric vehicles, and they want us to pay billions of dollars in subsidy. Look, Elon and I had a great relationship. I don't know if it went well anymore. I was surprised because you were here. Everybody in this room practically was here as we had a wonderful send-off. And if you saw the statements he made about me, which I'm sure you can get very easily, it's very fresh on tape.
Very fresh on tape.
He said the most beautiful things about me. And he hasn't said bad about
He said a lot of great stuff about me. Now, this was, I forgot, I put this out of order. This should have been before the the Epstein bombshell. Or Donald Trump was like, yeah, he said some nasty things about the bill, but actually he still seems to like me. And then the Epstein thing dropped. But do you remember, I just want to take us back to 2 months ago. Do you remember this statement? It wasn't the first time he made it, but this was at least at one of the times that Donald Trump called Elon Musk great patriot.
care about one thing. When somebody's a great patriot, they shouldn't be hurt. He's a great patriot.
Great patriot.
He didn't know me from Adam until we met a
When
little bit.
someone
when I
is
was
a great
my first
patriot,
year,
they
but
shouldn't be hurt.
He came out, he endorsed me very strongly.
Why people are hurting this great patriot, I don't understand.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to hear that one. Because it's just in the midst of all this where Donald Trump is like,
I'm very disappointed in Elon right now. Very disappointed in that great patriot, Elon. Such a great patriot. I never expected to be disappointed.
now, Senator Chip Roy of, I want to say Arkansas? I can't remember. Wherever Chip Roy is from. The Senator Chip Roy had some stuff to say about the big, beautiful bill. This was a day after that Elon tweet, after the Epstein tweet, which was a day after the whatever. This is like Saturday or Sunday, I think.
For 30 minutes.
I thank the Speaker, and I would recognize that today is an important day in the history of our country. As we all know, 81 years ago, on June 6, 1944, we had over 150,000 Allied troops who
What is your point?
attacked the beaches at Normandy, knowing full well what they were walking into. You had 150,000 Allied forces.
I forgot he did that.
Tens of thousands of Americans who stormed the beaches.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We can't watch it. I forgot about this one. This is a half an hour long speech from Chip Roy. He could have done it in like 30 seconds, but instead he like monologued about the troops. It was D-Day, and he was just overwhelmed with, what do you call it? Patriotism. And he just sat there talking about the goddamn troops for so long. I'll nutshell it for you. Chip Roy, during this speech, said that he might not be able to vote for that big, beautiful bill because those troops didn't fight for us to increase the deficit. That's the nutshelling for you. All right, let's now see what OMB director Russ Vought, whatever his name is, had to say about that big, beautiful bill driving up the debt. A debt which seems like a lot of Republicans are suddenly concerned about. They didn't seem concerned about it when they voted for it, or when they were saying it was a good bill.
Now for more on this.
And it seems to me like Elon's tweet battle with Trump about the big, beautiful bill is, in fact, at least a catalyst in this. I didn't hear almost any Republican complaints until that happened.
More, the director of the Office of Management and Budget from the White House, Russ Vought. Thanks for coming in. I appreciate it this morning. There's a lot going on. Your reaction first to the jobs data coming out for the month of May, and what you think, what the White House and you think this shows.
Well, just another good jobs report. We're excited about it. It doesn't particularly surprise us. It's part and reflective of the president's economic agenda, and we hope it will continue as we get additional pieces of the puzzle put into place. The one big beautiful bill, which will lead to additional job growth, and we're very excited to participate in the agenda.
Let's talk about that bill, because that's a huge focus for you and a huge focus on Capitol Hill at this moment. A lot of heartburn that we are hearing on the Hill, some from Republicans, clearly from many Democrats. Senator Ron Johnson said that he's a no on this, Russ, because of the deficit projection, saying that the way he put it yesterday was he refuses to accept $2 trillion plus deficits as the new normal, and said that the savings in the bill are, quote, barely a rounding error in this massive spending. And I want to play for you also what Chip Roy has said.
They need to go further, or the bill's dead. And hell, even if it bounces back as it was, I'm not sure it passes the House again.
Russ, what are you telling members of Congress like Chip and Senator Johnson?
Well, we're talking to them literally every day, and we're making quite a bit of progress. I know where they're at. But this bill has historic levels of mandatory savings. Historic. We've never seen anything like the level of $1.7 trillion in mandatory savings. It's why the bill over 10 years actually reduces debt.
So yeah, Russ Vought was out here saying, "Oh, this doesn't increase the debt. It's actually a historic level of reduced mandatory spending." Even though, of course, that reduction in mandatory spending, which is just going to hurt the poorest people in our society, is offset and dwarfed by the reduction in federal revenues from taxes from the richest people in our society, which could be easily, taken out of this bill. It would solve a lot of these debt problems that these guys keep complaining about. But Russ Vought's not even complaining about the debt, because apparently it's not even going to increase the debt, according to him. It's just not possible. How would it do that? Now, here's an economic story while we're talking about all this. I figured I'd sneak a couple of these in here. Same day, economic numbers came in, and U.S. job growth cooled in May, according to the jobs report that came in on what was it, Friday, I guess.
U.S. job growth cooled in May amid uncertainty about President Trump's tariff, according to a closely watched report out Friday from the Labor Department. Non-farm payrolls increased by 139,000 in May, more than economists had expected, but reflecting ebbing momentum from the prior months. That was underscored by sharp downward revisions to both March and April's job gains. The unemployment rate held steady at 4.2% for the third consecutive month because more than 600,000 people dropped out of the labor force, suggesting a
That all sounds pretty bad. Not only in May were less jobs created than the previous months, but in fact the numbers from April and March were also revised down, as they do every month. They attempt to verify numbers, and if those numbers are not what was initially reported, they report the changes that they found. So it seemed like Trump's economic policies have not been creating all those jobs I'm talking about. That we're getting rid of immigrants for Americans to, milk more cows and whatever. Now, Elon Musk also called for Donald Trump's impeachment in his furious Twitter tirade.
The president's biggest campaign donor, who was so close that Trump invited him to sleep at the White House, is now calling for him to be impeached and replaced by Vice President J.D. Vance. The man who was handed nearly unfettered access to the federal government is openly musing about forming his own political party. And the same guy, the billionaire backing the U.S. space program, he's now threatening to take his rockets and go home. What at this time yesterday was a one-sided attack on the president's signature spending bill is no longer just a policy disagreement, not even close. It has now become quite personal, as the president says he thinks he knows why.
Well, look, I've always liked Elon, and I was very surprised. You saw the words he had for me, and he hasn't said anything about
Great
me
words.
that's bad. I'd rather have him criticize me than the bill, because the bill is incredible. It's the biggest cut in the history of our country. We've never cut.
Elon Musk responded in real time, writing this, quote, "False. This bill was never shown to me even once and was passed in the dead of the night so fast that no one in Congress could even read it." And quote, "Whatever."
Now that Elon isn't busy dismantling our entire government, he has all the time in the world as the world's richest man to sit around and quote, tweet, react to Trump live press conferences. It's fucking hilarious.
Keep the EV solar incentive cuts in the bill, even though no oil and gas subsidies are touched. Very unfair. But ditch the mountain of disgusting pork in the bill. And with the German chancellor sitting by his side today, with the president there in the Oval, he said what he had been bottling up really for days now.
You saw a man who was very happy when he stood behind the Oval desk. And even with the black eye, I said, "Do you want a little makeup? We'll get you a little makeup."
Give you a little makeup.
But he said, "No, I don't think so," which is
actually
interesting.
Interesting.
He's worn
It's
the
weird.
hat. Trump was right about
Very
everything.
weird that somebody wouldn't want to put makeup on their black eye. It's like, do you want people to see you as weak? Is that what you want? Or do you want to be a strong orange man like me?
And I am right about the great, big, beautiful bill. We call it a great, big, beautiful bill because that's what it is. I don't know what it is. It's sort of Trump derangement syndrome, I guess they call it. But we have it with others, too. They leave and they wake up.
It's basically Trump derangement syndrome. The guy who gave me $300 million. It's like, It's like he is deranged. What's up with that? Why is he so deranged? Without me, Trump would have lost the election. Dems would control the House and Republicans would be 51-49. Such ingratitude. Elon was wearing thin. I asked him to leave. I took away his little EV mandate that forced everyone to buy electric cars that nobody else wanted, that he knew for months I was going to do, and he just went crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
This quote, this back and forth between Trump and Elon is fucking hilarious. It is somehow cathartic to watch two men who I genuinely dislike, in such a sincere distaste for, and see them fight each other. Anyway, at some point during this fight, Elon says we need to impeach President Trump. Where was it? Is it here? Ah, yes. Oh, no, he retweeted. Ian Miles Chong, this dude's a big-time right-wing influencer. For whatever reason. And Elon said this, time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files, and that is the real reason. They have not been made public. Where does he say when does he say Trump needs to be impeached? Where does it happen? God damn it. Whatever. Suffice to say, I'm sure everyone's heard. Elon wanted, at least at one point, for Donald Trump to be impeached over this big, beautiful bill. All right, let's go here for a little bit of fun. Little valuetainment. LeDrom James, a.k.a. R.M. Brown, put out a sweet, sweet vid on this feud. This fiscal fight over the big, beautiful bill. Literally high school, freshman, college level of friendship drama. Yeah, it's pretty childish.
Oh, hey guys, what's up? Hey, what's up, man? Hey, what's up, man?
Illegal.
Did you ever think you would make it?
Oh my God. All right, so I don't know if you're following the feud or not.
I'm not. I got my own shit going on, man.
Obviously, a massive bomb was dropped just an hour and a half ago or 2 hours ago on Twitter that led to a bunch of different things. Elon Musk, Rob, if you can pull up the tweet, tweeted at 3:10 Eastern Standard Time. Time to drop a really big bomb.
Hey, thank God I got the exact time and time zone. Thank you.
Donald Trump is in the Epstein files.
Oh!
That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT. This thing gets 581,000 likes, 212,000 retweets, 100,000+ comments, 49 million views.
And 229.
He doubles down
Come on,
and
Rob.
says, mark this post for the future. The truth will come out. Okay. Alex Jones, timeline pin drop, right? Go back a little bit. He says this.
Come on,
Tesla
man.
had its
With
worst
Rob lately.
single-day drop-off ever in the history of the company.
Okay.
Musk retweets that. What is he saying? So Musk has officially called for the impeachment of President Trump. Right there, yes.
Oh my God. Oh, wait, what? Who did that? Iluma. And what'd he do?
She spit on him.
Oh, she spit on him. Okay.
Illegal.
All right. Got it.
Oh, shit.
I don't know if you can see the title. Emergency Whoa!
Emergency
Whoa! This is an emergency podcast. This is a dispatch from the emergency podcast system. I looked into this a little bit and I found some footage. I found some footage of Tom and PBD before they do an emergency podcast. Can we play that footage, please? This is them going down to the emergency podcast studio. Here we go. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I got really worked up when I saw emergency podcast for PBD. I go, oh, there's an emergency. I go, oh my god, there's an emergency. I need to listen to this podcast. When something's an emergency, there's intro music and merch sales involved. But yeah, this is a story that people are talking about it. Who knows what the hell's going on here? You know, is this real? Is this some kind of media distraction operation? I don't know.
I don't know.
But the public story on this thing is like, oh, Elon Musk didn't like this stuff. You know, he invested $250 million in this idiot Trump, and he like didn't get what he wanted. He didn't get all the crap he wanted. Who knows what's going on behind the scenes? So, you know, this is the public story. Elon Musk is like, I invested all this money in this guy. He's not doing what I want. He's a pedophile. Hey, this guy's pissing me off. He's a pedophile.
Illegal.
Oh, he is? Oh, you're pissed off about that now? You know, do you remember you've been hanging out with that guy a lot? Past what, year or something? You've been hyping him up a lot. You gave him $250 million. You remember all that?
You remember all that?
I know you're wearing the allegedly hat. For some of you guys that haven't ordered allegedly hat, this is probably the best time ever to order an allegedly hat, allegedly shirt. You got it on.
Hey, whoa, is that part of the emergency? Do I need to buy that merch as part of the... Oh, it's in a merch NC. Okay, I got it. Sorry, I read that wrong.
Yes.
Oh my god, this is a funny part right here. They go into a thing about how...
And we've got an membership-y over here right now. Big time emergency membership-y type situation. You still don't have enough members to get 19 sweet galactic emotes. For our existing members and new members, really any members get access to those emotes. But it's in a member-gency. And it's very scary.
Luma is on drugs. check out PBD reading these drug effects. Sorry, gonna have to take a drop from this. Here we go.
What are side effects of ketamine? Let's see this here. Short-term, mid-term, long-term. I hope it breaks it down. Okay, good. Disassociation short-term, hallucinations or vivid dreams, confusion, delirium, drowsiness, dizziness, nausea, vomiting, elevated blood pressure, impaired blood. Okay. Midterm was a medical side effects, increased salivation. What else? Serious long-term effects: depression, mood swings, liver function, addiction.
Depression or mood swings, liver function abnormalities, feelings of being
value-tained, or complete ego dissolution. What does that mean? Complete ego dissolution. Tom, what does that word mean?
You basically, your ego goes nowhere, and you just basically disassociate from
you
existence.
lose your sense of self.
Yeah. So as you're
Yeah, rather than discussing the Epstein of it all, the PBD did a deep dive on Tesla stock price and drugs.
Illegal.
Very focused over here on all the important stuff. Let's see what some of the other kooky characters in the right wingiverse had to say about this.
Newsman on this.
I gotta check the news, man.
With my newsman. What the hell is this stupid guy's name? Oh, Tim. Let's check out Tim. Tim Heidecker. Here we go.
Yeah, the Epstein one was recent. Actually, let me find when he tweeted I think the Epstein thing was because that was at 2:00.
I also don't see Elon as American.
Right. Well, to be fair, he lives here. He's extremely influential. He literally worked with the president. He helped get USAID gutted and removed, and he launches rocket ships.
Why is there an albino child working on the Tim Poolick cast, the Tim cast now? Oh my God! She's like a ghost. Some sort of a. It's like not the Ring. What's the other? I can't think of the other. Fuck.
I don't see Elon as American.
Right.
Well, to be fair, he lives here. He's extremely influential. He literally worked with the president. He helped get USAID gutted and removed. And he launches rocket ships. He also owns X.
Okay.
Yeah, Ferris, he's just not.
I've had that happen in the past, Blue Tomato, where sound cuts in and out. I find just closing the app, well, not closing the app even, just closing the live and reopening it usually solves it for me. I don't know.
He's a naturalized American citizen.
Kick his ass out.
He's been here for 40 years or something.
Who's that girl?
I don't
That's their
see
girlfriend.
him as culturally speaking American. I would never refer to him that way.
Kick him out.
That's what you're saying. He has like an accent, right?
Well, yeah, he does have an accent, but that's not.
Why does he have an accent?
It's just,
Is it an accent or is he just talking like this?
He's from South Africa.
Serge, why don't you have an accent?
Okay.
He says he doesn't know.
Does he have an accent or is he just talking like that? I love this guy. If you watch his channel, he's always like, people need to put effort into stuff. These Gen Zs are lazy. They're just on TikTok all day. Now check out this high effort content here. Why does he have an accent like that? Is he just doing that or what? Yeah, let's let some dead air happen for like 15 seconds here. Okay, come on, goddamn you. I need coverage of this breaking news story from my news man. From my newsman. Come on, man. Cough it up or you get one of these.
you tie up a taco and.
Okay. Sorry. I am tired for some reason. I don't know why. It's like my body is not used to doing the full 8-hour stream. My God. Although we're 7 hours in right now. Where'd the time go? It just flew by. Shocking. Truly shocking to me. We're getting through 2 topics today. That's the protests and Elon. That really encompasses the last week in entirety. I feel like those have been the main stories. Elon and the protests. Suck it up, says Joe. Wow, thank you, Joe. Appreciate your support. I've lost my place. Oh, there we go. Found it. Okay. All right. So, let's quickly see what Peter Navarro had to say about Elon Musk's tariff criticism. Ron Vero, aka Peter Navarro. Wait, no, Peter Navarro, aka Ron Vero. A man who self-quotes for, academic references. I once said this thing.
You see it there behind me. That is investor reaction in real time on Wall Street to tariffs and the May jobs report. That new report shows the U.S. added a total of 139,000 jobs for the month of May, slightly above what economists predicted, but down from the 147,000 at.
Hush. We don't need this. I just want the Ron part. Peter. Whatever this guy's name is. I could have sworn that it was in this goddamn video. I don't have the energy. Fuck you. Suffice to say, Peter Navarro said that it's insane to criticize the terrorists for doing the thing that they're definitely going to do. And that we're actually going to take in trillions of dollars from these tariffs, making it... Oh, wait, I found here we are. I found it. Take 2.
On that bit.
I'm curious what you make of Elon Musk's comments that Trump's tariffs will send the U.S. into a recession later this year.
Well, look, Elon Musk does not like tariffs, full stop. He's made that clear from day one and going back to the first term. He's not a tariff guy, which is fine. We can have disagreements about it. But I would simply say that everybody during our first term who said that the tariffs were going to be recessionary and inflationary were obviously and wildly wrong.
Were they?
Now, that man...
They were inflationary. It's a fact. Inflation just went up and up and up from there. From around the time those tariffs got put in place. It did not go down. For years, that rate was continued to go up. Okay. Let's see. So yeah, Peter Navarro coming out with some alternative facts about tariffs, suggesting that somehow they're going to be fine. And that the thing that raises prices definitely won't raise prices. Now, nobody was off of Elon Musk's burn list, including Steve Bannon.
And we start with the fallout from the war of words between President Donald Trump and his once trusted ally, Elon Musk. The two traded insults and accusations on social media yesterday. At one point, Musk claimed the president would not have won the 2024 presidential election without his help. Then he further escalated the tension by alleging the president is named in the Jeffrey Epstein files. The reaction to all of this, as you can imagine, is pouring in. Here is the cover of the New York Post today. It reads, "I hate my ex." Okay. Our CBS News chief Washington analyst Robert Costa spoke to the president over the phone this morning. He joins us now. Good morning. Good afternoon, rather, to you, Robert. And I think this is...
All right, we're good on you, Robert. I don't... like the news cycle really did their very best to just drag this one out as much as possible this week. There's no way we're watching this whole goddamn thing. Where is the quote tweet from Bannon? Or not from Bannon. About Bannon. Here it is. Elon Musk. Bannon is a criminal at Elon Musk. 12:59 p.m. June 6th of 2025. Aw, poor Bannon. He is a criminal, though. Elon is right about this one. He's often wrong. In fact, he knows he's wrong.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
About many things. He says a lot of incorrect stuff, his own words. But this is not one of them. Bannon is a criminal. And he was pardoned by Donald.
Illegal.
I gotta do something about the levels of these sound shots. They are not set up right yet. I redid my board too, hoping that would help with the lag. It's a lot of stuff I've been doing, trying to improve the lag of the stream. Make it as smooth as possible. But yeah. Steve Bannon catching words from Elon on his private social media platform. All right, let's go now to the Rational National. Peek at what was happening in other right-wing influencer spaces in the midst of this Elon-Trump feud. Come on.
Come on!
Ay. My browser is moving molasses slow. Can we do this? There we go. There we go. Come on. You can do it. Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus, I say that.
Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day. Jesus Christ.
One of the most insane podcast clips ever has just dropped, and I have to share this because of how wild this is. The fact that this happened while they were recording. So during an episode of the Joe Rogan podcast with his guest FBI director, Kash Patel, Joe Rogan discovers that Elon Musk is accusing Trump of being in the Epstein files through the tweet that I'm sure you all have already seen or heard of.
One thing I just want to talk about before we actually watch that clip that David's talking about here, but I think that's something that we're not talking enough about. Like we this honestly should have been a story on CNN and MSNBC and all these other fucking networks. The FBI director, Kash Patel, and that's right, his real name is Kash, look it up, which of course you can also donate to the Galactic News Network on Kash, a great way to make sure every penny of the money that you donate goes directly to funding this stream immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
The internet might get shut off at some point here in the near future, because I short a little bit this month. It's not great. What was I saying? Losing my mind. Oh, right. It's not been a big enough story that the goddamn FBI director went on to Joe Rogan's podcast. Like, I just want everybody to think back, to not that long ago, where Republicans were screaming about the behavior of FBI directors past, like James Comey, for instance. Taking to social media to tweet or whatever, Blue Sky, I can't remember what platform he posted, Instagram maybe? Like Instagram to photo, and Republicans were losing their fucking mind over that. Meanwhile, Kash the current acting FBI director, is on Joe Rogan's podcast just yucking it up. How is this not a bigger story?
The big bomb, Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day. Jesus Christ.
I'm not participating in any of that conversation between Elon
Have a nice day, DJD. Someone should take his phone away.
They're going back and forth about different things.
Yeah. Listen,
well, he said he was disappointed in Elon.
Yeah, they told him to leave.
Jesus Christ, that's a crazy thing to say. How does he know? Does he know that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files? I mean, does he have access to the Epstein files?
I don't know how he would, but I'm just staying out of the Trump-Elon thing. That's way outside my lane.
What the fuck are they doing?
I know my lane, and that ain't it.
I just don't. I mean,
Sorry.
I understand he owns Twitter.
The FBI
I think it's
director,
bad for your mental health.
Kash
I think posting things public all day and arguing with people all day.
The investigation into Jeffrey Epstein, the FBI had nothing to do with that? Really?
A what now?
It's fascinating. Truly fascinating. How does that work? He has no idea about any of that. It's not his lane. How would he know anything about this? The FBI are the ones who were releasing those files, supposedly. They were supposed to release the files, at least, which they haven't done. How would Kash know? How would he know anything about that? Wow, it's almost like Kash wants us to think that he knows nothing about Epstein.
Bad for you.
Well, it's a great point. Sorry to cut you off.
Go ahead.
Half of what we have to respond to is the click army on social media.
Right. And 50% of that plus is bots.
50% of that plus is bots. 50%. But let's take the other 50% of that.
I'm sorry. Elon Musk just tweeted out that Trump is in the Epstein files, and The conversation that comes out of that is discussions around social media bots. Can you imagine if Rogan was interviewing Biden's FBI director, and during that conversation, one of Biden's closest former allies comes out and says, Biden's in the Epstein files. Do you think the conversation would immediately go somewhere else? You're talking to Kash Patel, who says in that clip, I'm staying out of this. This has nothing to do with me.
But seriously, honestly, the biggest part of this is what is Kash Patel doing on the Joe Rogan Experience, the current FBI director? Are there, I mean, we're being told that we're under invasion and that the FBI has all this important work to do. And he's still making social media appearances? That seems way outside of his purview. Well, I just could not wrap my brain around what Cash App was doing on that fucking podcast. It don't make no sense. Don't make no sense, I tell you. My brain, it's broken. It just, this guy is getting paid money to do a job. And instead of doing that job, he's going on the Joe Rogan Experience. That's, I mean, this, oh my God. It's insane. All right, let's talk about some of the real world effects of that Trump budget that Elon was complaining about not having enough cuts in. Remember that? Elon saying, oh, there's not enough. There's just too much pork, too much fat, too much health care for the poor.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. The Congressional Budget Office projects 16 million people could lose health care coverage under the cuts to Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act in Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill, now before the Senate, passed by the House, which also includes massive tax handouts for billionaires. This comes as public health experts warn the proposed cuts could lead to more than 50,000 preventable deaths each year in the U.S. For more, we're joined by one of those experts, Alison Galvani. She is director of the Center for Infectious Disease Modeling and Analysis at Yale School of Public Health, where she also holds an endowed chair in epidemiology. She's part of a group of public health experts at Yale and the University of Pennsylvania who sent a letter this week to Senate Finance Committee ranking members Ron Wyden and Bernie Sanders, warning about the impact of these provisions. Welcome back to Democracy Now! It's great to have you with us, Professor. If you can start off by talking about exactly what you found. We are talking about real lives, not concepts, not policy fights, when it comes to this budget bill that the Senate is now weighing.
Absolutely, yeah. Thank you for having me again. So the bill proposes deep cuts to Medicaid, imposes onerous paperwork, and fails to safeguard healthcare tax credits. As you mentioned, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office estimates that these rollbacks would cause 16 million Americans to lose their insurance. Exacerbating the crisis, nursing homes will also become less safe by rescinding staffing members. Nurses will lose their jobs and patients will suffer. Seniors will also be impacted by the elimination of current prescription subsidies. So altogether, we projected that these retractions would precipitate more than 51,000 unnecessary deaths annually.
It's horrifying.
So if you can talk more about...
Those statistics are the worst. How can anybody with a conscience allow for this to happen? I'm not suggesting that Donald Trump has a conscience, but it's fucking insane. This is what we are on the precipice of having happen. Now, hopefully that bill does not pass the Senate and Republicans rethink screwing over mass quantities of their own constituents. But I don't have a ton of faith, not gonna lie. I'm not overly optimistic about Republicans finding a spine or a concern for those constituents I just mentioned. Now, Donald Trump had some things to say about the big, beautiful bill, the big billionaire benefit.
Mr. President, on the one big beautiful bill, so your critics, often your critics...
I don't have too many critics because, honestly, I don't know of anybody that's going to vote against it. Maybe Rand Paul or somebody, but, they always vote against it. But I actually think that over the last 24 hours, it's even solidified. We have tremendous support.
So just the critics that want to talk about the bill, they often fail to mention that your tariffs are actually offsetting a lot, the debt itself. Yeah. I believe the CBO said $2.8 trillion over the next 10 years. Yeah. So what do you have to say?
Well, we got tremendous reviews. CBO who never gives.
I'm not sure who this guy is asking Donald Trump. I ask questions. I assume he's like a Newsmax reporter or something. But if those fucking tariffs that he just referenced make any amount of money, any significant amount of money that would, in theory, offset the Trump tax cuts, which just makes it a big regressive tax. It's not really a tax cut. It's just a tax shift from the burden being on billionaires to the burden being on the poor and people who spend money. But it's a failure because the touted reason, it wasn't to just punish people for buying things across the globe, but to spur growth in the country in terms of jobs, in terms of manufacturing jobs. And so if they make that money, it is a failure. It is an abject failure.
It's a Democrat. And we're getting tremendous reviews on the bill.
Getting tremendous reviews.
1.6 trillion, not million, trillion.
We're getting tremendous reviews on that, on the big beautiful bill. People are telling me how great it is. So many people are saying it's a great bill. All right, now, this is from a few days ago. Apparently, those Trump cuts are causing food banks in Ohio a lot of problems.
I'm praying like the budget don't get cut because I don't think nobody realizes how many families are going to be affected. And it's not just mine. It's like so many families, like children, seniors, older adults, that it's going to affect. There are some kids that only eat the pantry food.
Shannon Follins is a single mother in Columbus, Ohio. Tonight she's cooking dinner for her 3 kids. Follins once worked an overnight shift at Waffle House for $5.25 an hour. Now she's studying for a degree in social services. Like many Americans, her budget is tight.
Want some oranges? Come on, drink.
Relatives bring groceries when they can. She told Reuters there have been times when she had nothing to fill her kids' bellies but tap water.
I eat all, Mom.
But a food pantry at Broad Street Presbyterian Church helps fill the gaps.
That means a lot because it helps me get through the month. So usually at the end of the month, I'll be out of food. But if I go once a week, like you're able to, then I don't run out of food. I might not have the meal that I want to have or a meal that we will like to have. But if we got to have some macaroni, then macaroni it is. So like just having that as a as a backup is good, because I know like that we all got something to eat.
Before that food reaches Fallen's kitchen, it's collected here, the Mid-Ohio Food Collective, the state's largest food bank. Born out of church cellars and borrowed trucks nearly 50 years ago, today it helps feed more than 35,000 Ohio families, including Shannon Follens's, every week. It supplies food to more than 600 pantries, soup kitchens, senior and children's feeding sites, after-school programs, and other partners. Now, staff at Mid-Ohio are racing to overcome government funding cuts, dramatically curtailing what it can take in and what it can give out. By the end of 2024, Mid-Ohio was already slammed. Pantry visits across its 20 counties hit 1.8 million last year, nearly double pre-COVID levels.
Look at this graph. Since 2017, it's gone up almost 100%. Actually, more than 100%. There was less than 900,000 people in 2017 visiting pantries. And then by 7 years later, we got double. Over 1.8 million people. And now Trump is cutting their... I mean, there was already cuts to these programs in the continuing resolution that already passed, thanks to Chuck Schumer, to allow these cuts to even go through. And now they're trying to make them permanent in this next bill. In this bill that is in the Senate right now as we speak. It's disgusting. People having already a difficult time, and we're just increasing austerity rather than increasing, help, rather than increasing funds, rather than, maybe having billionaires pay their fair share so that, the rest of us can live not even a decent life, just survive in some cases. This is horrifying.
Between the world's richest man and the world's most powerful man. Just when we thought things may be cooling off a bit, Donald Trump has told NBC News he believes his relationship with Musk is over. He also said Musk will face, quote, very serious consequences if he decides to fund Democratic candidates. Earlier this week, Musk posted on social media claiming Trump would not have won the election without him. With me now is Eric Ham, CTV News U.S. political analyst. Eric, good to see you. Now, I have to ask, is it really over between Musk and Trump, or do these two need each other more than they would like to let on?
No, actually, I don't think they need each other. In fact, Donald Trump has no more campaigns to run. So there's nothing that he needs at this point from Elon Musk. We know that he does certainly have the ability to end all of Elon Musk's government contracts, which could be debilitating to a number of his businesses. In addition to that, the idea of Elon Musk running back to the Democrats is not something that I think is actually in the cards right now, because again, Elon Musk just doesn't have the political approval.
Please shut up. I just want to correct
that base, and so it just wouldn't.
Just say, shut the fuck up. Now, technically, Donald Trump cannot unilaterally cancel all those contracts. All that shit was appropriated by Congress in the last bill. So, I mean, this is a really discussion of presidential power. And it's pretty clear to me that Donald Trump does not have the authority under the Constitution to be able to just cancel money appropriated by Congress, no matter how little interest I have for our money to go to Elon Musk, just on principle alone. He doesn't actually have the ability to do that. I mean, he can threaten it all he wants. He can convince the Congress to do so and then pass that legislation. But doesn't actually have the ability to do that. And also, I mean, Donald Trump has been warning Elon that he better not give any money to Democrats. If he does, he's going to be in big trouble. Whatever that means, exactly. Although Donald Trump has given money to Democrats in the past, so what's up with that? I'll bet there's like a huge number of people who both donated to Donald Trump and to Kamala Harris because they know that they have the money to, do such a thing, and they know that it'll probably pay out for them at some point, regardless of who wins. You just back both horses, and then you can't. Then you can still have influence in both governments. All right, let's see what Ron Johnson had to say on CNN. Dana Bash trigger warning upcoming. This is from 3 days ago.
My next guest has been one of the most ardent GOP critics of President Trump's tax and spending cut bill. Here with me now is Republican Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. Senator, I want to get to that in 1 second, but I do want to ask about what's going on in California. The president deploying 2,000 National Guard troops to Los Angeles against the wishes of California's governor. His defense secretary says active duty Marines may also be mobilized. And during the 2020 George Floyd protests, you said you supported governors using the National Guard to maintain order, but you did warn, quote, you really don't want to send in the U.S. military. Would President Trump deploying active duty troops cross that line?
Well, good morning, Dana. Well, first of all, we have the experience in Wisconsin where Governor Evers refused to call it the National Guard, and he let Kenosha burn. And then President Trump sent in the National Guard, and Kenosha stopped burning. So the reason you send in massive manpower is to prevent violence. What we're seeing in California is violent. And unfortunately, you don't have leaders in California that are willing to prevent violence and protect federal law enforcement. This is all about protecting law enforcement as they go about their very difficult and very dangerous job. So I completely support President Trump in doing this because he does not have a partner in Governor Newsom or the mayor.
So there's the National Guard.
Okay, hold on. This is not actually the part that I needed from Ron Johnson. Although it's fascinating to hear his response to this. I was more focused in, where does he say it? Somewhere in here. This is an important quote here from Ron.
Border and immigration enforcement?
No, not this one.
Yes, that's the top priority of government, is to protect Americans, to defend our border, defend our nation. So unfortunately, the Democrats opened up the border, fled millions of people flooding this country, some of them violent criminals, violent gang members, members of transnational criminal organizations, human drug and sex traffickers. That's what President Trump's having to deal with.
That's what into the country.
Democrats left.
It's a lie.
Mortgage our children's future. $1 trillion deficits. Trump had to do deals with Democrats, 810. Then, of course, we had the massive bipartisan spending spree in 2020, but we should have come down to a reasonable pre-pandemic level of spending and deficits. We didn't do that. The Democrats and President Biden just continue to spend. And again, now it's completely out of control. We can't accept this as a new normal.
You are, our understanding, Senate Republicans are considering changes to Medicare to offset some of the costs on the spending and tax cut bill. We're talking, of course, about a program used by more than 68 million Americans, most of them seniors. Is that something that you are, in fact, working on?
What we are trying to do is take a look at the abuses of the system that put at risk the benefits for the people who truly deserve them. For example, there's a great article in the Wall Street Journal written by a father of a 17-year-old autistic child who's on a 10-year waiting list for home care because he's being crowded out by single, working age, able-bodied,
What?
childless adults.
What does that even mean, crowded out? It doesn't make any sense.
A what now?
How is a autistic child being crowded out by single working age adults? That doesn't make any sense. If this kid qualifies for Medicaid, then he gets Medicaid. You know, this is a nonsense statement from Ron Johnson. They're not disallowing people because there's some sort of a maximum number of recipients in a year, right? So it's ridiculous to suggest.
What Obamacare did.
Oh, it's Obamacare's fault.
That's the part of Medicaid we're trying to reform is the Obamacare portion. Now they call it Medicaid Advantage. For every dollar the state puts into a procedure for a disabled child, the federal government kicks in $1.33.
So that's
For every
Medicaid.
dollar
What about
the state puts in
Medicare?
for a but listen, because this is important.
Okay.
For every
Listen.
dollar the state puts in for a single adult childless, the government puts in the federal government puts in $9. That has led to all kinds of waste and abuse. There's upcoding inside Medicare, which also is putting at threat the benefits for people that need it. So again, there is all kinds of waste, fraud, and abuse of these programs. That's what Republicans are trying to root out. That's what President Trump is willing to do. Democrats, of course, don't care. They just don't care about spending money in mortgaging our kids' future. This is hard what we're trying to do. I think in good faith we're trying to work together, but it's very difficult.
Before I let you go, you've had some pretty harsh words about this bill. You sound like you're warming to it as you have conversations. Is that a fair assessment?
No, I've had harsh words about the fact that we're mortgaging our kids' future, that we've incurred on average $1.9 trillion deficits, and we're going to incur another $22 trillion deficits over the next 10 years, and that's probably a rosy scenario. I've had harsh words for our current situation, and my only problem with this bill is it just doesn't go far enough to address that big mess.
And you're feeling like you're in a better situation with it now, based on the talks that you've had at the White House and elsewhere?
Well, nothing's really changed. I'll be sitting down with the White House economic team. I'm finishing up a report. I'll be issuing that next week that lays out exactly what this is, gives different growth scenarios, showing how difficult it is going to be to grow our way out of this. I'm all for economic growth. We have to address spending. We don't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem, and this bill just doesn't go far enough to address that problem.
Thank you so much for being here, Senator. I really appreciate it.
Somewhere in there, I think we missed it somehow. It's my fault. I'm getting tired. But Ron Johnson, somewhere in there, basically says that this bill is not going to pass the Senate. So it should be, I mean, honestly, in some ways, I can't remember where it was. It was too long of a goddamn Dana Bash interview for me to remember the whole thing. But yeah, I mean, it gives me some hope that maybe this bill actually will not pass. But, we'll see where it all shakes out. Now, one thing that's being cut in the middle of a housing crisis is funds intended to help people struggling to find housing. At the Housing and Urban Development office. Now, Scott Turner, the Secretary of HUD, testified before the House Appropriations Committee on Tuesday. And those cuts that already are affecting people, which were already in the continuing resolution and have been also put into the Trump's big, beautiful billionaire budget, it will be made permanent if this passes. Now, Bonnie Watson Coleman had some questions for Mr. Turner. Let's see how this discussion went.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ms. Watson Coleman. You have 5 minutes, Ms. Coleman.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. You've said a lot today. You've not answered one question, but you're consistent. You've not answered the hows are the questions that the Republicans have asked, and you certainly haven't answered how you're going to make something happen on this side either. What I am concerned about is how you could even open your mouth and say that you care about this population or these populations when you're willing to come here and advocate for a 51% reduction in the budget. And so I want to go over a little bit of this stuff with you because I don't think you're refocusing. I think you're devastating. And this is a ludicrous proposal. I'm sure you know that 74% of Americans are concerned about housing and 771,000, you mentioned it, are currently homeless. I know you know that 7.6 million, including 2.9 million children, are facing the threat of eviction. I know that you know that this budget does not usher us into any alleged golden age, but perhaps a gilded age. I am unsure how you and this administration arrived at the decision to cut HUD by 51%, specifically $45.6 billion during a period of rising homelessness and housing insecurity. And I want to remind you that 4 years ago, you were here. You and the administration are going to try to sell the American people a story that these cuts are justified, and you give it while you want to give your money back to very wealthy donors. It's my job to show the American people that these are unjustifiable cuts. And so here, let us go with this. A 40% cut to rental and homeless assistance programs totaling $27.25 billion. A $53 billion cut to Section 8 rental assistance. An $8.8 billion cut to public housing. A $1.2 billion cut to Sections 202 and 811 programs for the elderly and disabled. A $505 million cut to HAPWA. A $22 billion cut to HUD's housing construction supply and preservation program. A $1.25 billion cut to the home program. You care about home ownership? I don't think so. A $75 billion cut to the Choice Neighborhoods program. A $12 million cut to the...
Yes, indeed. Now, there's Bonnie Watson Coleman laying into Scott Turner, Secretary of HUD, who's advocating for the destruction of his own department, essentially, and the removal of billions of dollars of assistance for people who need it most, in finding and maintaining places in which to live. You know, people need a place to live in order to live, generally speaking. I mean, being homeless is horrible for people's health. Jesus Christ. Totally fucked. Totally fucked. All right, let's go back to talking the Trump-Musk feud.
And we have some breaking news at this hour. Tesla CEO Elon Musk posting on X with a pretty significant reversal. He posted, quote, "I regret some of my posts about President Donald Trump last week. They went too far," writes the Tesla CEO. Now, this coming after Musk deleted some controversial posts about the president over the weekend, including a call for his impeachment and also alleging President Trump's name appears in unreleased files related to the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Now, he never provided evidence supporting that claim. Joining me now, Natasha Lidstedt, Professor of Government at the University of Essex. Professor, it's great to have you on with us again this morning. I mean, can we just go straight to your reaction? How surprised are you? Is this a groveling apology, clearly?
I was really surprised. I was
What a leading question.
At the speed.
Is this a groveling apology? Clearly. I think that last adverb was unnecessary. But yeah, that was really all I needed from that one. I find it hilarious. But I do think Elon is being a bit coy, I guess you might call it, because he doesn't ever say which thing that he feels regret over. It could be the Epstein tweet. It could be claiming that Trump would never have won without him. It could have been any of the number of. I mean, he must have tweeted like 24 times in like a 72-hour period. So which tweet does he regret is not clear. It's not clear at all. Okay, this is the last video of the stream.
I don't know if you guys remember, less than a week ago, Elon Musk went on social media and said he was going to try to start a third party, said Donald Trump is a part of the Epstein files, and that's why they're not being released. Just went absolutely
and then said, have a nice day.
Now he's, the come downs can be hard, right? You're feeling really up. He's having a good old time. And then in the cold light of day, you got to face the reality of what you've done, which may have included torpedoing the government contracts that keep you the richest man on the planet and keep your companies from falling apart. So he tweeted and tagged his ex.
Yeah, first time he tagged, because everyone's like, this is how men actually fight. It's like they weren't even tagging each other.
Right. Just going at it blow for blow without being direct. Elon Musk, I regret some of my posts about President real Donald Trump last week. They went too far. And tagging him is such a desperate move, right? Like that's like in breakups when big fight, big breakup, you don't talk for a while, and somebody starts to like send memes or like tag you in little posts. Oh, we're reopening communication now. I don't know if Trump's going to take too kindly to this.
Well, he wanted to make sure.
Oh, no, Mike.
Oh.
There you
being censored. He wanted to make sure Trump would see it, because
yes.
Otherwise, how could he be sure that Trump would have seen it?
I mean, do you think he has some sort of feature on Twitter where he can know if people have seen posts, like when people know if you've opened emails?
100%. Well, maybe not specific down to the user, because that would probably take too much resources, but I don't know. It's not implausible. But I just think, you're the richest man in the world, so it's funny to see a guy grovel like that. But people were saying that the way China dealt with Jack Ma, Elon Musk should be treated with. I don't think we're going to do that. But I would just say the other thing is what does it say about his judgment of the person we put in charge of looking into the entire government finances? Like, this is proof. And also the old genius thing on Piers Morgan the other day about, this man is a genius. This is not a genius.
Yeah. Yeah, he's also being such a chicken shit about it. What's the sum mean? I regret some of my posts. Are you saying he's in the Epstein files, or are you not saying he's in the Epstein files? The other thing he said that I think was going to piss off Trump more was you wouldn't have won the election without me. Trump doesn't like that. Trump wants to think that it's like the force of his personality that's making this happen.
But this piece in the New York Times is fascinating to me, because this we could kind of summarize this. Axios put this NASA guy as one of the 4 reasons for the break, but this look, I don't like the New York Times. I think they've done horrible work on Israel-Palestine, but this is great.
But Maggie Haberman in particular is well sourced with these Trump ghouls, and
exactly.
She gets the gossip for the paper of record.
President Trump was peeved just minutes before he walked into the Oval Office for a televised send-off for Elon Musk last week. An aide handed him a file. And I don't know if I believe this. This is just interesting that this is what the story that they're telling, right?
Right.
The paper showed that Mr. Musk Mr. Trump's nominee to run NASA, a close associate of Mr. Musk's, had donated to prominent Democrats in recent years, including some who Mr. Trump was learning about for the first time. The president set his outrage aside and mustered through, so this is after the black eye meeting, right?
Right.
The president set his outrage aside and mustered through a cordial public farewell, but as soon as the cameras left the Oval Office, the president confronted Mr. Musk. He started to read some of the donations out loud, shaking his head. This was not good, the president said.
This is not good. Democrat donor, this guy can't run NASA. Where's Rush Limbaugh? Can we get him to run NASA? What's that? Rush dead? Can't be. I saw him in a dream earlier. Like a force ghost. Alright, last video of the night. Great job, everyone. For getting through the full 8-hour stream. Which we're only 9 minutes away from completing the full 8 hours. I mean, technically we go over 8 hours sometime, but like I try and shoot for 8. Seems reasonable. Let's go here to CNN from yesterday. LA protests inch Elon Musk back to President Trump.
The heated standoff between Elon Musk and President Trump may be cooling, and it seems the protests in Los Angeles are actually playing a part in all of this. Musk appeared to wholeheartedly support the Trump administration's stance on what they're doing in Los Angeles. He added American flags to a post from Vice President J.D. Vance about how the president will not tolerate rioting and violence. And then in response to a clip that shows Trump wishing Musk very well, the tech mogul posted, yes, a heart emoji.
A heart emoji. Oh. It was just last week that Musk was calling for President Trump to be impeached. Musk also dropped what he called the really big bomb, posting without evidence that Donald Trump's name appeared in documents related to Jeffrey Epstein, posts that over the weekend were deleted. Joining us now is CNN contributor Kara Swisher, host of On and Pivot podcasts. She has covered Elon Musk extensively. Kara, why do you think these two, or at least Musk, seems to be publicly softening his tone? Do you think there's more to that behind the scenes?
Sure is. His businesses are at risk and deep risk. Trump could do enormous damage to Tesla. It's already not just Tesla, but all his businesses, Starlink and others, AI. He's realized, you know, after he had his incident, I guess, I don't know what it is, his bender, whatever you want to call it, he can't do this because Trump could cause him great pain, whether it's investigations or contracts or other things, especially as his own businesses are struggling. Even though Tesla shares went up, the fundamentals are really bad, and it recently got downgraded. Certain people have left the company, the people who are doing the robotics thing. He's got this launch of robo-taxis that probably is not going to be as big as promised. So he really needs to stay on Donald Trump's good side.
Yeah, and then Trump, Kara, was, of course, asked about Starlink yesterday. And
okay, hold on. This isn't the part I want. Is it here? Sorry, chat.
Has used before.
Right.
What do you think Musk might do?
He could do a lot of things. I mean, he definitely is the only choice when it comes to rockets right now. Of course, the Trump administration has been pushing for other competitors, which is probably smart in any case, whether it's Elon Musk or anybody else. You know, he has money. He could start making trouble. He could, you know, he may have another incident, like especially over tariffs. He's very anti-tariff. I don't know if he can hold it in on the deficit stuff if this bill passes. He could quietly call senators. He could do all kinds of manner of things. So they've got to keep him sort of at least in a box. And somewhat happy, I guess. And he certainly has to keep, this is sort of mutually assured destruction. In this case, Donald Trump definitely has the upper hand, but Musk is not without his power. And so he's trying to wedge his way back in there. I don't think he's going to get back in largely that Epstein thing, even if he took it down, everybody saw it. And then saying that Trump owed his presidency to Musk, that's probably a no-no with Donald Trump. So I think they'll keep him close, but not, you know, they'll keep him close. I don't think he's an enemy, but he's certainly not the friend he was.
since this friendship really intensified, you've been saying, just wait. You've been saying that all along, Kara. And I wonder how you think history is going to be looking at this episode and this friendship?
Well, it's very unprecedented. The idea of the world's richest man staying at the Lincoln bedroom a lot and having an office at the White House, crazy. It's incredible. I mean, like the big oligarchs of old would love to have that kind of access. That said, Musk made himself a nuisance. He alienated lots of cabinet members, including the Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent, and also Marco Rubio and others. And then I think ultimately behind the scenes, my guess would be Susie Wiles probably had a lot to do with this. I'm sure she was not a fan of his hijinks and the trouble that he could bring. But again, you have to.
Okay, that's enough from CNN. I'm tired of listening to Kara Swisher drone on. Well, chat, you made it through the whole stream. Well, looks like we got through another stream, chat. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Normal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Brading, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist. Oh, what did I just do? The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moa Noeb, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Tracy Eva, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. Evan from Portland, Daredevil, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Sue Bates, and Icebreaker. That's right, all these people here have helped produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon.
goes walking, and when she passes, each when she passes.